is member statements. I call Philip McGuigan.
Last week, Concollier, I attended a very useful engagement on making a real living wage a reality for those who work in our care sector. It was organised by Living Wage NI and Advice NI. The real living wage must be the bare minimum for all workers, and Sinn Féin is committed to seeing this delivered across this island. This can be seen in the Finance Minister John O'Dowd making the civil service a living wage employer as part of the latest pay deal, while former Finance Minister Conor Murphy ensured that the living wage was a requirement for firms attaining government contracts here in the North. And Dr Kiva Archibald has sought to continue to make progress to improve the rights, including the living wage of workers, through the introduction of her Good Jobs Bill. The living wage has a clear role to play in raising people's living standards. Evidence shows that fairly paid workers are more productive in their employment, and they and their families enjoy better levels of physical and mental health. I want to put on record my sincere thanks and genuine appreciation for all of our care workers. The work that you do is invaluable. So clearly that value and appreciation must be matched by pay and work conditions. Our care workers are the backbone of our health service, and a fair wage is crucial to not only recognising the value of their work, but also to attracting more people into the care sector. The Health Minister must move swiftly to making care work a living wage sector. As a constituency MLA, one of the biggest issues brought to my office is that of families desperately trying to get appropriate care packages for their loved ones. And as Sinn Féin's health spokesperson, I also recognise that more domiciliary care staff are needed to ensure timely hospital discharges, relieving pressure on our hospital beds, hospital emergency departments and the ambulance service. A real living wage and proper career progression opportunities can only help to bring more people into the care profession and encourage those currently employed within it to stay there, benefiting our care workers and improving our health service and, importantly, patient outcomes. If we value our health service, then we must value the staff that make it function. Paying the real living wage to all of our care workers is not just good for those workers and their families, it is good for our economy, our health service and society as a whole.
Kingston.
There's been a great deal of focus on a court ruling in Dublin last week relating to Gerry Adams. Let's be quite clear. The case taken by Gerry Adams related to a very specific allegation that was broadcast by the BBC. The ruling has not and will not change Gerry Adams' past, nor should it change the views of anyone in Northern Ireland about him. We all know the truth. Neither Gerry Adams' actions nor his words have gone away. Nothing has changed about the vast number of reports detailing his role within the Provisional IRA, up to and including his membership of the IRA Army Council. Gerry Adams has never challenged these claims in court. Instead, the former Crown Steward and Bailiff of the Manor of Northstead chose to challenge one specific allegation through the Irish Republic's court system. The BBC has significant questions to answer about how they found themselves in a situation where allegations were insufficiently evidenced, leading to the use of licence fee money to be spent on damages and legal costs. However, the case about Gerry Adams, and we know clearly what his motivation were to put manners on the BBC, as he said. The attitude of Republicans towards freedom of the press is nothing new, however. Gerry Adams himself previously cited the words of Michael Collins, made in 1916, made in response to Republican violence, where it was to, quote, dispatch volunteers to the Irish Independence offices, where they held the editor at gunpoint and then dismantled the entire printing press. It takes a certain level of dangerous fanaticism and contempt for freedom of the press and public free speech to think that it is a story worth boasting of. Adam's comments have served as a reminder of the Republican movement's hypocrisy and contempt for rules and values which they demand of others but think should not apply to them. We see this time and time again, including in relation to COVID restrictions and to revealing the truth for victims of Republican violence during the Troubles. This court ruling will not change the view which many victims of IRA violence have of Gerry Adams. Our thoughts today are particularly with those bereaved and those injured by that campaign of violence.
Danny Donnelly.
This June marks the launch of the 2025 Active Travel Challenge, a brilliant initiative encouraging people across Northern Ireland to leave the car at home and to instead to walk, cycle, wheel or use public transport for their everyday journeys. I'm delighted to be taking part myself. This morning I came here by train and bus from Larne, so I think I've earned at least 2 challenge points and a strong coffee. Joking aside, it has been a great reminder that with the right infrastructure, public transport can be a viable, reliable and even enjoyable option for many of us. Last year the challenge saw over 1,400 people log more than 21,000 active journeys, saving an estimated 13 tonnes of carbon dioxide. That's not just a public health win, it's a climate win, a congestion win and a step towards a cleaner, greener and healthier Northern Ireland. Active travel is also one of the most immediate tools we have to reduce emissions from transport, the second largest source of greenhouse gases in Northern Ireland, responsible for 18.1% of emissions. If we're serious about climate action, rethinking our travel is somewhere to start. This year's campaign is being delivered in partnership with the Department of Infrastructure, TransLink, the Public Health Agency and local councils and health trusts. It's a great example of joined-up thinking and civic leadership, but we must also match that with long-term delivery. Many people want to walk, cycle or take public transport, but they're held back by real barriers. Unsafe roads, disconnected cycle lanes, missing pavements or lack of transport services, especially in our rural areas. It's not enough to encourage behavioural change if the infrastructure doesn't support it. Active Travel Month shouldn't just be a one-off initiative, it should be a launch pad. Let's use this momentum to push for safer streets, more connected transport networks and an environment where active travel is not the exception but the default. I commend Minister Kimmins and all the partners involved, and I would encourage members and the wider public to sign up, to take part and to start reimagining how we move through our communities one journey at a time. Thank you.
Alan Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, and today I rise to extend my congratulations to the Junior Grand Orange Lodge of Ireland on the occasion of their centenary parade held on Saturday past in the city of Lisburn. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by declaring an interest, as I currently hold the position of Deputy Grand Master, a position I hold with deep personal honour and high privilege. To see, Mr. Speaker, and to witness firsthand the remarkable contribution that our junior members make, not only to the wider Orange institution but civic society as a whole. The Junior Grand Lodge has for 100 years instilled in young boys and young men the values of loyalty, faith, culture and community service. It has provided a space where character is formed, where friendships are forged and where pride in one's heritage is passed down through the generations. Mr. Speaker, that was very evident for all to see at the weekend when thousands of junior brethren marched through Lisburn with pride, discipline and dignity. Saturday's parade in Lisburn was a powerful testament for all that is good about our Orange family. The city was filled with thousands of spectators, families, supporters and friends lining the streets in celebration. The turnout was not only large, it was dignified, disciplined and an absolute joy to witness. In an age where young people are bombarded with so many distractions and challenges, the Junior Grand Lodge continues to offer something different, a sense of purpose, belonging and identity, grounded in the best traditions of Ulster's Protestant and Unionist heritage. Mr. Speaker, I was especially heartened to see such a strong representation from our junior Orange women. Their pride and presence on parade was inspiring and a clear reflection of the strength of our Orange culture as it flourishes into the next generation. As a proud Orange man and a committed Ulster Unionist, I take great pride in seeing the next generation walk tall in the footsteps of those who came before them. Here's to the next century of the Junior Grand Lodge and to a future built on the strong foundations of our proud past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justin McNulty.
The ongoing saga surrounding Casement Park is not just a matter of bricks and mortar, it's about promises made, opportunities squandered, and a vision for a new north that remains unfulfilled. Recent revelations have cast a glaring light on the inertia that has plagued this project. Hidden files, now brought to public attention, indicate that by May 2024, the UK Prime Minister had all the necessary information to make a decisive call on Casement Park's funding. Yet action was conspicuously absent. This delay wasn't due to a lack of clarity, lack of data. It was a choice to sideline a project of immense sporting, cultural and economic significance. The recent revelations that key information was withheld from both the public and decision makers by the Department for Communities are not just troubling, they are indefensible. The Information Commissioner has now confirmed that vital documents were wrongfully suppressed. Why? To cover indecision? To avoid scrutiny? Or worse, to politically manipulate the future of a project that should have united us? We all remember the UK Government's September 2024 decision to pull funding from Casement Park. Yes, cost increases were cited, but what has been revealed is a failure in governance, a failure to manage expectations, a failure to defend the project when it mattered, and a failure to provide leadership at ministerial level. First Minister Michelle O'Neill described the decision as deeply disappointing and a missed opportunity for both sport and our economy. I agree. But what does it say about the dysfunction in our executive when the right hand doesn't know or even care what the left hand is doing? Astonishingly, we know that there has been no official correspondence between the First Minister and the Communities Minister, or between the Finance Minister and the Communities Minister in relation to the development of Casement Park. That is quite staggering. All show, no go. Moreover, the disparity in treatment between Casement Park and other stadium projects cannot be ignored. While Windsor Park and Ravenhill rightly saw successful redevelopments, Casement Park has languished, marred in bureaucratic delays and political hesitancy. This inconsistency raises questions about equity and commitment to all communities in the north. Kilcorla, Casement Park must be built, not just for the GAA community, but for everyone in the north. It can be a shining beacon of hope at the main gateway to our island's second city, a testament to our shared history, to our collective aspirations, and to our potential to come together to build a brighter future. I call upon both the UK Government and this Executive to honour their commitments,
Time's up.
to act with urgency and transparency, and to recognise that Casement Park is more than a stadium. It's a beacon of hope, unity and progress.
Coffin Boyle.
Concordia, last week I met with Ability Trust, a local disability group providing support, activities and advocacy to children with additional support needs within the community of Armagh. The group raised their concerns with me regarding the number of appropriate school places within the Armagh area for children with a statement of special educational needs. They've told me that their concerns are compounded by less than satisfactory communication from the Education Authority. The members of this group have told me that parents often feel left in the dark, and concerns are growing amongst many parents that their child will not have a suitable school place this September. The additional stress and anxiety that many families are experiencing because of a lack of SEN school places is not acceptable. Members in this chamber will know that this is not a new issue. What is more concerning is the fact that parents have yet to see any significant change in the SEND system, and I therefore would encourage the Education Minister to consider implementing a SEND-first approach to school placements, which would deliver real change in our school system. By doing this, assurance could be provided for parents, clarity for schools, and would ensure that the proper support required for children with SEN is in place from the beginning of term. Concordia, the members of Ability Trust also discussed the disconnect between health and education and the issues this creates for services which should be supporting our young people. I will finish with this, Concordia. When a parent tells you that they feel their child is being ignored, being disregarded and being overlooked by public bodies, it is clear that things need to change. I want to commend the Ability Trust for the work that they continue to do, and I look forward to working with them going forward to send their message that it is time for change in the system. Clearly this message needs to go to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I too rise to pay tribute to the Junior Orange Association of Ireland as they celebrate their remarkable achievement of reaching their centenary. On Saturday, Lisburn, in the heart of my own constituency of Lagan Valley, hosted junior lodges from all over Northern Ireland and indeed further afield for a truly special occasion of the hugely successful centenary parade. It was an honour to be able to attend. The young people should be very proud of themselves for their presentation, turnout and conduct. I congratulate the Junior Orange Association of Ireland on 100 years of guidance, fellowship and commitment. The institution is rich in tradition, with a proud record of 100 years of upholding culture, faith, truth and service. The weaving of colour, music and fellowship, with the hundreds of years of heritage and the firm foundation of core values and principles. An opportunity too to recognise the many, many hundreds of volunteers who have served the association with diligence over all those years. The centenary year is one of celebration, remembrance, but also of reflection of what has been achieved and the rock on which our traditions are founded. Loyalty to the King, protection of the Union, the brotherhood and sisterhood, and most of all, an unshakable faith in God. I wish the association all the very best as they look forward to their next 100 years. May God continue to bless and guide. I want to congratulate the Royal Hillsborough Fort Guard. I had the opportunity on Saturday to attend the attestation of bringing them up to the full complement of 20. The Fort Guard are the oldest private army across these isles, and indeed one of only 2 legal private armies across the United Kingdom. They were formed in 1660 to protect the ancient fort of Hillsborough and indeed the road from Dublin to Carrick. And it is great to see that they have been not only reformed but formed up to a full complement. I congratulate all the men for their excellent presentation on Saturday and wish them all the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to pay tribute to Sir Kenneth Bloomfield, following on from his passing this weekend, aged 94. Sir Kenneth, who was a North Down constituent, had a long and distinguished career and life, modelling for all of us what it means to hold a lifelong commitment to public service. Sir Kenneth served in a number of prominent roles throughout his career, including head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, Cabinet Secretary to the 1974 Power Sharing Executive and Victims Commissioner, and member of the Independent Commission for the Location of Victims' Remains. Sir Kenneth was one of the most distinguished civil servants in Northern Ireland's history. Even when both he and his family were targeted and attacked during the Troubles, he did not waver in doing what he could to serve our public and improve the lives for those of us in Northern Ireland. His dedication, commitment and contribution to public life will not be forgotten. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I wish to extend our deepest sympathies and condolences to Lady Elizabeth and their family circle on what is a very personal loss. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the fantastic victory of the Tyrone underage teams last week. The Tyrone Miners won the Ulster Championship against Cavan, and the Tyrone under-20s won the All-Ireland Championship against Louth. And I was present for both games, and have to say they were fantastic edge of seat encounters, played in the very best spirit of the game. And in the case of the under-20s, it's an absolutely incredible achievement that the team has won. This is the third All-Ireland Championship they've won in 4 years. And it certainly was a very exciting game, which was played in the athletic grounds in Armagh, and Tyrone ran at Louth from all angles and displayed some fantastic clinical finishes. I was also at Brewster Park as well at the weekend to watch the minor game. The minors won the Ulster Championship, and I noted at the time that it was an absolutely amazing sight to see young people on the field at half time and at the end of the game, and they're getting autographs and they're looking up to their own homegrown local heroes, young boys and girls, who are looking up to these footballers who are from our community, from our parish and our local schools, and they're getting autographs, and those are the sort of role models that we certainly would like for our children to have. I want to pay tribute to the management of both teams and their background staff, to Gerard Donnelly, who's the manager of the Tyrone Miners, and to Paul Devlin, the manager of the under-20s. I should also say as well that I want to pay special note to the parents and the guardians of the footballers, because they put in a lot of time, sacrifice and dedication, and also the fact that this football series is happening during the course of examination time for many of these players. So it's a remarkable feat of achievement to do their examinations, all the studying that's required, but also compete at this level of football as well. So I want to take the opportunity to wish the Tyrone Miners every success in their next game in the All-Ireland Series against Cork. And I also want to wish the under-20 teams well. I hope you enjoy your year as All-Ireland champions, and I certainly hope that they can go for the 4th All-Ireland title next year. Thank you.
All three.
And I rise to congratulate a local football team in a village of Brishain, a football club named Braid United Football Club, who are based in Brishain, but the catchment area goes right through the picturesque Braid Valley and further afield. Braid United managed to win a final against Ruby's Rovers Football Club from Larne, picking up the Tullyglass Residents' Cup to win promotion to the First Division of the Firmus Energy Ballymena Saturday Morning League, a league that takes in teams from Ballymena and every village and hamlet in between Ballymoney, Larne and Antrim. It's a very prestigious league who do sterling work, and I suppose I pay tribute also not only to Braid United Football Club for winning promotion to the First Division, but to the league itself and all of the volunteers and all of the people who make those football leagues, very successful football leagues, 3 in total, a success every single Saturday morning, and even midweek matches in the summer months. It's very important that our young people play sports, no matter what that sport is, and you can learn so much about life on the field of play. And so the dedication of those volunteers to make that league happen, those people should be encouraged, those people should be valued, and those people should be honoured in good fashion for the work that they do, getting our young people out, training 2 nights a week, the dedication that takes, playing a game then or a match on Saturday morning. So it is credit to Firmus Energy Ballymena Saturday Morning League, and it's credit to Braid United Football Club, just one of those clubs in those 3 divisions that this year has found success. Their dedication has paid off, their training has paid off, their tactics and their managerial team have paid off, and they have now won promotion to the First Division, and I wish them all the best in the season ahead. Thank you.
Peter McReynolds.
appearance of blue-green algae at Loch Neagh. It was one of the first motions I spoke on in this chamber last year, and something for which there is no silver bullet. Instead, it's with all of us in this chamber and on a cross-departmental basis that we will restore Loch Neagh back into a clean and environmentally sound water body. The Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has rightly put his shoulder to the wheel about the challenges he faces to correct the pollution at Loch Neagh, but he cannot do this alone. As an infrastructure spokesperson for the Alliance Party, I'm fully aware of the role of SORPI in adding to the pollution of the loch, an arrangement that puts Northern Ireland water in a separate regulatory regime compared with others and lets them off the hook for polluting our waterways. That said, 24% of nutrients found in Loch Neagh originated from wastewater. The discharging of untreated sewage by Northern Ireland Water is currently allowed under the SORPI arrangements and with minimal punishment in place. However, while I'm content to criticise Northern Ireland Water, we must recognise they discharge so much untreated sewage because they've had years of inadequate capital budgets from the department and their hands are tied behind their backs. The solutions being proposed and explored by the Minister of Infrastructure will barely touch the surface of what we need to deliver a world-class water service for everyone across Northern Ireland. As with all major engineering projects, it requires long-term strategic planning alongside the ability to borrow what is needed to deliver clean water and not pollute Loch Neagh and other environmental assets. Northern Ireland Water is an outlier when compared to water utilities across the world, and the fact remains that no other country provides water services like we do. I call on the Minister of Infrastructure and her department to publish the reports they've prepared over the years on the efficacy of the funding model. I've asked for these multiple times in the Infrastructure Committee, but they are kept internal and unavailable for scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure can no longer bury its head in the hands on this matter. It's not just us in Alliance calling this chaos out, but now the Office of Environmental Protection in ERA Committee last week, and they can no longer ignore the role that Northern Ireland Water is playing in contributing to an ecological crisis at Loch Neagh and our waterways in Northern Ireland, which we can once again see with our very eyes. Thank you.
Alan Robinson.
On 2 occasions, following a huge fire in Limavady Town Centre on the evening of 30th of May 2024. On the first occasion, I praised the fire service who had prevented the inferno at a former nightclub from destroying an entire street, and indeed taken with it a number of other buildings. Then, 6 months later, in the run-up to Christmas, I stood in this chamber calling on all agencies and individuals to resolve the eyesore that stood on the entry point to the town centre. The building remains a burnt-out shell. The footway along a section of Catherine Street in the town remains closed for pedestrian access. A number of parking bays remain closed for vehicle use, and the site is still littered with debris from that fire. Well, members, here I am, yet again, exactly 1 year on. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I am quite sick of looking at this. It was once frustration, but the public mood is one of anger. It's even caused splits in the town. It's caused abuse, and I am beyond frustrated to see an area of the town that I grew up in this state. I've pressed the local council on numerous occasions. I've pressed the owner. I've pressed DFI Roads. I have supplied supporting documentation for loss adjusters and insurance companies. I have supplied supporting documentation for the NIO. I have engaged with businesses affected. I have held an update meeting with council and businesses just last week, and unfortunately it looks like there is still some distance to travel. That saddens me. No one wants to see this go on any longer, because it is residents and traders who remain caught in the middle. Everyone just wants the process to conclude, to allow for a clear-up to commence, and to allow the town to move on from that night of May the 30th, 2024. Council continue to tell me that they do not have the powers, contrary to what the public think they do, to deal effectively with private derelict buildings. I have to say then to the dear Minister in this House to get on with urgently beefing up that outdated legislation from the late 1800s that councils have to work under. There is no better example of an eyesore to help him to mould and shape new, better and powerful legislation for councils to deal with other privately owned eyesores that are in our towns and cities. The sooner that happens, the better for the residents and the traders of Limavady, or indeed many villages, towns and cities across our province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes the time available for member statement. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to correct the record regarding a debate on Tuesday the 22nd of May, which was on the impact of illegal immigration in Northern Ireland. It's come to my attention that I said during the debate that the annual cost of accommodating asylum seekers in Northern Ireland has exploded to 400 million. That is incorrect, and I should have stated that this figure is projected for a 10-year period between 2019 and 2029 instead of an annual cost. I'd like to apologise to the House for my error and any confusion created. It was not my intention to mislead anyone or create any annoyance by incorrectly stating this. Thank you.
Thank the member for that correction. Stuart Dixon has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, today I am here to present a petition created by Isla Gear from Leven in Scotland, who tragically lost her brother Tam to pancreatic cancer just 4 weeks after his diagnosis. Isla launched this UK-wide petition from Tam's bedside on Christmas Day, calling for targeted monitoring of high-risk individuals and increasing funding to develop effective and accessible diagnostic tests for pancreatic cancer. Tam and Isla were determined to prevent others from facing this devastating disease and have agreed that more needs to be done. Tam Barker was only 47 years old, a dedicated father to his 11-year-old son Max. He had previously lost a cousin to pancreatic cancer and therefore had regularly annual blood tests. Throughout 2020-24, Tam repeatedly sought medical help, attending at least 6 GP appointments and visiting A&E on numerous occasions with stomach pain, back pain, constipation and dramatic weight loss. It wasn't until months after his initial symptoms that a CT scan finally confirmed pancreatic cancer. Tragically, he passed away weeks later on Boxing Day, without even meeting the consultant assigned to his case. The impact of Isla's campaign speaks for itself. This is now the biggest petition relating to pancreatic cancer ever in the United Kingdom, demonstrating the strength of feeling from the public that something must change. Here in Northern Ireland, pancreatic cancer is the deadliest common cancer. Half of patients die within 3 months of diagnosis. Without urgent action, pancreatic cancer is set to claim thousands more lives in Northern Ireland and is projected to overtake breast cancer as the 4th biggest cancer killer. Today, pancreatic cancer have submitted an open letter accompanying Isla's petition as this part of Unite, Diagnose and Save Lives campaign. This letter has received over 1,000 signatures in Northern Ireland, and it calls on the Executive to urgently introduce regular monitoring for those at high risk, to support the rollout of new diagnostic tests and to secure a sustained funding for research. We welcome the recent progress of Northern Ireland Department of Health's commitment to deliver optimal care pathways for pancreatic cancer. This initiative aims to streamline diagnosis, treatment and supportive care, ensuring that pancreatic patients receive the right support at the right time. And we commend the vital work of charities such as Pancreatic UK and the Northern Ireland Pancreatic Cancer Charity. Today's petition and open letter highlight the urgent need for government to act swiftly. We must make early detection a reality instead of a rarity for people across Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, today we are here for Tam, for Max and for Isla. Max and Isla are in the public gallery today, and for every family who could face the devastating disease of pancreatic cancer. The time for action is now.
Thank you. I invite the member to approach the table to present the petition. Thank you, and I will forward the petition to the Minister for Health and also send a copy to the committee, and I trust we will make progress on this incredibly important issue and one which needs real priority added to it. Moving on, I have some remarks I wish to make. In November last year, I reminded members about the need to uphold the authority and impartiality of the Chair, and I particularly cautioned in relation to playing politics with procedural decisions made by myself or the Deputy Speakers. Over the last few weeks, there have been a number of examples of comments by members, particularly in the media and on social media. These have included criticisms of decisions made in reference to the selection of matters of the day, urgent oral questions and amendments to motions and bills. Criticisms of interventions made by Deputy Speakers or myself during a member's contribution, portraying it as a decision to silence them for their views. In addition, there has been a trend of members anticipating decisions of the Deputy Speakers or myself by announcing that a member has tabled a matter of the day, urgent question or amendment, very often when it is clear that the procedural requirements are not met for that item to be selected. The Principal Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speakers and myself do not take any of these decisions lightly. We take these decisions in a procedural context, following advice from officials, not a political context. So I therefore remind members that it is out of order to challenge the authority of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker in the Chamber. Further, members should not think that doing so on social media or media is a way of subverting our procedures. If a member challenges the chair in the chamber, a member will be asked to take their seat. If members challenge the chair outside the chamber, that will inform the decisions of the chair when the member is next called to speak, or whether an item tabled is accepted. I also warn members that if they seek to trail an application to the Speaker to bring something to the House, that may lead to the item not being selected without consideration of its merits. The impartiality and authority of myself, the Principal Deputy Speaker and the Deputy Speakers in this chair is not just for us to uphold, but for every member to uphold, and it is vital to the well-being of this democratic chamber. Therefore, I ask members to take note of the remarks, and I will act upon it if members do not take note of those remarks. We now move to a ministerial statement. I have received notification from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members to be concise in asking questions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a statement to the Assembly regarding my department's 2025-26 initial budget allocations. The work that my department does is transformational. It impacts people across Northern Ireland and delivers positive outcomes, often for those in greatest need. Housing, the arts, culture, sport, benefits and pensions, child support, historic environment, urban regeneration, local government, social inclusion, libraries and museums touch the lives of almost everyone in Northern Ireland. I know there is so much more to be done. I want to do more, but I am operating in a continually constrained budgetary environment. However, I am determined to use the money that has been secured to best effect. Pressures will, of course, remain right across my department, and I have no doubt that today members will set out all the areas in which they would like me to spend more. However, I must operate within the budget that I have been allocated, and that is why this year I am doing things differently. Let me first turn to housing. I've made it clear that addressing homelessness and increasing the supply of housing is one of my top priorities. That's why I have delivered a housing supply strategy, launched an affordable rent scheme, allocated £10 million for loan to acquire move-on accommodation, secured cross-party consensus on the need for borrowing powers for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, removed intimidation points to level the playing field, and ensured housing executive reserves were used to buy homes to address pressures in temporary accommodation, which will realise savings of up to £75 million over the next 7 years. But there is more to do. Therefore, I am pleased to announce today that I am proposing an additional allocation to homelessness and the Supporting People programme of £3.7 million above the 24-25 budget position. In addition, I am proposing £2.8 million capital to the new foundation project to move forward with securing 110 units of accommodation to support young people leaving care. This is not just about providing shelter. It's about restoring dignity and hope to those who have fallen in hard times and to prevent those people falling into hardship. However, to properly tackle this issue, we need more homes. Social housing is crucial, as it provides affordable, stable housing options for those who might otherwise struggle in the private rental market. The inclusion of housing as one of the key pillars of the programme for government shows the widespread support to deliver affordable, sustainable and quality housing. My proposed budget of £63 million will facilitate the start of approximately 900 to 1,000 new build social homes. This is on top of the £105 million for pre-commitments to house building from last year. But this is not enough. The Assembly last year declared a housing crisis in Northern Ireland, yet we are left in a position where we're funding less than 50% of the programme for government housing target. Last year was even worse, with my budget allocation only allowing for 400 new starts. However, I am proud to say that by the end of the year, this had increased to 1,502. We will put the same effort into driving up these figures this year as we did last year, and will continue to make the case at every possible opportunity. However, it is not enough to simply ask for more money. We need to do things differently. That's why I will be bringing proposals to the Executive shortly on how we can do more with the money we have to build more homes. And I look forward to working with other ministers, the Housing Executive and housing associations on this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to increase opportunities and life chances for everyone in Northern Ireland. Far too many people, and indeed generations, are stuck in a cycle of welfare dependency. This should be a cause of concern for us all, and we should have a greater ambition for our people. There are far too many economically inactive people who want to get into work, but just need some help to do so. I want their talents, their potential and their opportunities to be maximised. Therefore, I'm also pleased to announce today that I will be investing in a new multi-million-pound employment programme that will support all age groups and tackle the barriers to economic activity. I will be making an announcement to the Assembly on the details of this in due course, and it will be one of the most extensive job programmes in recent times. We also need to continue to support those who need it most. I'm therefore proposing to maintain the discretionary support grant budget at £25.5 million. But we must ensure this fund is not abused, but goes to those who are genuinely in need. Therefore, I will be introducing reforms to protect this money from fraud and therefore protect those who really need it. My department's arm's length bodies play a vital role in helping us to deliver our objectives. And despite the constrained financial position facing my department in 25-26, I am proposing that my department's ALBs will receive an additional £3.7 million general allocation in 25-26, above their 24-25 funding level. Furthermore, I am proposing an additional allocation to National Museums NI and Libraries NI to maintain operational stability and ensure continued public access to these key cultural and educational institutions. This proposed allocation will not fund all pressures faced, but will ease service delivery pressures in 25-26. However, year-on-year budget cuts have placed increasing pressure on these institutions, threatening their ability to serve the public effectively. To reverse this trend and secure the future of our libraries, I am proposing capital funding of over £1 million, £750,000 towards the replacement of Enniskillen Library, without which major health and safety concerns present a very high risk of potential closure of the facility, and I'm also allocating £200,000 to Newtonards Library. I'm also proposing capital funding to the Northern Ireland Museum Council of £30,000 for the Museum Collection Fund and £80,000 for small capital grants. Grants to local museums for the acquisition of specimens to add to their collection or to address urgent needs in storage, conservation and rationalisation of collections will be welcome news for the sector. I also want to ensure that national museums get back to a stable operating base after many years of constrained funding. Therefore, I am proposing an opening resource budget of £20 million alongside £3 million of capital. This capital funding will allow investment of nearly £1.5 million in the Ulster Museum store and in exhibit buildings and gallery works. Turning to the Arts Council, I am proposing capital funding for several programmes, including £750,000 for musical instruments, so that everyone has the chance to learn, to play and to perform, connecting more people with the arts. This money has helped individuals, bands, professional and non-professional groups, primary schools, creative arts centres and talent development organisations. I said I wanted to get more people involved in the arts. And this year, we were able to help 4,500 people do just that, and I want to see that continue. I also said that I would ensure a better balance of arts funding to every community and corner of Northern Ireland. Therefore, I'm also pleased to announce a £500,000 small capital grants programme to support local arts venues and creative spaces, as well as funding for artists in residence to each borough and district council. I also want to acknowledge today the vital role provided by the voluntary and community sector. These organisations create an enormously important social value through community engagement, job creation and overall improvement in people's quality of life. Given the rising cost pressures facing this sector, I am proposing that the voluntary and community sector funding increases by £2.8 million on the Department's 24-25 funding level. I understand that this funding offers a lifeline but not a solution, and I understand that the sector continues to operate under immense strain. Capital funding of over £4 million will be allocated to neighbourhood renewal to support community and voluntary sector partners. It will deliver funding for projects that support communities, and I'm delighted to announce support for several projects, including a new youth hub for Ardoyne Youth Enterprise, a new build community centre for a local community organisation, Glencairn Community Partnership, and the redevelopment of Bloomfield Community Association Centre in East Belfast. I'm also pleased to be able to support Bally Community Group in Ballymena to provide an outdoor canopy to cover the children's play area there. Capital investment in our community infrastructure is vitally important. Their facilities are the heartbeat of every community in Northern Ireland. I recognise that, and as a result, I will be making a significant announcement on the 26th of June for a new community infrastructure grant that will be transformational to the voluntary and community sector. In addition to the capital funding I've already highlighted, I am also initiating and funding a wide range of regeneration projects. Some of the larger projects include the Glengormley Public Realm project, which will see a total contribution of over £2.5 million as part of a wider funding package. The £3 million Shankill Gateway Public Realm scheme will also begin this summer and take approximately 12 months to complete. This scheme will bring much-needed improvements to enhance the linkage of the Shankill community to Belfast city centre. In tandem, the £5 million public realm works adjacent to the city walls will deliver on improvements to several streets in the historic Londonderry city centre. I'm also pleased to announce that I will be investing £1.6 million this year in essential conservation works at Carrickfergus Castle. A significant part of this funding will be directed at enhancing the visitor experience of and improving access to and within the castle. This will realise the castle's status as a world-class attraction, bringing more visitors to Carrickfergus and establishing it as the gateway to the Causeway coastal route. We must protect our heritage assets, and I will do everything I can to ensure we do. Finally, on regeneration, I'm delighted to confirm that I will be making a major announcement tomorrow at 2:30 on the development of Queen's Parade in Bangor. Moving on to sport, we know it plays a vital role in communities and is critically important to our young people. Provision of places to play and train is one of the most frequent concerns that I get lobbied about. I know the impact that lack of facilities is having, and I am determined to act on it. One of the ways we can do that is to ensure we are maximising the use of the school's estate. To that end, the Your School, Your Club programme has been effective in making sure improvements are made to school sporting infrastructure that can be of benefit to the school and the local community. Last year, I invested £500,000 in this programme. It's been transformational, but so much more can be done. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that this year I am proposing that the budget will be £3 million. Working alongside my colleague Paul Given, our ambition is for every post-primary school in Northern Ireland to have a 3G pitch and sporting facilities which can benefit local communities. And building on last year's investment and making additional capital funding available to help improve safety at motorsport events. And this is crucial in helping to ensure that racing can be as safe as possible. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we must also restore confidence in a welfare system that is fair, transparent and focused on the right people. My department's latest published estimates for 2023 show a loss of £240.3 million due to customer fraud, customer error and official error. At a time of great uncertainty following many announcements from the Labour government, we must ensure every pound we spend is spent well and goes to those who need it most. Many of my department's stakeholders are feeling the pinch, whether that's from the general cost of living increase, rising prices, increased taxes or inflation. Now is the time to cut our cloth and ensure our budgets are spent well. This also applies to me, and so my final announcement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to confirm to this House that as of this year, I will be reviewing all vacancies which sit within the Department for Communities baseline. Over 1,000 of these posts have not been filled after consecutive bids in budget rounds not being met. I've decided to lead the way on this drive for efficiency. As the largest department, it's right that I show leadership and make this move, and I look forward to engaging with trade unions and departmental officials in due course. Now, I understand that there will be concerns and questions about the proposed allocations, and I want to emphasise that these decisions were not made lightly. My commitment to this House and to the communities, people and organisations my department supports is to improve the lives of people in Northern Ireland, to maximise impact with limited resources, and to ensure that every pound spent is a step towards a better future for the people of Northern Ireland. Therefore, I commend this statement to the House.
Minister, thank you for that statement. I call Daniel McCrossan for the first question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure why the members across the way are clapping. There's many people who will be very concerned about that statement and various parts of it. More so those 49,000 people that are currently on a housing waiting list, 38,000 in housing stress. The Minister has declared it as a crisis, but has funded it like an afterthought. So, Minister, you've admitted this budget will only fund around half the social homes needed to meet the programme for government targets, your targets. How can you justify calling this a crisis and then not putting your money where your mouth is?
Sure.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that the member hasn't listened to anything that I have said, and what I have noticed is it's always easy for the member to put his angry head on, but he never actually comes with any proposals, he never actually comes with any solutions. This is an issue that I am taking seriously. Out of my entire capital budget, when you take away the inescapable pressures that I have, 80% of my capital budget is going towards housing. Last year I was in a similar position where I didn't have enough money to build all the social homes that I wanted, but we found other ways of doing that. We got additional bids brought in. But if the member was listening to my statement, he would have heard that I am looking to do things differently. I am looking at issues such as land. and how we can ensure that public land is best used so that we can build more homes. I brought forward a housing supply strategy. I've got executive agreement on the need to ensure that we have a housing executive that has borrowing powers again. So I am taking action where I can take action. I'm putting the money where the money needs to be. If the member has any other ideas, I'd love to hear them, but he didn't offer any within his speech. So I'm going to continue with the progress that I have made, and I'm going to continue to deliver, and I'll not be distracted by the member.
Call Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
Last Carcolia, thank the Minister for the statement, and I note, Minister, your line. I understand there will be concerns and questions about the proposed allocations, and I think there will indeed be those, and particularly to note that we haven't had a huge amount of time to see the detail of this. However, I suspect members will be looking in more detail around these allocations. You refer in the statement, Minister, to restoring confidence in the welfare system. And given the British Government's decisions around winter fuel payments and the Green Paper that they have in terms of withdrawing support to many people with disabilities, what assurances, concrete assurances, can you give to the most vulnerable in society that they will be protected and supported during these challenging times? Thank you.
Well, I certainly can give the assurance that we will do everything that we can to support those who are most in need, and you can see that already in the work of this department when the Labour government announced last year that they were disgracefully removing the winter fuel payment for many of our pensioners who are in genuine need. I secured money and took action, actually delivered that for tens of thousands of households across Northern Ireland. I have brought forward the anti-poverty strategy, and I'm aware the members had a briefing on that. He'll also be aware of the work that's currently being done in terms of the fuel poverty strategy as well. But I want to make sure that we can put real action into place that actually makes a difference in people's lives, and we will continue to lobby the UK government to make sure that they are providing the support that is needed as well.
And Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to commend the Minister for this statement and welcome the many positive announcements in it, and particularly I would welcome the funding for Glencairn Community Hub and public realm schemes in Glengormley and Shankhill Gateway. It is disappointing that the Minister has not been given additional resources to tackle welfare fraud. He did touch on this issue, and in recent weeks we have seen some horrendous examples. People who have brazenly been cheating the system, sometimes for tens of thousands of pounds. So my question is, can the Minister commit to continue to do all he can to ensure that those who need it and who are entitled to support get it, and that cheats are caught and dealt with?
Mr Deputy Speaker, and there are many people in this House who are sceptical of the move that I took to ensure that those who were found guilty of benefit fraud were named, and I'm glad that that decision did occur, because over the last number of weeks we have seen many individuals who have not been responsible for defrauding the system of £5,000 or £6,000 or £7,000, but tens of thousands of pounds. So I think it is right that we actually take a strong line on this and say that it's not acceptable to take money in that way when you're clearly not entitled to it. So I am determined to take action that will make a difference on this. I have submitted a request to executive colleagues about how we can better tackle this issue, because I do not believe that it's acceptable that we're losing £240 million a year in this way. I want to see the right money go to the right people at the right time, and others in this House should support me on that.
Ray Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And to be honest, I'd like to pass on my thanks to your officials who have worked with a difficult budget. I appreciate that you haven't got everything that you were looking for. And I have to say I'm quite disappointed to see the built heritage that there still isn't money there to take legal advice or take legal action against those landowners that are letting our built heritage collapse. But Minister, going back to the housing matter, and you talked to one of our colleagues here about solutions, one of the biggest solutions that we would have to our housing crisis is for the Housing Executive to build houses. So could I ask you how and when the Housing Executive will get the borrowing powers that you say the Executive has agreed to? What will that deliver in terms of new homes being provided by the Housing Executive and reducing dependency on the private rental sector?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, good work has been done by my officials and by officials in the Department of Finance to ensure that this issue can be progressed. It's important that we do see a resolution to this, and that the Treasury confirms what we all believe, which is that the housing executive should be treated the same as local authorities, councils in the rest of the UK. I raise this with UK government ministers at every opportunity. I will be seeing the Deputy Prime Minister later on this week. I will be raising it with her as well. The First and Deputy First Minister raised it with the Prime Minister last week, and I will be writing to him again asking for movement on this. I'm pleased to say that the housing executive haven't just been sitting around waiting for this approval. Plans are in place so that once that change is confirmed, that they will be able to start looking at how they can actually deliver on those homes. It's not just about building new homes, though, it's about improving the quality of homes in Northern Ireland as well. I've been pushing this right from the start of my time in office, and I will continue to do so, because it's absolutely critical that we get delivery on this.
Andy Allen.
Speaker, the Minister's obviously provided an overview as to the many areas in which his department covers, but it is limited in extensive detail around tackling poverty, and I do appreciate that we will have the anti-poverty strategy coming forward, but can I perhaps ask the Minister to detail what further actions that his department will be taking through this budget allocation to tackle poverty and indeed fuel poverty?
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member references the anti-poverty strategy, and that will be published very soon. I wanted, as I promised in this House, to brief those that had been central to the design of that strategy, and that will happen very shortly, and then we'll be in a position to publish that, and you will see some of the actions that not just will be taken within the Department for Communities but across government, because it's simply not down to one department to solve this issue. Indeed, it's not just down to government to solve this issue either. Individuals and families and other organisations will play their role as well, but the fuel poverty strategy will also be critical in dealing with this issue, because it's the cost of heating homes which is driving so many people into poverty, and that's something I'm absolutely committed to dealing with.
I thank the member for his statement.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your statement as well. Minister, you've referenced reforms to fraud and error. Can you outline what these reforms will be, and if funding has been allocated within the budget to meet those reforms?
Sure. Well, I want to see changes brought in to make sure that we have a welfare system that is robust, and that we make sure that the money goes to those who are actually in need and those that are actually entitled to it. So one of the best ways that we can do that is to increase the number of staff that are working in these areas. I have submitted a bid to executive colleagues as part of a wider paper so that we can tackle this issue. I'm also working with the UK government to ensure that we can invest more, because additional investment in tackling fraud and error actually brings a huge return to the Treasury as well, and I'd be interested to see how we could share on the dividend of that. That's good news for everybody. It makes sure money is going to those who need it. It's the potential for more money back into our pockets, as well as more for the Treasury as well, so that that money can be directed to those who are actually in need.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I see, Minister, in your statement you referred to community infrastructure grant, and I do welcome your commitment to that and community halls in general. Can you advise on any indicative budgets on that grant and timeline for when we expect that to open?
Sure. Many of my colleagues around this chamber have invited me out to see the state of community infrastructure in Northern Ireland, be it different halls or other community organisations, and I recognise there is a deficit there. That's why I'm bringing forward this grant scheme, because I know that these facilities are key to the success of so many of our voluntary and community organisations. I'm afraid the member's going to have to wait a little while longer, but I will have full details of that on the 26th of June, and that will include the details of the scheme and timelines, total funding allocations, and details of what can be expected. So I hope that the member will keep that date free.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The proposed funding for musical instruments and local arts venues is very much appreciated. Can you explain how these initiatives will be sustained long term, and with arts organisations still waiting for their confirmation of their full allocations 3 months into the new financial year, how quickly after this statement will the allocations be confirmed to your arm's length bodies?
Minister. Well, if they have not received those yet, I hope that they will very shortly. The member has frequently raised issues with the Arts Council with me, and I hope that she's encouraged to hear that at the start of the last financial year, the Arts Council had been allocated £9.7 million. The opening allocation for this year is almost £10.3 million, so I hope that even in the constrained budgetary environment, you can see the additional investment that I am trying to put towards the arts. And I want that to be a sustainable programme in terms of the Rural Small Grants Programme and the Musical Instruments Fund, because it is making a difference. It's not the same people that are getting that resource every time. It's shared around, it's different groups, different organisations, different bands, right across Northern Ireland in all parts. And I want to thank those that have taken me out to visit some of those individuals that have benefited from this, and a number of other colleagues as well, Diane and Philip and others have taken me to see where that money has been used, and it is making a difference in people's lives, and that's why I will be making sure that it continues.
Clear. The Minister for his statement. Minister, could you tell me, given the fact that over a third of the population live in rural areas, will there be opportunity for rural investment as well? And also, how many jobs will be created as a result of this budget allocation? Thank you.
Sure. Well, it's hard for me to be able to put a figure on how many jobs will be created, because it's throughout so many different sections of my department. But yeah, I think this is a budget that demonstrates my commitment to rural areas. You can see what I have already been doing in terms of housing in Northern Ireland. There are a significant number of regeneration projects that will be in rural areas as well. So I'm not someone that is focusing only on cities. I'm here to serve all of Northern Ireland, all parts urban and rural.
Mr. Martin. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this, and can I say this is an excellent example of this minister and this party delivering for people in Northern Ireland across a wide range of policy areas with a really tight budget. Minister, your statement was 7 pages long. You'll not be surprised I picked up 3 lines, and that's about Queen's Parade development. So can I ask you, do you believe that the Queen's Parade development will be delivered on your watch?
Sure. Well, can I thank the member for his kind words, first of all, and can I also confirm to him that significant progress has been made in recent weeks on this issue. I know how long people have been waiting. People have been waiting for this for, I think, almost 40 years, maybe a little bit longer. So yes, I am delighted that we are making progress. There will be a significant announcement tomorrow at 2:30, and I also do want to pay tribute to the Mayor of Ards and North Down, Alistair Cathcart. He's been working very closely with me in recent days to make sure that we do get this over the line, and I'm looking forward to that work being started, because the people of Bangor have been waiting too long. It's time that it was delivered, and I'm delighted that it will be.
Paul Frey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the canopy over the play park for the Bali community and the young people there. I've been much thanked for that. The Minister will know, because I've asked questions around this, the Pitition Community Centre and playing fields, where there are 2 anchor football clubs, Braid United and Raceview, but who have had to change in temporary makeshift changing rooms that have been there for over 20 years. Temporary changing rooms over 20 years, which they are now in a pretty much a state of disrepair. Will the Minister commit to meeting me on site to discuss the facilities with the 2 football clubs, namely Braid United and Raceview?
Speaker, I'm more than happy to meet with the member there to see how we can help how we can make sure that support is given. I agree with him, that's not an acceptable situation within Vain after all of this time. I have met with members of the Community Association there as well, and I understand the pressure that they are under. So I'm more than happy to meet. I'm passionate about making sure that we have provision for sport in Northern Ireland, because I understand how important sport is, and anything my department can do to help, we absolutely will.
Tony Egan.
Queen's Parade redevelopment is of course welcome. Could you give us any indication of what your announcement tomorrow will be about, and when will work on the Queen's Parade development start? Because for many people in Bangor, they won't believe it until they see it.
Well, if I told you now, I wouldn't have anything to announce tomorrow. So I'm afraid the member's going to have to wait a little while longer. But what I can tell the House is that we have had some good news. Officials have been working intensely with all of the relevant stakeholders, including the Council, over the last number of weeks. And like I say, I'm absolutely determined that we get this delivered and get the work started, because I understand the frustrations that many people have felt around this.
Durkan.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister has said that he will ensure a better balance of arts funding. Can he outline what action he is taking to address the obvious imbalance that last year saw 83% of £13 million allocated for arts fundings go to arts organisations based in Belfast, with artists and organisations elsewhere left to fight over the crumbs, a situation that has been further compounded by the proposed removal of 100% funding from Echo in my own constituency by the Arts Council.
Sure.
Well, that's exactly why I've made the announcements that I have made today. The Musical Instruments Fund, it isn't focused in one area, that's spread right across Northern Ireland. The artists in residence for every district and borough council in Northern Ireland, and the small grants scheme as well, focusing on areas outside of Belfast. So there are a number of inescapable pressures that the Arts Council have, some things that need to continue to be funded, but where there is flexibility and where I have been able to allocate extra money, I have ensured that that has been done in a regionally balanced way, because I don't want anyone to have less opportunity to participate in and enjoy the arts simply because of where they live. And I have made concrete announcements and proposals today as to how we will do this.
Ellen Dodds.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, this is a good day for many communities right across Northern Ireland and in many sectors, and I want to say thank you for the statement. You talk in the statement about money being tight, about having to be careful with money. Could you outline for the House the potential cost if we do not have regard to the recent Supreme Court ruling?
Sure. Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe that the members are referring to the Supreme Court ruling against Scottish ministers, and I think it's absolutely right that all departments are aware of that. Some like to say that because the Equality Act doesn't apply to Northern Ireland, that the judgment doesn't have application for Northern Ireland. That's completely wrong. It does. Of course it does. Of course it's going to impact us. I welcome that judgment. I believe that's a common sense judgment above everything else. But there are requirements that come from that, because the highest court in the land has made a declaration in relation to those same-sex spaces in particular, and therefore there are consequences to that. I will not be found on the wrong side of that. I do not want to fall foul of the law and open ourselves up to any of the potential challenges that might come our way. I know others in this House have struggled with that reality, and they have struggled with the court judgment, but I'll not be found wanting in ensuring that we protect ourselves by following the law, but also making sure that we implement the law as well. That's not dependent upon me waiting on advice from anyone else. We'll be taking our own counsel on that and ensuring that we give out the guidance and, where necessary, the instruction to make sure that we're on the right side of the law.
Members are reminded to stick to questions that are actually referred to, on matters that are actually referred to in the statement as we move forward. And I call Joanne Bunting.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I am immensely grateful to the Minister for this announcement regarding Bloomfield Community Association, for whom I have lobbied for many years everywhere, and it is this DUP Minister who has recognised the value of the work done there by Karen and her team following our recent visit. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is going to make a significant difference for many children in East Belfast for literally generations to come. So to the Minister I say thank you, and I ask him, I note with regard to his pitches strategy, where existing links already exist with a community and a school, I'm thinking of Nettlefield. Might there be options for primary schools as well, please?
Sure.
Well, first of all, can I thank the member for her lobbying on the issue of Bloomfield Community Association. Can I thank her for inviting me out there? We had a fantastic morning a few weeks ago, and there were the photographs there to prove that. And I'm absolutely delighted to be able to provide this support, which, along with Belfast City Council, will ensure that they have the facilities that they deserve. In regards to your school, your club, my priority is to make sure that existing facilities or areas where facilities can be enhanced are given the support that they need to do so that we can help schools and at the same time ensure that there's that community access. So I'm more than willing to look at all options, and I know that the member is very vociferous in her lobbying, and no doubt I will hear more from her on this soon.
Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I very much welcome the £5 million in funding for public realm works in the walled city of Londonderry. That is very welcome news, Minister, on the back of the Austin's announcement as well. Minister, just a few weeks ago we commemorated the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Atlantic and the key role that was played at Edmonton Square. Minister, what support is your department providing to the Maritime Museum at Edmonton Square, and will you commit to ensuring that that project is realised?
Sure.
I'm grateful to the member for his question and for inviting me when I was in a previous job to his constituency and to hear about the plans for the Maritime Museum. And I'm pleased to confirm to the member that this year I will be allocating £500,000 to the Maritime Museum and for its development. It has an incredible story to tell. There's so much history there, a story that's often not told. I want to make sure that we can tell that story, and I hope that this funding of £500,000 will help contribute towards that.
Mr McNulty.
The importance of places to train and play, and yet there is no mention in your statement of either Casement Park or the Football Fund. Can you give us an update?
Sure. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a statement about budget allocations for 2025-2026. The member will be aware that when it comes to Casement Park, there is no confirmed overall budget in place that comes anywhere close to being able to proceed with that development. So that's why there's no money that I have allocated for that purpose. And in terms of the Football Fund, I'm happy to announce once more that after 14 years of that being held up, that is progressing, and I look forward to that money being spent. I will be making a statement on that in due course. How much and whether or not that money is allocated and spent during this financial year is yet to be seen.
Brett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, your statement rightly puts supply of housing right at the forefront, but does the Minister share my concern that the impact of a broken immigration system is having on the supply of housing, particularly in my constituency of North Belfast, where private rental continues to soar and local families are left to languish on waiting lists? What can the Minister do to tackle this disgraceful situation?
Yeah, it's absolutely the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the impact that illegal immigration is having an impact whenever it comes to housing costs in Northern Ireland, and those who are saying otherwise are lying to you. It is a problem, it is a real problem, and it's time that we had a little bit of honesty when it comes to this debate, because ultimately this is a supply issue, and I can inform the House that there remains close to 2,600 individuals in Northern Ireland that are being supported by the Home Office while awaiting a decision on their application for asylum. So those are obviously issues for the UK government. They are the ones that pay through the Home Office for that accommodation. but that still has a pressure on housing costs here as well, because of the increased demand and the prices that mayors are often able to pay in relation to this. Now, the causes of homelessness have mostly remained relatively consistent over the last 9 months, but those who are transferring from being the responsibility of mayors to those who become the responsibility of the housing executive, which is no accommodation in Northern Ireland, section 95. It's the only category that has shown clear growth. So numbers in this category rose from 365 households last July to 578 households in March of this year. And as a result, it's now become the 4th most common reason for temporary accommodation use. This is an issue that primarily lies with the UK government, and that's why it's so critically important that they get their immigration policy right and they deal with those who are coming here outside of the immigration policy that's in place.
Earl Brownlee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his statement. He will not be surprised that I welcome the £1.6 million into Carrickfergus Castle, and thank you for the recognition about how important this asset is to Northern Ireland as a world-class visitors attraction. Minister, could you detail what this investment will entail and what a difference this will make to Carrickfergus and, of course, Carrickfergus town centre as well?
Sure.
Well, I share the members' delight at the money that is being allocated to Carrick Castle, and that £1.6 million will be used for works to the castle vaults and officers' quarters, refurbishment of the cannons and the main gate. I don't know if that takes them entirely back to working order, as they may have been some time ago, but I'm being told that the cannons are being refurbished anyway. There will also be works to the castle sea tower, along with conservation works to Carrick town walls and Carrick gasworks. I believe that the castle is an incredible resource that we have in East Antrim, but I believe that it has been underutilised and underdeveloped in terms of the tourist potential of that area. I hope that this will encourage more people to come into Carrickfergus to visit the castle, and also to spend more time in East Antrim as well before they head up to the Causeway Coast.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for a statement and welcome the fact of 750,000 for musical instruments through the Arts Council. Can the Minister advise what more can be done to streamline the application process?
Sure. Yeah, I'm grateful to the member for raising this question, because this is something that is raised with me frequently. There was a recent Arts Council event for those who apply to the Musical Instruments Fund that took place a couple of Saturdays ago in the Town Hall in Ballymena. That was one of the things that was raised with me time and time again, just about how the application process could be better. Therefore, I have tasked officials with reviewing the application process to make it much more streamlined and to ensure that it doesn't become an obstacle to application.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome your statement here today, Minister. And a question on sport. Building on the success of Olympic medal winners like our very own Rhys McCannigan from my constituency, could the Minister update the House on his plan to grow success through legacy funding? Thank you.
Sure.
Well, I thank the member for raising the incredible success of Rhys at the Olympic Games in Paris last year, and I'll be seeing him today, and I'll be getting an update on that funding that I made available for the medal winners from Paris 2024. That was split between those who were successful, and the funding has been used for new equipment to expand opportunities to participate in sport. So building on that fund, I'm pleased to announce a £1 million capital investment programme under the theme of Olympic Legacy, and this funding will enable our sports clubs and community groups to develop or modernise their facilities or buy large items of equipment, and the objective of the fund is to generate a substantial legacy for sport in Northern Ireland following Paris 2024, and to improve infrastructure and equipment provision.
Timothy Gaston.
much, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to join others in welcoming the statement and plenty of positives that you've outlined, Minister, for your year ahead. I want to pick up on the housing issue, and a note within your statement you have said that we are left in a position to fund less than 50% of the programme for government housing target. Can you enlighten the House? Is that solely down to funding, or is there restrictions in that number being met because of an inadequate sewage network allowing for connections? I have massive concerns that the targets you have set for new housing will be held back with a lack of sewage connections. Can you update the House on what discussions you've had with the Minister for Infrastructure on that issue? Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his hearty welcome for my statement and for his endorsement of it and his endorsement of the job that I am doing. But on the issue, he does mention the serious issue of housing, and clearly, if I had all of the budget allocation that I wanted, if that was met, we still would be able to proceed with the homes. It would just mean we were looking at areas in which there would be capacity in the system, but that's something that we're very keen to look at. But absolutely, on the wider issue of housing, is the lack of wastewater capacity an issue? Absolutely. It is driving up the cost of building homes and completing homes. That's something that I want to see change, and I had met with the Infrastructure Minister's predecessor in relation to this issue. No doubt we will meet on this again soon as well, because infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure in particular is absolutely critical if we are to meet the targets that have been outlined in the housing supply strategy. And I will work with all executive colleagues to make sure that happens, because this is one of the most critical issues that we face.
Alan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker and Minister. I thank you for stepping up, showing leadership to do things differently, to deliver the best use of public money and reduce fraud. And I welcome within your statement today the approach to streamlining the civil service and driving forward with efficiencies when we need them most. And I ask the Minister, could he please outline the impact this will have on vacancies?
Sure.
Well, I've been very clear that I want to make sure that we have the right people in the right place doing the right jobs, and we have to remember that every single post that we have is funded by people who pay their rates and pay their taxes, and therefore we need to make sure that we have the right staff in place. I had announced earlier on that I had 1,000 vacancies that I, for a number of years, haven't been able to fill, and that's the sort of thing that we need to look at. To look at all of our vacancies, I want to make sure that we have the right people in place throughout the department, and that we no longer retain posts that are not needed, because we're ultimately here to serve the public and to make the best use of the resources that we do have. And I'm just wanting to make sure that I prioritise my baseline and that any additional money that I get goes to the right place.
McLean.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this important and far-reaching statement. And I particularly welcome the additional allocation to libraries NI. And as the Minister is aware, I've been championing investment in Newton Ards Library for 20 years. I'm that old. And I'm delighted to see £200,000 being allocated to it. Could the Minister provide some more detail as to the purpose of this money, and if we will see this much-needed new build become a reality? And to copy a colleague, hopefully it's on his watch.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member for inviting me down to Newton Ards Library, and I have to say I found it unacceptable just how small a library that was for a town the size of Newton Ards. I'm really pleased that there are plans in place to expand that. The £200,000 that I have allocated is for work that will need to be done in this financial year to start the process, but that will be part of a wider package of almost £6 million of capital investment from my department. So I'm very pleased that we have been able to deliver for libraries in 5 Mile Town and in Enniskillen. We look forward to doing the same in Newton Ards as well. And Mrs Dodds is also lobbying me in terms of Banbridge as well. No doubt I will hear from other members about the libraries in their constituencies as well. But libraries are an essential resource. I want to make sure that they're fit for purpose, and I'll do all I can to progress this on behalf of the people of Newton Ards and beyond.
Erskine.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his investment in Enniskillen Library. Enniskillen Library is now getting the lion's share of the $1 million that he has allocated, and it's proof he has not forgotten about Fermanagh, and I want to thank him for that. He will remember his visit to Enniskillen Library. It was really, really poor condition, so hopefully we will see Enniskillen Library now as a state-of-the-art library facility. So does he agree with me that investing in libraries is important? It's important investing in library space for the community. And can he provide any time scale for Enniskillen Library itself? Thank you.
I agree with the member. For too long, libraries and I have had to deal with year-on-year cuts and have managed to keep their heads above water despite those financial challenges. This year I've increased their resource allocation and, as the members outlined, provided capital money for libraries, and I hope this will ensure more timely spend for their book stock and ensure that libraries are fit for purpose. Don't have a timeline to share with the member today, but I have no doubt that she will continue to lobby me on this and many other issues in Fermanagh South Tyrone.
Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the statement and for securing special status in the 250th anniversary celebration events for the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Could the Minister provide an update on those plans and what budget has been allocated?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm really proud of this place, and I'm proud of the people that came before us. I'm proud of those who left these shores and had such an incredible impact in the founding of the United States of America. And I want to capitalise on opportunities, because I believe that the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence is just that. And that's why I have announced funding of £250,000 in 25-26 to support both community-based and high-profile cultural events, and my officials are working on the development of a funding scheme. I've already had a number of people from arts and cultural organisations that have come to me with ideas about how they can showcase Northern Ireland, how they can tell the story of people who left this area to go to the United States. Within the US 250 commemoration is being led by the America 250 Commission, and I met with the Executive Vice President, Jen Condon, during my visits to Washington. I was able to secure special status for Northern Ireland, and the Commission is enthusiastic about the opportunities to partner on events to commemorate the anniversary, and I'm pleased to say that the Memorandum of Understanding between my department and America 250 is nearly complete. For me, this is about promoting this place. This is about highlighting Northern Ireland in the United States of America. Some in this House don't seem to like that too much. Some of them would rather that I didn't get standout for Northern Ireland, but I'm going to continue to do that because it will be of benefit to our people right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. Members, that concludes questions on the statement. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the opposition on improving safety at school bus stops. I will ask the clerk to read the motion and ask that anyone leaving the chamber does so quietly.
That this Assembly notes the absence of a legal requirement for vehicles to stop when a school bus is picking up or dropping off pupils, recognises the need for stronger safeguarding measures at school bus stops, particularly in rural areas where road layouts increase risk, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to introduce legislation requiring vehicles to stop for school buses in line with best practice in other jurisdictions.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshal's list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 16 minutes be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Durkin, please open the debate on the motion.
Many of us will have a familiar school day routine and rush. Alarms ringing, the battleground of breakfast, ushering children out the door, ensuring that they have everything they need for the day ahead. Lunch boxes, pencil cases, PE gear, a warm coat. They go to school, they learn, they laugh with their friends, they count down the minutes until the bell rings, and then, just like every other day, they line up to go home, trusting that the same bus that carried them there will bring them back home safely. And with that comes the fundamental, unspoken contract we all hold as parents, carers, school staff, that when we send our children out in the morning to go to school, they will return to us safe and sound. And I'd like to pay tribute to all of those who, almost 100% of the time, play their part in making sure that they do. Our school staff, our bus drivers, and so many others. But for one family, 88 days ago, what should have been just another school day ended in horror and heartbreak. The devastating loss of their beautiful child, Caitlin Rose, who was doing what children across the country do every day, getting off a school bus. I want to thank Stella McMullen for her attendance here today, for her family's incredible courage in the face of such unimaginable grief. I never cease to be amazed and inspired by families who channel their own loss and grief to ensure other families don't have to suffer the same. It's a sad truth, however, that this tragedy is not, or was not, an isolated incident, but one of many. Each life lost is one too many. Across our communities, children have suffered life-changing injuries or lost their lives in similar circumstances after stepping off a school bus. Today, we're also joined by Amelia O'Neill, whose children Fintan and Mary were struck in 2017 and live with life-altering injuries. Rosemary and Bob Hogg, whose 13-year-old daughter Caitlin was killed in 2022 in circumstances tragically similar to those of Caitlin Rose, as well as doctors, leading paediatric consultants who know all too well the consequences of our inaction, and others who work every day to reduce deaths on our roads. Their testimony and their presence here today is moving, and it should move us all, move us into action and to commit ourselves to meaningful change. This motion calls for a straightforward and essential safety measure, a legal requirement for vehicles to stop when school buses are picking up or dropping off pupils. It isn't radical, it's not even new, but it is long overdue. In rural areas in particular, where roads are narrow, footpaths absent, visibility is poor and signage inadequate, this measure could and will save lives. This Assembly has passed road safety motions before. We've commissioned reviews, but today we can't just go through the motions of another motion. This must be a springboard to change, to changing the law to protect children. We do support calls for a broader strategy involving Department of Education, school transport providers and the PSNI. We need safer infrastructure, public awareness campaigns and shared responsibility. We need to review where buses stop and ensure that those spots are safe. But strategy is no substitute for law, which in itself will drive behavioural change. We will be accepting the second amendment, seeking to enhance road safety around schools, and we of course welcome the continued rollout of the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, started by the SDLP, and the commitment to model legislation and best practice elsewhere. We welcome the commitment that we've now seen on social media from the Minister to bring forward legislation that this motion calls for. We'd prefer to have heard it in response to this motion, but that's irrelevant. It's so important that we've got it today and that the families have got it, and I'd like to pay tribute to all of them for the role that they have played in getting us here. Because if we don't do this, then more families will be left with that grief that never ends. And don't just take my word for it. I wish to quote Stella McMullen directly. This can't happen again. No parent should bury their child because we didn't change the law when we had the chance. That chance is now.
Thank you. I call Doug Beattie to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose Amendment 1 and 3 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I acknowledge the tragic death of Caitlin Rose McMullen, Caitlin Hogg and those other school children who have been killed or injured due to our poor road safety and infrastructure. I know my words will never ease their grief, but I want to commend them for the courage they have shown in grief. I also want to commend the member for bringing this important motion forward, because it is important. The member for Foyle is right to focus on improving safety for all our children who transit to and from school. And on that point, the Ulster Unionist Party supports the premise of the motion. However, there are a number of issues we have found in our amendment which is not designed to derail the original motion. It's designed to add value to it in a positive way. And I hope people can listen to the words that I'm saying, because it is positive, because this is far more complicated than people think. Let me explain. The motion calls for the Minister for Infrastructure to introduce legislation requiring vehicles to stop for school buses in line with best practice in other jurisdictions. However, the vast majority of buses used to ferry our children to and from school are not EA buses, but TransLink or private company buses, and are not as clearly marked as many of us would think or many of us would like. For an example, of the 91,500 children who avail of transport to and from school in 2023, only 21,000 are in an EA-marked bus. Therefore, it's near impossible for drivers to know they are to stop because it's a school bus, because they don't know, in many cases, that it is a school bus. That is why our amendment states to call on the Minister for Infrastructure to work alongside the Minister of Education, school transport providers, the PSNI and other stakeholders to bring forward a cross-departmental strategy to improve pupil safety. And of course, from that, we would want legislation. That includes the correct marking of buses. To add to this complication, around 4,800 children do not get a free bus transport on year one, and many travel on buses which are for the general public. So the school children on general public buses which aren't marked. And that's just a year one figure. And remember the lifetime of the child. If they don't get it in year one, they're not going to get it for years 2 to 7. So that number increases. Remember also 4,800 of our pupils get taxis. 8,800 use private buses, mostly unmarked. Of course, the motion is bigger than just making sure vehicles stop for school buses. That's literally the tip of the iceberg. It is also fair to say that bus stop infrastructure is not, in some places, fit for purpose. And indeed, I have witnessed bus drivers drop children off at non-designated bus stops on busy roads with no footpaths. We have a significant number of bus stops which are on country roads with no footpaths or lay-bys for buses to pull into. Our children use these on a daily basis. School children are walking to the bus stops on rural roads with no footpaths. So this is not just an issue of the bus stops. It's how do the children get to the bus stop in the first place on rural roads with no footpath? My office regularly gets complaints from parents whose children get a private bus provided by the EA but still have to walk those rural roads to get the bus. It's not a pick-up service. In Knocknamuckley, near Bleary, for those who don't know, a busy, fast and dangerous road near Bleary, children stand on a grass verge to get picked up by a TransLink bus. And there's absolutely no visibility for oncoming traffic. There are school buses passing children waiting to get to school. The children aren't allowed on the bus as is specified for a specific school, even though it's heading in the same direction. Instead, they are forced to wait for a bus designed for the general public, which is not marked as a school bus. We have school children getting a public bus on roads where cars are allowed to do a minimum of 50 miles per hour. There aren't even islands in the middle of the road to help children cross the road.
Time's up, Mr. Biddy.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I've timed myself out.
Okay. Thank you. I now call Cathal Boylan to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You will have 5 minutes, Mr. Boylan, to propose amendment 2 and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 3 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment 2.
Gormagat Lias Cancorlia. Last Cancorlia, can I firstly welcome the motion coming before the Assembly and send my deepest condolences to those who have lost loved ones in incidents relating to school buses, and indeed all those who have been affected in any way by that. Recent tragic events have refocused minds on this issue, and campaigns on the need for increased vigilance of drivers driving around schools and school buses are important for further improving the safety of all our children. Like other members in this chamber, I wish to welcome the families in the gallery who have joined us today and send them Sinn Féin's full support. The safety of all road users, but particularly our children, is something that we should all be doing more to improve. Too many families have had to endure the heartbreak of losing a loved one on our road. This year alone, 18 lives have been lost on our roads. While this is a reduction on previous years, one life lost is one life too many. And we must make it a priority in this place to do all we can to make sure road safety is a priority right across all our communities. Therefore, Last Cancorlia, in bringing our amendment, Sinn Féin is seeking to highlight work that has already been done. With all the issues we face, a start has to be made somewhere. When we look at schools in particular, the Department's implementation of 20 mile per hour zones at schools goes some way in trying to get people to reduce their speed in these areas. I also note that the review of the current scheme recommends in a third tranche of schools to be included, and I hope that the Minister can say more on this in her remarks. The most recent development in relation to school buses and road safety has been the launch of the road safety campaign regarding the safety of children around school buses. The safety concerns of children getting on and off a bus is worse in rural areas where buses make a number of stops on roads without paths or bus shelters. I hope that people take stock of the messaging campaign and ultimately change their behaviours on the road. Moreover, I want to welcome them and recognise the Minister's commitment to bring forward legislation to improve road safety around school buses, and I am sure she will wish to set out her position during her remarks in this debate. On her amendment, it clearly sets out that any legislation should be modelled on best practice in other jurisdictions to ensure we are introducing the best possible measures to improve the safety of our children. Whether it's advertising, reducing the speed limit outside schools, amending current or bringing forward new legislation, we should all be focused on what will improve. On what will improve the safety of our children on the roads. In closing, Last Cancorlia, I want to make a direct appeal to anyone listening in today. Each of us as drivers can do more to improve the safety of our roads. Slow down, stay focused,
and ignore mobile phones. So let's all play our part to make our roads safer.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, today we are debating an issue that strikes at the heart of our responsibilities, both as on the road as citizens and for ourselves in this chamber. Protecting the safety of our children is paramount. We can't ignore the daily risks faced by young people as they travel to and from school, especially in rural areas where the road infrastructure was not designed with the transportation that we have in mind today. The motion before us highlights the absence of a legal requirement for vehicles to stop when a school bus is picking up or dropping off pupils. And there is a need to explore road safety in that context, and I welcome the Minister's announcement today. In terms of this matter was raised at the Infrastructure Committee by myself in March of this year following the tragic death of Caitlin Rose McMullen, and I pay tribute to all of those families affected and who are in the chamber today, and I apologise that I wasn't able to meet them in person as I was in the chamber for another statement. But in Fermanagh and South Tyrone we have had unfortunately our fair share. In November 2008, Devonish College pupils Nathan Galt and Debbie White were killed in a road accident on a rural road in Florence Court, and it prompted the school to think about reflector strips on their school blazers. The Hogg family, who are here today, and their daughter Caitlin, who also sadly died after exiting a bus in Fermanagh. And sadly, too many young people have lost their lives in Northern Ireland. So we support the purpose of the motion and will be supporting the UUP amendment because it recognises the need for a comprehensive multi-agency approach to pupil safety. This is a cross-departmental issue. It should involve infrastructure and education and also justice through resourcing the police to carry out speed checks and apprehend offenders. A child's journey to school is not confined to the moment they step on or off a bus. Risks are present at poorly lit rural stops, on narrow verges and in fast-moving traffic zones. So any review of legislation must encompass elements such as safer, designated bus stops with protective features, targeted signage and lighting, particularly in high-risk rural areas, driver education, public awareness to shift culture and behaviour, and also ensuring that we have better and more guidance to schools and parents on how to keep pupils safe across their entire journey. The current system at the minute leaves too much to chance, and that ambiguity creates danger, and we must remove the guesswork. So thank you to those who have proposed this motion today.
Call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise as an Infrastructure Committee member, as a Policing Board member and as Chair of the All-Party Group on Road Safety to speak to today's motion. I thank the proposers for having tabled it and each of the proposed amendments as well. I'd like to start by acknowledging the family of Caitlin Rose McMullen, who tragically lost her life earlier this year in circumstances the motion and amendments seek to prevent from happening ever again. I'd also like to pay tribute to the family of Caitlin Hogg, who lost their daughter in 2022 in similar circumstances, and the O'Neill family, whose son and daughter were sadly struck by a bus. I thank them all for joining us for this debate today and for their time before this debate. We like parts in each of the amendments and the motion and are happy to support the will of this Assembly and support the Infrastructure and Education Minister in ensuring no child is killed on our roads when simply going to or from school. As a Policing Board member and at our last All-Party Group on Road Safety, I've been fortunate to have spoken and received updates from Chief Superintendent Sam Donaldson, who speaks regularly about the fatal 5 causes of fatalities on our roads, and we will be fortunate as an all-party group to have him back later this year to hear about the work the PSNI is doing on our roads to keep us all safe. He also speaks regularly about the 3 E's, which are engineering, education and enforcement. I've also been fortunate to speak regularly with the Secretariat of the All-Party Group, Davy Jackson of Road Safety Charity NI, who works tirelessly to educate young people about the dangers on our roads and advocates for greater education, awareness and acknowledgement that driving a vehicle is a serious matter and one that requires vigilance, care and responsibility. This is why there are so many measures outside of legislation that are crucial towards reducing deaths on our roads. If we want to achieve the road to zero, education and enforcement must be everywhere. Drivers must always be aware of the consequences that the way in which they drive are significant. The trend in the statistics suggests the most effective way to reduce road deaths is to increase spending in education, and with the Infrastructure Minister present, I'd be keen to hear her thoughts and views on that during her contribution. Mr Deputy Speaker, in 2023, when this Assembly was collapsed, we sadly saw the highest number of fatalities for some years, but that was also the year in which the least amount of money was spent on road safety education on our roads. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no easy answer towards road safety. Instead, it's consistent hard work across departments and sustained investment into education and enforcement that will ensure all drivers know the impact they can have and how lack of attention can change their life and the life of a family in an instant. Let's all work together as an Assembly to ensure our roads are safe, children are protected, and we see no more needless deaths on our roads. Thank you.
Okay. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. This debate will continue after question time, when the next member to speak will be Declan McAleer. The Assembly is by leave suspended.
We now move to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Mr McCrossan is in his place. I call Orlia Flynn.
Can call your question number 2, please.
Road safety is a high priority for my department, and I'm committed to working proactively to make our roads safer and to address the needs of all road users. Since 2020-21, the department has delivered 2 tranches of part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at 216 schools, which is an investment of £4 million. The department previously piloted this approach at 17 schools, bringing the total number of schools with part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits to 233. A review of the initiative introducing part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at schools has been undertaken and is available on my department's website. The review recommended the provision of a 3rd tranche of part-time speed limits at schools with a more targeted intervention approach. A new policy document has been issued to enable an interim and modest programme to be taken forward in 2025-26. Given current funding pressures, Tranche 3 will be modest in size and will primarily include 2 schools per council area. A programme of schools to be treated in the next financial year is now being prepared, and this draft programme is based on the existing scored listing, but with preference given to rural schools which are located on roads where the national speed limit applies. I am currently considering this draft programme, and I hope to make a formal announcement in the coming weeks.
Ms Flynn.
Much to the Minister for a response. I'm just wondering, the Minister said that a lot of this is still under consideration, but could she maybe inform me if Bunskull Phobal Firstja, which is on the Shaws Road located within a residential area, if it's likely that they will be included in this 3rd tranche of reducing the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, please?
So I am aware that the department has recently received a request for this school to be included in the 3rd tranche programme for 25-26. As I've said, I'm currently considering this draft programme and plan to finalise the programme in the coming weeks. The proposed programme will have, as I've said, a primary focus on schools and rural roads where a national speed limit applies, so it's a speed limit of 60 miles per hour. However, I am very aware that there are schools in urban and residential areas which would also benefit from a reduction in speed limits. I've therefore asked officials to prepare a paper on the use of permanent 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, particularly near schools in predominantly residential areas and places such as town centres where there is a higher number of those walking, wheeling and cycling, and we have been looking at other jurisdictions where this is already in place and the success of that, and it has been shown to work and really improve road safety. So hope to be able to make further announcements on that in the time ahead.
Stephen Dunn.
I would like to welcome the confirmation that it will be progressed, and I would encourage the quick, swift rollout of that. Could the Minister provide an update just on exact timings of when these new signs will be in place? And would the Minister agree with me that the poor maintenance from your department can also compromise road safety in terms of signage, yellow lines, school lines outside schools faded, for example, that also can compromise road safety around our schools?
I thank the member for his question. I suppose to say just in terms of timelines around when this will be introduced, as I've said, I'm currently finalising that draft programme of which schools will be included in the next tranche and hope to be in a position to make a formal announcement very soon. Following this announcement, formal engagement and consultation with the schools that have been selected in this tranche and other stakeholders will then commence. So that will form part of that timeline. In relation to school road markings and road safety signs around schools and other areas, I completely agree that it's important that they are kept refreshed and visible as they do impact on road safety. So where there are issues around signage or road markings that have faded or have become in disrepair, it's important that those are reported to the department, to your section office at the earliest possible stage so that they can be addressed as urgently as possible.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, just in reference there, I think you paid slight reference to it there about the permanent 20-mile-an-hour speed limit zones outside schools. Again, I would welcome to hear that sort of any further information on that, and also just draw the Minister's attention, I'm sure she's aware, to the local village of Dundrum, where there is a school that has a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit at one end of the village, but yet Knockhaven Special School at the other end doesn't have that same 20-mile-an-hour. So again, something like that village there would greatly appreciate a permanent outside the zone. So the Minister could elaborate, I'd be greatly appreciative.
Yeah, I thank the member for raising this, and I suppose In my previous position, just as a constituency MLA and not in my role as Minister, it's something I've lobbied for myself for a long time from coming into the Assembly in 2020. My own child's school has a 60-mile-per-hour zone outside it. So I'm acutely aware just of how dangerous this is and the impact that can have. And I think this is something that we should see outside all schools, because it is about, and we've started the previous motion ahead of question time today, we have to ensure that we're mitigating in every possible way against the risks that present on our roads every single day, and particularly around our school children who want to get to and from school safely. So I had asked from coming into the department, and I know my predecessor had already started work on this, looking at how we can make those permanent and rolling it out, so that we're not having to pick one school over another. I suppose to date, it would be good to see that rolled out further as quickly as possible. Budgets will constrain that, and we have to do it in a phased approach. But I hope that we can get to a place where no school will be left behind, and that we are working through those. So, as I'd said, 233 schools already have the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits outside it, and we're looking at how we can further roll that out, be it in residential areas and other town centre areas where we will have a lot of pedestrians. And we want to encourage, obviously, as the member will rightly be very supportive of, greater use of active travel. And this is one way that we can ensure that active travel routes and in getting people out, whether it's walking, wheeling, cycling, that they can do that in a safer way. And reducing speed limits is one way that we can, I think, help to make those areas safer.
Hunter.
Speaker, Minister, I know a number of schools in my constituency would welcome the extension of the speed limit scheme. Can I ask, off the back of that, will the Minister commit to exploring the implementation of school streets schemes, which would temporarily restrict traffic around schools to improve safety and encourage active travel?
So, as I've said, we are looking at improving safety around schools in general, and that's why I've said about the further rollout of 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. But included in that is in terms of our active travel delivery plan and how we are linking communities with schools and other facilities that are well attended, and that we want to encourage particularly our young people, parents, carers, families to be able to get there safely, whether it is walking, or cycling, wheeling, whatever that may be. So some of the measures that designers are encouraged to consider including the greater provision of greater pedestrian priority at crossings in the vicinity of schools, as well as measures to discourage inconsiderate parking that can cause difficulties for those walking and wheeling. So we are looking at everything in the round, and the work includes the development of a toolkit of measures that can be implemented around schools to help with all of the things that members have outlined here today. So whilst we talk about the speed limits, that's not something that we are working through in the department in isolation. There's lots of other things that are part of that bigger delivery plan that we are working on right across the board. So that's within our urban centres and rural areas, to try and encourage people to get out of cars, but to give them the safe option to do so.
Declan Kearney. Minister.
I'm pleased to advise that it is my intention to publish the new transport strategy to 2035 for public consultation in the coming weeks. In the past month, my officials provided a briefing to the Assembly's Infrastructure Committee in advance of finalising the text of the document. The drafting of text is now completed, and officials are undertaking the final tasks needed for the public consultation. Importantly, this includes measures to ensure the document is accessible for a wide audience, including those that use e-readers or other assistive technologies. My officials engaged with the Inclusive Mobility and Transport Advisory Committee, also known as IMTAC, to help to ensure the requirements of those with special mobility needs are reflected in the wording of the strategy. It's now equally important that we ensure the document itself is inclusive. Transport is fundamental to the growth and development of our society, influencing how we live, work and connect. A modern, efficient and sustainable transport system is essential for our future prosperity. This transport strategy is the beginning of a bold and necessary journey to ensure that our transportation system meets the demands of tomorrow while reflecting the values and priorities of our community today. I recognise that transport is not just about infrastructure, it's about the people who rely on it daily, and my commitment is to build a system that's safe, efficient and inclusive, ensuring that everyone, regardless of their location, their income or their ability, can access the opportunities they need to thrive. The transport strategy is an important first step, and I encourage people to engage in the consultation when it launches to help shape a transport system that works for all and safeguards the environment for future generations.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer.
The emphasis that has been placed within the strategy document on increased access for people with limited mobility and the overall approach towards inclusion. How will the strategy relate to local transport plans?
So, as I've said, this has been a significant piece of work, and we are trying to ensure that it is totally inclusive of all the needs of our society. The transport strategy has a very important role in the preparation of the new suite of transport plans by providing the overarching strategic context, consistency and rationale for transport decisions. The strategy sets out the long-term vision and the overarching strategic goals for the region, whilst the transport plans are more detailed and spatially focused on specific areas and the demographics of those areas and the topography of those areas and how we can ensure these are equitable across the piece. Essentially, the strategy provides the why and the what, while the plan focuses on the how and the when. So I'm very excited about what these will bring, and I hope that members will be fully engaged with those when made available through your local areas, but also on the wider strategy piece.
Philip Brett.
Minister, the transport strategy will aim to increase the use of public transport. One of the key ways to do that is to provide a year-round late-night service from Belfast city centre, not just at Christmas time. The Minister last month met with stakeholders to bring forward a business case to deliver TransLink year-round late-night service. Could the Minister provide an update on that meeting?
So, as the member may be aware, following the debate on the Hill Street pedestrianisation, I had a brief engagement with himself and some of the stakeholders from the city centre. So I am due to meet with the Economy Minister and others to look at how we can further explore an additional service or a better nighttime service for those reasons. So as we move through that, I'll be happy to keep the member updated.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I hope you can give a specific pledge on the night buses. I appreciate that you're still meeting on it, but I think further to Mr. Brett's point, we'd like to see specificity on that. Can I ask about the transport plan and strategy? Will it include actions from the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review? I think it would be illogical to have a transport strategy to 2035 without mentioning the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review.
So the strategy acknowledges the recommendations in the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review and the high-level timeframes that have been presented right out to, as the member will know, 2050. The review has provided the evidence-based framework to inform future investment in the railways across the island of Ireland, and this high-level strategy is for the period up to 2035 and acknowledges that more work is needed to test the feasibility and the affordability of the review's recommendations and to secure the necessary funding to take the projects forward. So, as the strategy is only set out to 2035, I would imagine that will incorporate some of that work. However, the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review reaches, as you know, to 2050, which is a longer-term plan, and we're still working through the feasibility aspects of that. So, hopefully that we'll see delivery of that throughout this period, but it's not specific to that because it is a longer-term plan.
Jim.
Following the introduction of the first residence parking scheme in the north on Rugby Road and College Park Avenue in Belfast, my department completed a review of the scheme and our wider approach to residence parking. Whilst the review found that the scheme introduced in Rugby Road has been generally well received amongst the residents of the area, it highlighted how other such schemes have been difficult to implement. Challenges to progressing these schemes have included the resource-intensive nature of continuous redesigns of potential schemes, as well as the inability to secure the appropriate level of consensus of local residents for a scheme to be implemented, a fundamental premise of the residence parking policy. As previously committed, my department is continuing to work on the development of the residence parking schemes already commenced in the Bogside and Derry and Ivy area in Belfast, and will give consideration to schemes in the vicinity of the new Ulster University campus in Belfast and the Magee campus. Following the publication of the review, there's been a significant level of interest for the establishment of residence parking zones across the north. Given the level of demand and ongoing budgetary and resource constraints, I've asked officials to expedite the development of an application process for demand-led schemes and an assessment process for all potential residence parking schemes to ensure that any requests can be appropriately considered. This process will take into account the findings and recommendations of the review and provide a streamlined approach for considering, assessing and prioritising requests going forward. I am currently considering the officials' recommendations in relation to this, and it's my intention to make an announcement as to how future schemes will be assessed by my department in due course.
Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer.
That's why she has decided to introduce an application process.
So, as I've said, the process of implementing a residence parking scheme is resource intensive, and as highlighted by the recent review, and given the significant constraints on budgets within the department, I must be sure that any scheme proposed for implementation is considered value for money. Before any residence parking scheme can be implemented, traffic and parking surveys are required to confirm the viability of the scheme, and a scheme needs to be appropriately designed to ensure it meets the needs of residents. My department has received over 305 requests for schemes, and given the significant level of demand, the surveying and designing of every request is not feasible. Therefore, there is a need to introduce an application process for demand-led requests, as well as an assessment process for all schemes to ensure that schemes can be assessed and prioritised appropriately going forward, so that those schemes that are actually viable and have the support of the majority of residents can be prioritised then moving forward, to ensure that we are using our resources in the best possible way.
John Bunting.
I'm grateful for progress on this issue. The Minister will know that there are areas in Belfast that absolutely lend themselves to schemes such as this, and I'm thinking immediately of Pasadena Gardens, for example, where bin lorries can't get down because of the parking, and Ballyhackamore is just a nightmare. Could I ask her, in light of this application process, what's going to be required for the process? What types of information are residents going to need to be forthcoming with, and what support can help to move things along?
Yeah, and I thank the member for raising this, and I suppose in my own area I could probably share quite a lot of examples that are similar to those that you have highlighted. I think it is important that we have good quality evidence to show what works well, and in terms of that that application process, as I've said, I'm kind of finalising that at the minute. There's a paper with me, and it's something to ensure that we are ensuring that those areas which are selected, and when we can move to implementation, have everything in place to that we have the support of residents, that they are viable, and that the evidence provided shows that there is a real need for this. So that will vary from area to area. So the specifics of that will be available once we finalise the process.
Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the Minister outline her assessment of the merits of introducing a residential parking scheme or zone around Boat Street in Newry, or around Daisy Hill Hospital and around Daisy Hill Hospital in Newry?
Well, as I've said in my previous answers, there will be an application process. So any of those areas where the member believes that residence parking scheme would be suitable, I would suggest that he would encourage residents to apply for it through that, or through his constituency office, to look at that, because the department can then look at the specifics and the evidence that can be put forward to ensure that this can be considered appropriately.
Deborah Erskine. Minister.
As I have not taken decisions on the 2025-26 budget as yet, I am in the process of considering allocations, which will include road maintenance in line with my priorities, as well as the wider executive programme for government commitments and equality considerations, following closure of my department's equality impact assessment consultation later this week on the 5th of June. I'm keen to get infrastructure right, and I recognise that the road network is a critical element of infrastructure that underpins and supports our society, economy and well-being. Indeed, it is used either directly or indirectly by almost everyone on a daily basis, and we all know the challenges in terms of keeping that network in good condition, and I know how important it is to the people we all represent. The well-discussed funding shortfall and the years of limited service have seen the condition of our roads deteriorate, and it's time we tried something different. That's why a new approach to road maintenance is one of my foundations. We need a new approach to how the road network is maintained, one that focuses limited resources in a way that balances safety and value for money. It should be data-driven and supported by sound engineering judgment and address the problem in a meaningful and, most importantly, a sustainable manner. My officials have been developing a new approach to road maintenance, and we will focus on delivering higher quality repairs instead of spreading resources too thinly, ensuring a more reliable and safer road network where we intervene.
Mr. Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roads are crumbling. Warm words on delivering a new road maintenance scheme with technology. The major roads prioritisation programme delayed, increase in claims because of potholes, road safety put in jeopardy as a result of poor maintenance along our roads. Yet I understand 4.2 million was underspent on roads in the last financial year. Why?
Minister.
Well, as I've just come in at the end of the financial year, I probably don't have all the answers to those questions. But I think it's important to say that, you know, we often, at every opportunity, we look about how we can get additional funding into our roads maintenance area of the department. This is a critical issue for all of us. This is something that we all use the road every day, and we all recognise the huge challenges and the chronic underfunding that the department has seen, that the executive has seen, is directly attributed to what we are seeing every day. So whilst the member may feel these are warm words, I am keen to do something about it, and that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what officials are working on at present. We can't magic money out of nowhere to try and do what's needed to do, in the same way that we have issues with our wastewater infrastructure, but we can't sit in our hands either. So we're looking at how we can find solutions that will help to create more sustainable road maintenance, so that we can move to what needs to be done next, without having to go back to the same areas time and time again, which we have seen, and we've all seen it as representatives and as citizens of this part of the island, that we are continually seeing the same roads having to be repaired. And is that cost effective? That's what we're looking at. How can we do it? Make sure that it is better value for money, that it is more sustainable, that our roads are in a better condition for longer, until such times that we have a bigger budget, which would be ideal for us all. And I'm sure the members' colleagues in the executive would also like to see more money to be able to do what they want to do and what we need to do for all of our public services.
Boyle. Minister for answers so far, but can the Minister provide some detail on the proposed road maintenance strategy?
Yeah, so as I've said, officials are working on a new approach to road maintenance, which will focus on delivering those higher quality repairs instead of trying to spread resources too thinly, which I think will contribute to a more reliable and safer road network where we do intervene. The use of modern technology, as I previously alluded to, will help to direct our investments where they're needed most, ensuring smarter maintenance decisions, and hopefully will future-proof our roads to meet the changing needs of our society, including, as we've talked about earlier, active travel, also reducing the carbon footprint of our operations, and ensuring that the network is resilient after adverse weather events, which we are seeing more and more frequently, and which have a massive impact on the quality of our roads and the structure of our roads. So I look forward to ongoing engagement with everybody in relation to this. As the new strategy is being developed, I think it's important that everyone engages with that as we move forward. And this will be the first time, I think, that something like this has been done. It's not going to be the answer to all our problems, but I hope that certainly it can put us in a better position and see a marked improvement in our roads.
Anna Armstrong. For your responses. Minister, can you give an assurance today that funding allocations for road maintenance are fair across Northern Ireland, given that in this current mandate, in one project in Belfast, 2 miles, the spending was 4 million, compared to 1.5 million on a 30-mile stretch in my local constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone?
Minister.
So this is a question that comes up quite a lot, and as I've said earlier on, as a constituency MLA, it's one I have also asked, and I think it's fair to say that allocations in terms of funding are done in the most equitable way across the north, across all the divisions of DFI roads. There is a very complex methodology of how that is allocated, but it is primarily based on need. So whilst there may be different schemes, and those are worked out by the divisions, the funding stats for each of the divisions are accessible through the department and have been in written questions, and I'm sure the member is aware of those. But how that is then allocated within those divisions are decisions that are taken by the staff in those areas who are best placed to know the needs that are greatest in those areas. So happy for the member if there's specifics to ask in relation to that, and we can follow up with the relevant section offices and the divisions. But I think it's fair to say that we could make comparisons without understanding the mechanics of all of these things and what quantifies as greater need in some areas. But I know it is a very complex methodology, as I've asked these questions myself, and sometimes it maybe doesn't look at the face of it.
Mr. Dixon.
As I've previously met with the member in relation to this issue, and he will know that my department has legislative responsibility to maintain roads and footpaths to an appropriate standard, ensuring the safety of all road users, including pedestrians and cyclists. And this is managed through the provision of infrastructure which is designed and installed to current safety standards. Substandard railings along the Shore Road, Newton Abbey, were identified for replacement due to their poor state of repair. The railings were adjacent to a combined footway cycleway, and the replacement railings were required to be increased in height to 1.5 metres in order to meet the minimum safety standards. My department was not required to consult with the public with regard to the routine parapet upgrade works at this location. However, my officials did consult with Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council with regard to the design of the new railings at this location and provided two options for consideration. Due to the additional cost associated with the bespoke design option, Council confirmed they were content to proceed with the standard railing option in August 2024. My department further highlighted the proposed scheme as planned works in their annual report to Council in November 2024.
Mr. Dixon.
For your answer so far, and indeed, Minister, thank you very much for meeting me on this issue. And as you know, we had the opportunity to express local concerns. You undertook to re-examine this unnecessarily overly engineered barrier, and in particular the chicken wire covering it, not only blocking the view but indeed causing further health and safety issues as a result of the wire on the fence. So will you be soon in a position to respond to the specific issues which I raised with you, and will it be possible to have that unsightly chicken wire which blocks the view of Belfast Loch for residents, commuters and for cyclists? Thank you.
I thank the member for raising this, and indeed in response to the issues which he did raise, and I think it's fair to say he documented and showed me very clearly the key issues that he and his constituents have been concerned about. I spoke to officials and got some updates on why that had been done in the first place. So the wire mesh is an anti-climb requirement as prescribed within Design Standard CD 377, requirements for road restraint systems, which means nothing to you and I, I'm sure, or many of your constituents. So with that said, I had asked, could we look at removing that? Because I do recognise that the view of the loch has been restricted, but also in terms of the aesthetics of that area, which is beautiful, I think that there has been a real issue. So to ensure that we are continuing to meet safety standards, we have probably come to a bit of a compromise, which means that complete removal is not permitted under the standard, but my department is currently considering the removal of the wire mesh between the two uppermost rails, so it will potentially remain just on the bottom one. This would ensure that the views to the lochs are opened up while still providing the required safety intervention for cyclists and others who are using it on the top side. And I think just to mention as well, the member had mentioned to me in part of that discussion his concerns around those who are on the shore side of the railings and the potential for them if someone got into difficulties from getting out. So I've raised that with officials, and I hope that should we decide to move forward with this proposal, that will be a welcome compromise and something that will address the needs of everybody involved.
Neil McAllister.
Please.
Minister.
Since the Belfast Cycling Network delivery plan was published just over 3 years ago, significant progress has been made on many of the short-term schemes within the plan. A scheme on Lagmore Avenue is currently in construction, and West Belfast Greenway Phase 1A is programmed to commence in early autumn. Work is also ongoing on the upgrade of existing pedestrian and cycling facilities on Stranmillis Embankment, and this work will include a new pedestrian crossing to improve the facilities for to improve the linkage between the embankment, Queen's PEC and Botanic Gardens. Environmentally friendly street lighting has been installed on the urban section of the Comber Greenway, and Belfast City Council have laid delivery on sections of Fourth Meadow Greenway and Lagan Gateway. Design work is substantially complete on a further 4 schemes. These are currently at various stages of the statutory process required to legislate cycle routes before construction can commence. Design is ongoing or due to commence on a further 8 schemes, and officials are working to bring a number of these forward for public engagement later this year. Prioritisation of future schemes within the Belfast cycling network is also being considered by my officials, taking into account the emerging Eastern Transport Plan, which I spoke about earlier, and other significant changes that have occurred in Belfast in recent years, not least the relocation of Ulster University and the increased numbers of students we now see living in the city centre.
Moving on to topical questions. Mark Durgan.
Minister confirm if there will be an increase in public transport fares this financial year?
So, as I've said in my earlier answers, we're currently still considering budget allocations and how that will look. I have been working with TransLink, as a member I'm sure will be aware, to look at how we move forward. So I hope to be able to have a decision on that fairly soon.
Mr Durkin.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, your party colleague, Dr Keith Archibald, when Finance Minister, stated that fare hikes were earmarked as a means of getting more income into executive coffers this year. Would the Minister agree that, given the need to make public transport more attractive, i.e. more convenient and more affordable, this is the wrong direction of travel?
Well, there's lots of things we could look at and say that they will bring income into the executive budget. That doesn't mean that we're going to do it. And we have to look at everything in the round. And I think that the Finance Minister doesn't make those decisions. So to say that doesn't mean that that is the direction of travel. However, I do recognise that part of the role that I have and part of the work that I'm doing, which is a priority for the department, is about encouraging people onto public transport. And it is something that I am very cognizant of when looking at any decisions to increase any fares. So with that said, as I said, I will be making a decision this very soon. But I am cognizant of all of the things that we are trying to do and what would potentially go against that.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, staying on public transport, and I look forward to the Loch Neagh rail line feasibility study in the next couple of weeks. But another issue in Lagan Valley for myself for the upgrade is Moira Park and Ride, and we're seeing a delay in delivery there. Can the Minister give us an update on the delivery of Moira Park and Ride and the reason for that delay?
I thank the member for this question. As he will know, in October 2024, my department issued a letter of offer for £6.6 million to TransLink to provide 466 new car parking spaces with safe and convenient links to the Moira train station. The project will also deliver 23 new disabled parking spaces, along with secure cycle parking, CCTV and lighting. Combined with the 89 currently at the station, this will make a total of 578 parking spaces. Work will commence on site later this month and is expected to be completed in full by September next year. So in terms of the delays, I'm not aware of the detail on that, but happy to come back to the member with that, because I know that it's due to start now in the coming weeks, so that's hopefully a good news story.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank the Minister for that. That is really good news that's starting. But DFI roads have failed to address the issue and the urgent need of upgrading the junction on the A26 as you turn in towards the station, and also street lighting from the station towards the village. Will the Minister ensure, as part of that scheme, that the upgrade of Moira Station will include both those, that the street lighting for those walking to the station is included, and as a safety upgrade on the main A26 Nuts Corner to Moira Road? Thanks.
Minister.
Okay, so I'm not aware of that being part of the development. What I can do is speak to officials on that to see if there's any plans that are part of that kind of broader piece of work, and we're happy to come back to the member in relation to that, because I do recognise we obviously are trying to attract more people to use the park and ride and then subsequently use the public transport in that area. So if that is going to look like an increase in traffic volumes in that area, then this is certainly something we should be considering.
Orly Flynn.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on the suicide prevention measures at the Divis and Clifton Street areas in Belfast, please?
Minister.
Thank the member for this important question, and I fully appreciate the significance of the provision of these measures to the Divis and Clifton Street bridges over the West Link. I can confirm that my officials have been finalising the detailed design, contract documents and business case for this scheme at an estimated investment of £1.8 million. It is a significant investment, and as everyone is aware, budgets in this current year are once again overstretched. However, I will be endeavouring to allocate funding to try and get these schemes that are so important for the local communities pushed forward. And I recently met the mental health champion, Professor Siobhan O'Neill, in relation to how we can provide greater safety on bridges for these reasons. So it's something that I am very aware of, and I thank the member for bringing this forward.
Ms Flynn.
Thanks very much. I thank the Minister for her response and for her efforts in trying to get these suicide prevention measures hopefully delivered. It might be hard to answer this question, but does she have any sense of a timeline, given the 1.8 million funding that's required for it? Does she have a timeline when these barriers might be erected?
Minister.
As I've said earlier, as we're still finalising the budget allocations, I would hope that following on from that process, we can look at what those timelines we looked at and ensure to keep the member updated in relation to that.
Trevor Clark.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister, in light of the recent judicial reviews, including that of the High Court ruling of Duff versus Causeway Coast and Glens, and the Lady Chief Justice comments about the importance of adhering to planning policy and climate change commitments, what assessment that the Department has made for the implications for the R21 proposals in the Hightown Road?
Minister.
Well, like everything that we are seeing on the back of the Climate Change Act, there's lots of things that have to be taken into consideration. The recent A5 case is another example of that. So, like with all of those issues, where we need to make further consideration and amend or try to address them, there are things that we can, we will be doing as required.
Mr Clark.
That particular application has been in the system for some years now, and given there's been many various decisions made on by successive ministers, will you play politics with it like other ministers, or will you go be adhered to the planning policy and that of your officials?
Well, I don't play politics with anything. I suppose what I'm doing is what's best for the people that we all represent, and that's what I endeavour to do on all of these issues.
Minister, can I have an update on the introduction of the Water, Flooding and Sustainable Urban Drainage Bill?
Yes, so the drafting of the Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill is complete. I tabled the bill for discussion at the executive meeting of the 29th of May. Some debate took place over certain aspects of the bill, but I hope to secure executive approval for its introduction at the next meeting on the 5th of June. This legislation is a major step forward in helping us meet the challenges in how we manage, use and treat our wastewater infrastructure, our wastewater resources, future-proof the system and get on a path to recovery from years of historic underinvestment. With 7 key policy areas, it forms an integral part of my 3-pronged approach to deliver a better water and wastewater infrastructure system to meet the needs of our growing population and adapt to changing weather patterns. The bill will expand hosepipe ban powers and allow my department to issue future guidance on sustainable drainage systems. It will also provide grant-making powers for homeowners at risk of flooding. Other powers allow NI Water to adopt private drainage infrastructure constructed prior to 1973. It will enable NI Water to repair drainage miscommunications and to recover costs, enable registration of Article 161 agreements on the Statutory Charges Register, and allow my department to make certain regulations for flood management and drainage purposes.
Ms Dillon.
Thank you, Minister, for that. It's very comprehensive, but you've kind of touched on this, but can you explain how important the bill is to your approach to upgrade our wastewater infrastructure?
Minister.
Yes, well, as we've talked about quite a lot in this chamber, here in the north we have seen underinvestment in the water and sewage infrastructure for decades. Capacity issues caused by that underinvestment can constrain and does constrain the development of housing and businesses and can potentially harm our natural environment. To counter this, as I've said, the 3-pronged approach that I'm taking involves seeking to secure additional funding from executive colleagues, consultant and developer contributions to help fund wastewater infrastructure and bringing forward this bill. The bill is important in enabling my department to manage valuable water resources, and as such I believe it should be given the utmost priority. As I've said, I've submitted the bill to the executive. We did discuss it last week and I really hope that we can get agreement on that as soon as possible to enable me to introduce it to the Assembly.
Andrew McMurray.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers thus far, and it's been referenced maybe in a previous question, but can the Minister outline the main indicators her department uses to allocate resources and apportion budget for road repairs and resurfacing?
Minister.
So, as I had mentioned in my previous answer to Diana Armstrong, this is a very technical methodology, so I don't intend to go through the detail of how that is worked out, but I have spoken to officials and I've had answers from officials in relation to written questions and other members' questions on how that is worked out. So we can get a more detailed answer for the member. However, as I've said earlier, this is a needs-based approach and it's looking at where the greatest need is. That also factors in those roads which carry the greatest volume of traffic to ensure that they are repaired quickly as well, and different priorities given to different levels of disrepair that is required. So, but happy to get further information if that would be useful to the member in terms of the exact way that is looked at and considered to hopefully, as it has helped me to understand better how those allocations are made.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and yes, thank you, Minister. I would appreciate that. Just coming on from that, a needs-based approach, Newry, Morning Down District Council in South Down has the largest number of road surface defects of all local government districts and the worst ratio of defects to road length, and these have both worsened over the past year. Can the Minister reassure my constituents that they will notice and they will see noticeable improvements under her department's new road maintenance strategy?
Minister.
Well, that is certainly the intention, and I mean, as you've said, I have looked at even the allocations for the various divisions, which probably cross some of the areas that the member has alluded to. And I suppose, just given what you've said, sometimes the amount allocated doesn't necessarily reflect the level of work that's done. So those divisions, which probably look at Southern Division, for example, has one of the higher allocations, but which will cover part of the area, if not all of the area that the member has mentioned. So. That also tells that the need is significant and continues to be significant. So whilst we can look at who gets the biggest portion of the pie, it still doesn't go far enough. So the overall budget itself doesn't go far enough, which is why we're looking at a new road maintenance strategy to try and address this in a more cost-effective way that hopefully, that is what I hope to see from this, that all of our constituents will see the difference and that we can get longer lasting, more effective results from what is being delivered to ensure that all our road networks are made more reliable and safer for everybody and all that use them.
Sugden.
Minister, is there any discretion in policy or legislation to repair roads that are not in public ownership but have a significant public use and are causing damages to cars with no right of redress?
So, as the member may be aware, this issue around unadopted roads is an ongoing issue, and we're seeing this particularly across whether it's retail parks or whether it's housing developments. And I have many examples in my own constituency, so I can share the frustrations. However, in relation to those unadopted roads, there is a process that has to go through, and it is essentially the responsibility of the developer or whoever has put the road in place in the first instance. In areas where there are shared roads, then it looks like it can be shared between various residents who maybe live along that road, and there's things there, but to bring it up to a certain standard so that it can then be adopted by my department, who then can take on the maintenance going forward. So there are so many unique issues around this, but happy to consider those specifics and provide a more detailed answer where needed, if that would be useful for the member.
Ms Sugden.
I've written to many of your predecessors in relation to a road at Riverside Retail Park in Coleraine, and the issue there is that the road cannot be ascertained who owns it, so there is no right of redress, and it's getting to a point where it's becoming unsafe, and I would expect the PSNI might look toward closing it. So how do we help those people where ownership cannot be ascertained?
So again, it's a very difficult one, because essentially the policy is that where the road is not adopted by the department, we cannot take control of that. And I suppose when we're talking about best use of public money, that is an issue, because there's all sorts of issues that can arise from that if we were to intervene. And given the funding constraints in itself, that is also challenging. And in terms of that specific, I don't really know the answer to it, because if there's no one who has his responsibility, I'm not sure of the specific, as in, is it within the retail park, is it outside the retail park? Happy to look at it again if we could maybe get some clarity around that, because I know essentially, and I'm speaking from experience in my own constituency around the retail park in our area, it's the developer or the owner of the park itself who has responsibility for those issues. However, if there's no one in place to do that, then we could potentially look at what other options may be available and can come back to you.
Okay, we're going to move on to questions to the Minister for Justice. May I call Colin McGrath?
my concerns about the Northern Ireland Troubles Legacy and Reconciliation Act 2023, which marked a significant departure from the Stormont House Agreement, blocked access to justice for many people and caused distress and anxiety for many. I'm not surprised by the Chief Constable's comment that legacy issues contribute to an individual's decision to apply to join the police service, amongst a wide range of other considerations. It's important that our police service is reflective of the communities that it serves, not just in respect of religious make-up, but also in terms of other characteristics such as gender, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation and so on. When communities can see themselves represented in their police service, trust and confidence in policing grows stronger. I'm confident that there is an appropriate legislative framework in place to encourage applications from all underrepresented groups, and we'd emphasise once again that it is incumbent on us all, as elected representatives, to encourage all members of our community to consider joining the PSNI and to help create the societal conditions where that is the most likely to occur.
Mr McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm if she agrees with the evidence of the former Police Ombudsman Nuala O'Loan to the current Northern Ireland Affairs Committee legacy inquiry that, quote, what is required at this stage is a new legacy institution? And does the Minister also agree that there must be an independent public inquiry into the murder of Sean Brown?
Well, there are two separate issues. First of all, with respect to the Ombudsman, obviously the Ombudsman is entitled to set out her own views, but I have been clear that a patch and repair job with respect to the ICRIR is not the way forward. I don't believe that that will build the confidence within the community that we need to see. I know the UK Government, however, are committed to continuing with that structure, but reforming it significantly, and so there is somewhat of a divergence in our views. With respect to the Sean Brown inquest, you will be aware that the matter is before the courts. That is a matter for the Secretary of State and for the NIO, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on matters that are before the courts currently. However, I would say that my thoughts are with the family of Sean Brown and with other families who continue to seek to have truth and accountability around the deaths of their loved ones and have so far been unable to achieve it.
Robert Clark.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and take the Minister back to the original question in terms of the legacy, in terms of trust and rebuilding trust and confidence in policing. And I would also like to concur with her remarks in supporting people from all sections of the community to continue to apply to join the police. However, in the Chief Constable's comments, obviously there's a financial pressure that greater than no other in terms of policing. So can I ask what representation you have made to the Treasury themselves directly in terms of this legacy piece to see if we can come to a conclusion in terms of the funding that can support the police to allow them actually to rebuild trust and confidence in other areas?
Minister.
Well, as you will be aware, representation on behalf of the Executive to Treasury doesn't happen through each individual department, it happens through the Department of Finance, but the case has been made by the Department of Finance on behalf of the Executive. The additional resources needed. I have personally raised the issue of legacy, both with the Prime Minister when I met him previously, and also with the Secretary of State on an ongoing basis, because it is clear that the modern justice system in Northern Ireland, the contemporary justice system on which we rely today, is not properly resourced, funded or equipped in order to deal with the ongoing burden of legacy, and that takes a toll both on the morale and the capacity of our current organisations. It has an impact whether that be on the Ombudsman's Office, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the court system or any other part of the system, and that is not in any way to diminish the rights of the victims who need to get access to that information and to justice and to truth. But it is to say that the UK Government, as that body responsible for legacy, ought to be properly funding it within our system.
Mr
Speaker, and to the Minister as well. Minister, would you agree that the ongoing debacle and treatment of Sean Brown's family regarding his case is also presenting significant barriers, not just in terms of trust and confidence in policing, but the wider criminal justice system?
Minister.
Well, I think that any legacy issue which is contested in the public space will have an impact on people's views of the contemporaneous justice system. That is an inevitability that is unavoidable. I think, however, it's important to note that the decisions around this have been made by the Secretary of State, and that it wouldn't be, I think, appropriate for me to provide any assessment in terms of the Court of Appeal judgment, because that is a matter for the UK Government and it is subject to ongoing legal proceedings, and I don't want to dip into that space as it would be inappropriate. But I am very aware of the hurt and disappointment felt not just by the Brown family but those who support his family in their calls. I I would offer them my heartfelt sympathy. They are continuing to seek answers about what happened to their loved one, as so many families do, and as so many families have been frustrated in doing over recent years. I hope that soon that will come to an end.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, what is your assessment on the extent to which the PSNI's requirement to deal with legacy investigations impacts upon the delivery of contemporary policing and justice priorities?
Minister.
Well, I think there are a number of issues here. I mean, obviously the devolved justice system was never properly resourced for legacy matters. When justice was devolved in 2011, all of the liabilities that related to the ministers who held office prior to that were devolved to Northern Ireland, but no one anticipated at that time that we would be standing here in 2025 with the matters of legacy unresolved. And so the lack of a proper funding package for legacy investigations undoubtedly impacts trust and confidence in policing. It impacts the capacity of policing to deal with contemporary issues, but it also diminishes the confidence of sections of our community in policing to be able to respond to those historic issues. And by the constant association of our contemporary justice system with what went before, I think that there is a danger that we lose sight of the extensive reforms that have happened within all of our justice system during the last 15 and beyond years beyond. I also think that, from my perspective, the resource is probably the biggest challenge that we have. I mean, obviously, the organisations for which my department has responsibility will continue to comply fully with their statutory obligations, but it has to be acknowledged that even if the ICRIR takes over and is in place and is human rights compliant and all of the other things that the government say they intend it to be, there will still be a burden on the justice system, both from those cases which lie outside the strict legal definitions for the ICRIR, but also in servicing the ICRIR in terms of disclosure.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Number 2.
Minister.
The legal framework governing the rights of parents and children vests in the Department of Finance rather than in my department. My department is responsible for the operation of the justice system and courts. I am committed to taking whatever steps I can to improve the operation of the family justice system, and I'm continuing to prioritise action to improve outcomes and the experience of families involved. Together with the Minister of Health, I'm continuing to develop tools under the Private Law Early Resolution Action Plan to support parents to resolve disputes outside the adversarial court environment and to aid the earlier resolution of disputes which do come before the courts. I'm also taking steps under my recently announced Enabling Access to Justice programme to ensure we're effectively supporting the most vulnerable and using resources to best effect. That includes revisiting eligibility and merits tests for the provision of legal aid to ensure resources focused on greatest need and risk of harm. It also includes introducing bespoke delivery models to provide specialist tailored support and advice to vulnerable groups, including victims of domestic abuse involved in family proceedings. Scoping work is also trained to consider the potential to increase the transparency of family courts, whilst ensuring safeguards are in place to protect the privacy of the children and families involved. I recently discussed this matter with the Lady Chief Justice. Her office is giving the matter further consideration, and I hope to be in a position to advise us to next steps in the near future.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Women in particular and families are going through the family courts, and they feel that the operation of the system itself is actually failing them. The work that you've outlined is really useful, and the avenues regarding the exploring of the scoping exercise, the fact that it's underway, is also really helpful. But I'm just wondering, have you any practical suggestions that we could explore, that families could get help more urgently at this time? You know, is it committing additional funding to support those going through the system would also be helpful? Is any of this in your to-do list?
Well, in terms of additional funding, we have set aside additional funding for legal aid in years. So those who are seeking general advice and also who are seeking legal representation where they are enabled and entitled to legal aid should be able to do so more readily. As you will be aware, we also in the last mandate included a waiver for domestic abuse, which was to allow those engaged in family proceedings who had been victims of domestic abuse to have the monetary test for legal aid actually waived in order that they could access it. That has not been the success that we had hoped and does not seem to be as regularly used as we would wish. And one of the reasons for that seems to be the complexity of the application process. So that is something which we're also looking at in terms of simplifying it. Decisions obviously in individual cases are and will remain a matter for the independent judiciary, but any party concerned about the outcome or handling of their case can seek legal advice as to whether or not there are grounds for appeal. There have also been complaints made to me regarding social workers, but those are a matter for the Department of Health, who are responsible for matters relating to their training and regulation.
Minister, what more can your department do to address the lack of children's court guardians impacting on children in the family court system?
I'm aware that the absence of guardians ad litem or children's court guardians has been a significant issue in terms of slowing down access to justice. But if there are specific areas or issues which the member is aware of that she wants to bring to my attention, I'd be more than happy to meet her to discuss it further.
If I may, I'd like to direct the Minister to discuss the domestic abuse space. At present, we're getting significant complaints from those who have been victims of domestic abuse that the non-molestation orders are not as effective as they may be, and that the perpetrators are perpetually in breach of same. Could I ask the Minister if she would, in light of the delay given to prevention orders and notices, what scope has she undertaken to establish the effectiveness of non-molestation orders, and whether anything could be changed to help them be better?
The member's frustration, but non-molestation orders are a matter for the Department of Finance and not for the Department of Justice. Enforcement in individual cases is a matter for the relevant judge, and in reaching decisions, the judge will strive to ensure the paramount consideration of the welfare of the child is not compromised. Breach of a residence or contact order can readily be dealt with through contempt of court proceedings or a summons initiated under General Enforcement Powers in Article 112 of the Magistrates' Courts Northern Ireland Order 1981, which gives the court the power to fine or imprison. However, the best outcomes for children will be achieved if parents avoid the type of acrimonious dispute and entrenched relationship difficulties that can lead to the breakdown in contact and residence arrangements in the first place. That is not, however, possible in cases such as the member referred to, where domestic abuse has played a role, and therefore it is important that we look forward to the DAPOs and DAPINs and the work that my department has been doing along with PSNI colleagues to scope out how the trials of those are operating in England and Wales. You'll be aware of the considerable concerns the PSNI had expressed prior to us going live with that legislation here, and we are now working with our counterparts in England and Wales in order to better understand how they're going about implementing and the structures around that, to see if there is something that we can do in that space that may be more useful perhaps than an NMO.
Thank you, Minister. I've been contacted by many parents who have concerns around how the family court system operates. So could I ask what steps your department is doing to make the family courts more transparent?
Well, I think one of the key things for me is that transparency within the justice system, and particularly within the family courts, has to be balanced against the issue of the private and personal information often related to minors that could be disclosed. So we are looking at this issue, and I think the member will be aware of the work that my department has been doing in that regard. However, it's important that we understand the consequences in terms of the legal system and the consequences in terms of individual privacy. We've been following developments in relation to England and Wales, who have a reporting pilot into family courts, and will continue to monitor that. We are looking more widely at the reporting of family cases, because the Gillen Review and the Shadow Family Justice Board both proposed this, but in both cases it was very contentious. There are very strongly held and differing views on this issue on both sides, so there will need to be detailed consideration. However, I believe that people's understanding of our court system would be enhanced considerably if people were able to, at a minimum, be able to see transcripts, even if those were redacted, so that the individuals in them could not be identified, in order to better understand the considerations that the court makes in reaching its conclusions.
Danny Becker.
It's number 3.
Investigation into complaints of the police are an operational matter for the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland. However, I recognise the potential for abuse of position, including sexual exploitation by persons in authority when engaging with vulnerable persons. I therefore support the direction of travel by the Office of the Ombudsman to develop and take forward a work plan aligning with the key PFG objective to combat violence against women and girls. As part of my consideration of the APONI 2025-26 business plan, I will be giving careful deliberations to those robust and effective processes to ensure they're in place to have accountability and safeguarding.
Baker.
Thank you for your answer, Minister. A recent CGI inspection report noted that as of July 24, the Police Ombudsman's Office had 19 active investigations of abuse of position for sexual purposes. Does the Minister plan to introduce a more comprehensive vetting process and a code of conduct?
Minister.
Well, the vetting of police officers and the employment of police officers is not a matter for the Department of Justice. However, when you look to the CGI report, abusive position concerns and complaints, there are recommendations on how justice organisations should address matters and the timeframes within which they should do so. PSNI, APONI and PPS all have responsibilities in addressing the abuse of position that was referenced. Given that those organisations are operationally independent, for me as Justice Minister, my department, I can't comment on the progress of their recommendations. However, I do agree that it is important that robust and effective processes are in place to ensure accountability and safeguarding. We're certainly supportive of engagement on this issue, and if found to be appropriate, would consider what steps could be taken to improve outcomes, particularly given that the Ombudsman's investigations around abuse of position of trust is in relation to abuse of position for sexual purposes. Given the vulnerability of some of the people in contact with the police, it is important that we have absolute confidence that those individuals involved in that unethical behaviour do not draw other ethical officers into disrepute.
McAllister.
I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, as a member of the Northern Ireland Police and Boards Performance Committee, we often do look at the police officer misconduct that falls under the Professional Standards Department, and we are aware that there are some issues with the processes into that. I just want to ask the Minister if you could provide an update on your department's review of the police officer misconduct process.
Minister.
Well, my department is currently exploring a number of legislative proposals in relation to police officer misconduct. Members will be aware that APONI in their 5-year review brought forward a number of recommendations, and indeed there were a number brought forward from the PSNI themselves, I think 7 in all, in relation to misconduct. Should primary legislative change be required, it may not be able to progress in this mandate given the other legislative pressures. However, whether primary or secondary, that will be subject to a statutory consultation process. It is anticipated that a targeted stakeholder consultation will be initiated within the coming months to look at some of the options that we are considering in the department for making a more robust investment in terms of professional standards. It is also to be said that it is not just about vetting, because I think the member previously had raised the issue of vetting, which I didn't answer. It's not just about vetting people who, when they apply to move into the PSNI, are vetted in advance. It is also about internal vetting, where information that may have come to light about an officer's conduct or behaviour while he is a member of the PSNI should be considered very carefully if he is moving into sensitive roles and if she is moving into sensitive roles which could in any way create some conflict or concern.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Would the Minister be in a position to outline the number of cases of abuse of position for sexual purposes that have been investigated in the last 12 months compared to the previous 12 months?
Minister.
It wouldn't be possible for me to do that because I wouldn't have access to that information directly. However, since 2021, APONI has advised me that they have received around 40 complaints of what they described as police predatory behaviour, and say that they continue to receive an average of 8 cases per year. So they have not suggested that that has significantly increased, but there has certainly been a steady flow.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, question number 5.
Mr.
A late guilty plea can cause particular challenges for victims, witnesses and the justice system. Victims and witnesses will have experienced the considerable stress of anticipating and preparing themselves for a court trial that does not then proceed or does not proceed to its conclusion because of the late change of plea. Seeing sentences reduced following a guilty plea can also lead to a sense of injustice and loss of confidence in the court system. For the justice system, which will have seen a lot of police, prosecution and court time taken up by investigation, case preparation and court scheduling, additional costs will be incurred which could have been avoided if an earlier guilty plea was entered. One of my key aims as Minister of Justice is to drive consistent improvement in the Northern Ireland justice system. With this aim in mind, I've recently published a consultation to seek views on the way in which the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland deals with reductions in sentence length when a plea of guilty is entered, to hear a range of views from the public and stakeholders on what is a critical issue.
Mr Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer outlining the pathway that is required. Can I ask then, in addition to that, what action she as Minister or the Department are taking to address these challenges?
Minister.
The consultation that I referred to will close on the 11th of July, and after that the Department will then carefully consider all of the responses received. I don't think it would be appropriate to predetermine the potential policy solutions that may be introduced until those responses to the consultation have been considered, and it shouldn't be assumed the consultation will automatically result in decisions to change legislation, but it would be fair to say that I am open to doing so. The timing of the consultation has been chosen so that, should change be required and should the Assembly and Executive be minded, there may be an opportunity to progress this as part of the sentencing bill, which is due for introduction in the autumn. That, as you will appreciate, is a challenging timetable. However, with the assistance of Executive and with the Committee's support, I believe that it is entirely achievable.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Someone who changed their plea from not guilty to guilty was, of course, Mr Winston, aka Winky Irvine. Public confidence in the justice system has been damaged by the reduced tariff given to Mr Irvine after letters from apparently the great and the good for work, quote, for peace and charity in the community. Minister, what actions will you specifically be taking? First of all, do you agree that that has damaged confidence in the justice system? And what specific actions will you be taking to review the sentencing rules to improve public confidence after these events?
Well, there is no suggestion.
Note, Minister, something which you brought up the last time about people asking for your opinions. Continues to happen today. But anyway, I leave it in your hands.
Well, as the Speaker knows, I'm full of opinions, but not always willing to share them in this setting. Members will be aware that sentencing decisions are determined by the independent judiciary and based on individual circumstances for each case. The relevant sentencing guidance is available, and the sentence maximum for the offence in question was specified in legislation. And if you read the issued statement by the PPS, they set out the issues around exceptional derogation from that. So all of this is in line with how the courts operate. I don't direct how sentencing is done, only what the maxima are in terms of certain points in legislation. However, more widely, it is wholly inappropriate for members to ask me to comment on sentences in individual cases. To do so is to invite me to interfere in due process, and that is an egregious breach of the firewalls that exist between the political and the judicial spheres. Where a sentence is considered unduly lenient, the Director of Public Prosecutions can refer an eligible case to the Court of Appeal for consideration within 28 days. As the Public Prosecutor has indicated they are considering that, this case remains sub judice, and therefore I don't intend to comment further.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I've already completed the consultation on sentence reduction for guilty pleas, but can I ask the Minister to outline the benefits of a late guilty plea receiving up to 25% reduction in their sentence?
It isn't for me to set that out. That was a judgment made in the courts in a challenge that was taken as to the difference between an early and a late guilty plea. So initially the range available to the judiciary was much greater, starting at 33% for what would be considered an early guilty plea and down to 0 if they felt it was sufficiently late that it didn't merit consideration. That was challenged and now the courts have said that 25 is around the minimum established. From my perspective, it's not about whether or not I think that that is the appropriate level. My issue is about how transparent and open and credible that system is. And therefore, for me, it is about suggesting and testing the water through consultation as to whether, for example, a clear sliding scale against when guilty pleas are entered should be made, so that it is clear what the importance of the guilty plea will be and how that will factor. It also has to be said that it's not only about early and late guilty pleas. It's also about the definition of early. What is early for the court may not be early for the police or the victim or the public prosecutor or the court system. So it may be the first opportunity somebody has to plead in open court at the start of the trial, but it may not have been the first opportunity they had to plead guilty, which would have saved a lot of people a lot of work and time.
Linda Dillon.
Question number 6.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to answer questions 6 and 11 together. I received executive approval to the proposed content of my sentencing bill on the 19th of December 2024. The bill will deliver on a number of the recommendations arising from my department's public consultation on a review of sentencing policy. It will also make provision for Charlotte's Law, introducing measures to encourage disclosure of the location of victims' remains in no-body murder cases, and will introduce a statutory aggravator model for hate crime offences. My officials are engaged with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the process of drafting the provisions for the bill is underway. It is intended that bill will be introduced to the Assembly before the end of 2025.
Ms Dillon.
Thank the Minister for that answer, and I'm glad to hear that the sentencing bill will finally be coming before this House. I think it's really important. Can you give us some sense of what is going to be included in that? And I'm really happy to hear about Charlotte's Law being included, but what else in terms of violence against women and girls? Because we've seen some of the recent sentences and they've been nothing short of absolutely disgraceful for serious crimes against women and girls.
Well, again, I don't want to give opinions on sentencing around women and girls. I can tell you what will and won't be in the bill. However, there will be a statement of the principles and purposes of sentencing, provision to allow further use of community sentences, statutory starting points for life sentence tariff calculation, expansion and simplification of the current unduly lenient sentence referral provisions, creation of a new offence of assaulting those providing service to the public or performing a public duty, creation of a statutory aggravator for vulnerable victims, and increasing maximum penalties for offences causing death by dangerous driving. There will also be measures to encourage the disclosure of the location of victims' remains, to which I referred earlier, which will be known as Charlotte's Law, and provision of a statutory aggravator for hate crimes. However, this is based on the 2016-17 review of sentencing, and considerable work has gone into getting the proposals for legislation in place. I do, however, plan to also launch in tandem a further review of sentencing, which may pick up on some of the issues that the member has raised.
Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for those answers so far. Minister, can I ask you to elaborate and provide an update on that proposed review into further sentencing issues?
Thank you. My department is planning a review of further sentencing issues which have emerged in recent years, and particularly those which have emerged since we went through quite a significant piece of legislative change in the last mandate with domestic abuse and sexual violence. Several issues have been identified at this stage for consideration, including the use of character references, particularly in domestic and sexual violence trials, sentencing for serious sexual offences, sentencing guideline mechanisms, and sentences for drug offences. The review will also consider recommendations arising from the recent review of sentencing in England and Wales, and will hopefully lead to a further sentencing bill at some point in the future.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, the Minister will be aware of my, and I believe the public support for the introduction of Harper's Law here in Northern Ireland, which would require a mandatory life sentence for those convicted of killing a frontline officer, be that through murder or through manslaughter. The Minister had told me in a written answer last summer that she had asked her officials to look at this when scrubbing out this bill. Would she have an update for the House this afternoon?
Minister.
Well, the first thing to say is that every person who is guilty of manslaughter or murder receives a mandatory life sentence. The issue is the length of tariff that is attached to that before they can be considered for parole. We do not, in Northern Ireland, for good reason, have whole life sentences, which is, I think, the model that some are looking for in terms of this issue. The department has looked at the issue, and I'd be more than happy to meet with the member to discuss in more detail. I have some sympathy, I have to say, with the concerns that people have, because when you attack, either fatally or otherwise, someone who is providing a public service, such as a police officer, you're not only attacking that police officer, you are also attacking the community which they're there to protect and serve. And therefore, it's important we recognise the impact on the wider community when such events take place.
David Brooks. Minister.
I'm aware of ongoing issues around the illegal use of off-road motorcycles. Issues such as this, as with any community safety issue, require collective partnership working across local and central government to identify the causes and put in place joined-up long-term solutions to prevent incidents arising and to tackle the cumulative impact that it has on individuals and communities. My department spent considerable resource on awareness raising and supporting a bespoke motorcycle awareness programme, which my department part-funded along with the Department for Communities from 2018 to 2023. Due to the constrained financial position imposed on my department, it was not possible to continue this funding, although both PSNI and councils were encouraged to continue the programme with further programmes organised by PSNI who had secured funding from other sources. Some of the initiatives used to tackle this include the use of education and awareness raising by police and community safety partnerships, jointly funded by my department and the Northern Ireland Policing Board, which includes engagement by community safety wardens in some areas who actively work with the PSNI local neighbourhood teams to tackle the issue. To help address spontaneous and mobile nature of street scrambling, PSNI have advised that local response officers work closely with the Air Support Unit to help tackle the issue. It is a matter that also engages the interests of the Department of Infrastructure as the department responsible for road safety and DFC who lead on sport.
Moving to topical questions, Justin McNulty.
Minister, many people here have expressed concern and outrage at the number of people across the UK and Ireland who have been arrested for protesting peacefully in support of the besieged people of Palestine. What reassurance can you give to people here that they will not be arrested or prosecuted for speaking out against a genocide?
Peaceful protests are an important part of our civil rights. If any person considers that the actions or behaviours of the PSNI when policing peaceful protests are inappropriate, they can lodge a complaint with the Office of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland. However, the policing of demonstrations is clearly an operational matter for the PSNI and they are accountable to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. I am committed to respecting their operational independence, both of the Board and the PSNI, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment. I do feel, however, it is appropriate to say that there is, of course, no law against peaceful protest, but where that protest crosses a line, or where someone is resistant in terms of their engagement with the PSNI, they may breach other laws that have nothing to do with free assembly and free speech.
Just before I call Mr McNulty, over the course of the past few weeks, there has been an increasing from members that they're asking questions about police operations and about how police conduct themselves. There's a place to do that, that's called the Policing Board. You use your members in the Policing Board to do that. This is not the place to be questioning police decisions on the ground at any particular time, and it's not appropriate really to ask the Minister to give her views on those matters, because the Minister can't give her views on those matters. It's as simple as that, and she quite rightly has refused to do that. So I'll call you again, Mr McNulty, for your follow-up question, but I really do caution you as to bringing this type of thing to the floor.
The Minister is at liberty to give her views on, or no views on, the erection of illegal billboards by the main party in government here, whereas she's not able to give a view on peaceful protest against genocide. I find that quite extraordinary. More than 55,000 people have been slaughtered by the State of Israel. Children and women and children are being murdered on a daily basis.
I have a question, Mr McNulty.
It's been live streamed in our homes on a daily basis. Genocide has been live streamed into our homes on a daily basis.
Mr.
What is the Minister's assessment? What is the Minister's assessment of the reality that peaceful protests...
will resume his seat. Stephen Dunn. I've had many troubling conversations with people who are all saying the same thing. The rule of law must apply and be seen to apply and apply equally. Those aren't my words, Mr. Speaker, but that thinly veiled criticism of the Justice Minister comes from the MP for Lagan Valley, Saoirse Eastwood. Minister, Saoirse's right, isn't she?
Well, I could say Saoirse's always right, and that would save me answering the question, because of course she is. But there's no thinly veiled criticism of me as Justice Minister in Saoirse's comments. I think I could stand here too and say that the law must apply and be seen to apply equally to all, and that is why I do the role I do, and I don't allow myself to be drawn into commentary on individual cases.
Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for the answer. How does the Minister then explain the fact that since devolution returned back in 2010, that inspectors have found out, going back to the November 24 report, they have found no meaningful progress in the transformation of our justice system?
Well, first of all, I don't recognise those comments. So when I look, for example, at the improvement in our prisons, there has been ample recognition of the significant improvements, both in terms of safety, security and rehabilitation activity within our prisons. There has been an acknowledgement of additional resources and investment and improvement in witness and victim experience in the court system. There has been acknowledgement of improvement in the time taken to deliver on some of the statutory functions of the department, particularly in issues such as access NI checks and others. There has been a significant improvement in terms of the work that's been done around tackling paramilitarism. So I think if the member wishes to cherry-pick comments out of an individual report, he may have to go somewhat further in his homework, identify the particular report and identify the area of criticism before I'm able to give him a comprehensive answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to outline the challenges posed by the current system of community orders for children?
The current sentencing landscape for youth court disposals for children in Northern Ireland is very complex. There are 7 different types of communities orders available to the courts, and some of which they are rarely, if ever, used. Currently, the orders are provided through different pieces of legislation as well, some of which are more adult than child-oriented, and therefore they're supervised by 2 different organisations, Youth Justice Agency and Probation Board for Northern Ireland. Children can be subject to multiple and different orders at any one time with numerous requirements and under the supervision of 2 different justice agencies. We know from our discussions with children and families, with their parents and guardians, that this can be very difficult to understand and comply with, and the justice professionals who work in this sphere would agree. So that's why the strategic framework for youth justice contained a commitment to update and simplify the community sentencing framework for children.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. Can the Minister give any outline of her plans to deliver a new single youth community order in that case?
Well, we are taking action to streamline, and the Department is currently holding a 12-week consultation, public consultation, on proposals to simplify sentencing framework by introducing a single flexible order which will be supervised by a single organisation in the Youth Justice Agency. The order, both its duration and requirements within it, will be tailored to the seriousness of the offence, the needs and best interests of the child, and the risk of harm and reoffending. It will be underpinned by restorative justice principles, which have been a successful feature of the youth justice system in Northern Ireland for the past 2 decades, and it will enable victims' views to be part of the process. I would encourage anyone who hasn't already engaged with the public consultation to do so.
Maurice Bradley.
Speaker, public safety seems to be the theme here this afternoon. So could I ask the Minister what assessment she has made for the public safety applications following real-term cuts to the policing budget, and whether she will bring forward a revised plan to protect frontline policing in general and neighbourhood policing in particular?
Well, the protection of neighbourhood policing is a matter for the Chief Constable, who has to live within his budget and make decisions about his priorities. It's not for me to tell him where he spends the money that the department gives him. It is, however, important to note that throughout the constraints that my department has been facing, PSNI has not only continued to receive 65% roughly of my department's budget, but has also been at the front of the queue when it has come to additional funding. So, for example, in the Executive's programme for government, we prioritised safer communities, and that's one of the areas where neighbourhood policing and other forms of policing are critically important. But it also recognises that there are other agencies and other departments, indeed, who have responsibility in that space, as it's a cross-executive target. We're now working on a proper strategy that will draw in every department who has a contribution to make. But of the £5 million that my department received in respect of community safety from the Executive in the anticipated June monitoring rounds, which have now been confirmed, 4.75 of that went to the PSNI.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answer. But, Minister, I'm sure like other MLAs, no different from my constituency, response times are a real problem throughout the country, and I don't think, a lot of people out there don't think that we have the numbers to respond to keep this people in this country safe in their own homes and going about their own business. Can the Minister explain why there is a reduction in numbers, and how many numbers does she expect by 2026 compared to 2020 baseline?
Well, I can explain it, and it was because the previous Chief Constable decided not to go out to recruitment in a period when the Executive wasn't actually here, because he didn't feel that he had the confidence in terms of political leadership to be able to spend that money without the political cover to do so. So that's the reason why the figures fell quite dramatically, because as the member may recall, we actually increased police numbers from 7,000 to 7,100 during the last mandate when I was in office. So we've fallen quite far from that, and obviously with attrition year on year, that was quite significant. In terms of how we restore that, as you will be aware, there is a business case that we submitted to the Department of Finance. That has been approved with regard to value for money. There is still an issue about affordability, but that is not unusual with business cases in the Executive, and therefore I'm meeting with the Minister for Finance. I've already met with the Chief Constable, and we will work through the affordability issues. But I would say this: whilst I recognise that I would like to see higher numbers of PSNI officers available to Police Northern Ireland, if you compare Northern Ireland and the number of officers per head of population in Northern Ireland to other regions, we have a higher number of officers per head of population than other regions. And if you compare the number of crimes per head of population in Northern Ireland, we have a lower number of crimes in Northern Ireland than in other regions. So we need to be careful about the line between making a robust case for additional investment in policing, which I think is justified, and talking up a crisis of policing, which I believe is not helpful in terms of public confidence.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to outline her department's proposals for the recording and broadcasting of certain proceedings in the Crown Court and the Court of Appeal?
We have touched, as you will know, on a separate issue around the family courts, but I do believe that the broadcasting of certain court proceedings would be a positive step in terms of improving the public's right to see justice done. I'm proposing in consultation, which was published last Tuesday, that the following aspects of the Court of Appeal and Crown Court would be suitable for broadcast. That is the handing down of a judgment in the Court of Appeal, as well as the submissions of legal representatives and exchanges between legal representatives and the court, and judges making sentencing remarks in the Crown Court. Should there be support for the proposals, primary legislation will be required to provide the Department with the power to permit the recording and broadcasting of these aspects of the proceedings. Given the current legislative programme, this would be progressed in the next Assembly mandate, subject obviously to the incoming Minister and any new Executive agreeing to legislate in that regard.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Minister. Can you outline the safeguards in these proposals to protect victims and witnesses and prevent undue prejudice?
Well, I would want to reassure members that I have no intentions of our courts being opened up to broadcasting in the way that, for example, has happened in the US, where they are a televisual spectacular as opposed to in the interests of justice. However, in our case, what we are talking about here is not a proposal which would allow the recording or filming of victims, witnesses, parties to proceeding, or jurors, or members of the public or court staff. The proposal we're consulting on is to give the Department a power to make secondary legislation, subject to the Lady Chief Justice's agreement, that would prescribe the proceedings and the particular aspects of those proceedings of which broadcasting would be permitted. Even in those circumstances, the decision on filming in a particular case would rest with the judge hearing that case, and recording by the broadcaster would have to be in accordance with the conditions imposed by that judge. Further, the judge would be able to direct that filming is not allowed in the interest of justice or to prevent undue prejudice. In considering any application from broadcasters to film, the judge would take into account any reporting restrictions in place to protect victims and witnesses. If filming takes place, it would be incumbent on the broadcaster not to breach those restrictions, including any entitlement there may be to anonymity.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister. Could I ask the Minister to provide an update on the development of the 2025-2030 victims and witnesses of crime strategy?
Yes, I'm very pleased to have recently launched a new draft Victims and Witnesses of Crime strategy for 2025 to 2030 for public consultation. It aims to ensure victims and witnesses are aware of their rights and are fully informed throughout their journey, and that services are tailored and responsive. We're trying to create confidence in our justice system by empowering and supporting all victims and witnesses with a trauma-informed approach.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. What is the Minister's assessment of the impact of the Commissioner Designate for Victims of Crime since her appointment in 2022?
3 years ago, I established a new role of Commissioner-designate for Victims of Crime for Northern Ireland, and the objective of the role was to give a voice to victims of crime, promote their rights under the Victims' Charter and raise their issues with government and criminal justice organisations. I was also keen that Commissioner would drive forward system improvements for victims of crime and contribute to more cohesive, coordinated and victim-centred criminal justice approaches. I'm grateful to Geraldine Hanna for all that she's achieved during her time in office thus far, and when she has continued to identify and highlight issues that affect victims and affect real change for victims and witnesses within the system. The Commissioner-designate has completed and published her annual report and will produce her second annual report in the coming weeks. But in particular, I think the work she has done on victims' engagement in terms of research, policy influence, disclosure compliance, raising issues such as access to public galleries and courts, remote evidence centres, development of the statutory role for the Commissioner of Victims, as well as awareness-raising media and Victims' Charter compliance, have all made a very positive contribution to the justice system and to victims and witnesses in particular in Northern Ireland.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Justice. We now move. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the point of order. Can I apologise to you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister and to the House for not being in my place when I was called for the first question in question time. I'll not make a habit of it. I apologise.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. McCrossan. We now move to the opposition motion improving safety at school bus stops, and I call Declan McAleer.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on today's motion, and I commend the SLP for bringing this motion. And I'd like to especially welcome families who have lost loved ones through tragedies at buses. I can only imagine the heartbreak that you might be experiencing at this time. Indeed, it's something that, as a parent, that I can hardly imagine what you are feeling. And I know that in my own case, just a few years ago, I actually witnessed my own two children narrowly being hit by a car that sped past the bus as they were attempting to get on it. And that's about 5 years ago, and I know until this day, every single morning, if I'm there in the morning when they're leaving, it's the last thing I tell them to do when they're heading out the front door to get on the bus. And if I'm not there, I would usually ring back to them and say, listen, just be careful, hey, get on that bus in the morning there. It is incredibly dangerous. And I know that this is something that I had raised previously, and I know that DFI and DFI have been engaged in a lot of awareness raising around this. For example, the road, Share the Road to Zero and the road safety resources. But I do think that legislation is absolutely vital to help reduce death and injury in and around school buses and at schools. And I'm glad to note that this is something that the Minister is minded to take forward. And I do think it is important to, obviously we will be going through the various consideration committee and further consideration stages of the bill. And I do think that it's important that when we are doing so, that we do look at international best practice of this. And indeed, when I highlighted this previously, I do have colleagues who teach in the UAE and have friends in Canada. I know, for example, in the case of the UAE, that it is illegal to pass a stationary school bus, and if a driver attempts to do that, they will face a 1,000 AED fine, which is equivalent to £210 fine, and 10 penalty points on their licence. And indeed, in Ontario, in Canada, if a school bus is stationary and the lights are flashing, then a vehicle either approaching or coming from behind that school bus has to stop at least 20 metres away until either the lights go off the bus or the bus takes off. So I think it's important that we get legislation to enforce that there. And I know that there are issues, yes, there are issues whereby not all children travel on very designated, obviously, school buses. But I do believe if there's a political will to sort this, a way will be found, and that will be found through the legislative process. And so I welcome this. I welcome the Minister's commitment, and I hope this legislation can be progressed without any unnecessary delay to help go some way to prevent any further loss of life and heartbreak for families.
Call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The matter before us today is both emotive and important to safeguard children travelling to and from school on EA-provided transport and public transport. The latest figures from 2022-23 highlight the significant number of children relying on bus transport, 42% of post-primary students and 7% of primary school children. This underscores the importance of a robust, well-monitored system that not only provides efficient transportation but prioritises the protection and welfare of our children no matter how they travel to and from school. The devastation caused by road traffic accidents is not just reflected in statistics, it is felt in the lives lost, families shattered and communities mourning loved ones. Each incident is a stark reminder that safer driving is not just a personal responsibility but a social duty. We need enhanced road safety education, increased penalties for dangerous driving and better infrastructure to protect vulnerable road users. We must work collectively to ensure that every journey is a safe one, whether we are drivers, pedestrians, cyclists or public transport users. The responsibility to reduce road traffic collisions belongs to us all. It is our collective responsibility, along with the parents, PSNI, transport providers and all drivers, to ensure that every child or adult who steps onto a bus in the morning returns safely home in the afternoon. As already has been highlighted today, there is no law in Northern Ireland that requires drivers to stop and prevents overtaking of a school bus. The UK Highway Code Rule 208 and 9 near school states, drive slowly and be particularly aware of young cyclists and pedestrians. In some places there may be a flashing amber signal below the school warning sign which tell you that there may be children crossing the road ahead. Drive very slowly until you are clear of the area. Drive carefully and slowly when passing a stationary bus showing a school bus sign, as children may be getting on or off. Obviously that's at near school estates, not out in the countryside or on rural roads. The motion before us and amendments fundamentally want to achieve the same thing, the safety of our children. Other jurisdictions have acted. In the United States and Canada, passing a stopped school bus is a serious offence. In other parts of Europe, there are stricter laws, awareness campaigns and stricter enforcement have made a difference. In March 2025, my colleague Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee and Infrastructure colleagues, wrote to the Minister to scope up options to further safeguard children. We acknowledge that this requires collaboration and the Committee also agreed to write to TransLink and the Education Authority. The whole of Mid-Ulster community was shaken by the tragic death of Catherine Rose McMullen. Her loss is not just a statistic. It is a heartbreak that ripples through her family, her friends, her school and every parent who hears her story. The grief her loved ones carry is a stark reminder of why this issue matters. When a parent sends their child to school in the morning, the natural expectation is that they will come home safely. Sadly, that expectation was shattered, not just the family of Catherine Rose, but other families in the Mid-Ulster area who have lost children due to fatal accidents when getting off a school bus, and is a responsibility to ensure no other family has to endure the pain. Indeed, my own wife's cousin was tragically killed back in the mid-80s on the same road with very, very similar circumstances, so we're brought home to ourselves. I would urge the Minister to work with all other relevant departments and organisations to ensure that our children, our next generation, are safe when travelling to and from place of education. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since becoming an elected politician, like others, I have spent a huge amount of time lobbying for road safety in our communities and at schools. Trying to get things done in this space is frustratingly slow, and I'm always left asking the question, why do we seemingly have to wait for a tragedy before action? The Minister has reacted and announced some welcome legislation today in relation to overtaking school buses, but I would urge her not to let up and ensure the sustained investment evidence shows us is needed to stay on top of road safety happens. Our schools are proactive in road safety and it's integrated into the curriculum at primary and post-primary level. But they are also proactive in identifying risks at their schools and lobbying for interventions to mitigate them, and here we have an issue. I worked with one school in particular to get a simple path that would make getting to school safer for pupils. It would also tick the active travel box and encourage more parents to use public transport because it connected to a park and ride. And it wouldn't cost the earth to deliver, and yet progress has been excruciating. Minister, your department has to find ways to make common sense road safety decisions like this easier, quicker and with more agility. The 20 miles per hour initiative at some schools has had a positive effect, but the call on the UUP amendment to look at some specific infrastructure and road layout suggestions feels like a good one to explore, especially in rural areas. We largely have agreement across the chamber on this issue, But following the recent tragic loss of young Caitlin Rose McMullen, we are not just persuaded by the logic of the call in the motion and the amendments, but we are moved by it. The messaging of the Department's recent campaign states that children are more at risk around a bus than travelling on it. So what does that mean for those of us who are drivers as we wait for legislation? Well, it means this. If you are driving near a school bus, you are no longer in a hurry. You stop. Wherever you have to be, whatever pressure you are under, it is not more important than a child's safety. Slowing down to let those kids get safely off the bus may cost you minutes, but better that than cost a child's life. This is not hyperbole. It is the real-world message that drivers have to get, and I support departments working together to do this. So I want to close by thanking the families who have come here today and laid bare the unimaginable pain and trauma they have experienced to fight for change. You've already prompted some action from the Minister today, and I hope that provides some small measure of comfort through your grief. Thank you.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, no parent should send their child to school in the morning and be worried that they may not come back. And tragically, events in recent months and years have made this a genuine concern for many parents right across Northern Ireland. We must recognise that this danger is particularly acute in rural areas where narrow roads, blind bends and sometimes higher speeds can only magnify that threat. But it is important to point out that these concerns also exist within our busy urban areas as well. Tragically, we have seen too many near misses and in some cases heartbreaking accidents that may have been prevented had there been stronger safeguards in place. Some of those incidents have been referenced here already this afternoon. And we do now need to see action, and we must always remember the families of those that have been most impacted. Primary responsibility for exploring legislative options does indeed lie with the Department for Infrastructure, and as the Minister has outlined since she came into post, that road safety is a key priority for her. This motion does provide her with an opportunity to further demonstrate that with actions, not just words, and I do welcome her commitment earlier today, outside of this chamber, I may add, around this, and I do welcome those steps. But we also recognise that improving road safety around our schools will require a joint-up approach and collaboration between stakeholders and agencies such as DFI, PSNI, Education Authority, the Department for Education, and indeed our local communities and councils as well. All have a role to play. And as was mentioned earlier during question time, the 20-mile-an-hour zones is a welcome step forward. I think they have made a positive difference right across the country in both urban and rural areas, and we do need to see more. I do welcome the commitment of a further tranche, albeit modest, I think was the word used, but I think that is something that should be kept high on the agenda. And I would encourage the Minister to further progress the rollout of that. Additionally, we are still awaiting the publication of the 25-26 Road Safety Strategy Action Plan, which I trust will include measures to improve road safety, not just around bus stops and school routes, but right across our local communities. And I do think there is that gap to look at short, medium and long-term measures that give confidence to parents and also ensure our safer routes to and from school. We know there also can be powerful awareness campaigns and advertising methods, and I do welcome the Department's recently launched advertising campaign highlighting the dangers children face getting on and off buses, and it is important that it spread as widely as possible. I did mention as well during question time the need for proper maintenance around our schools, and I think our section offices should be supported with investment to ensure that warning signage and indeed yellow markings and so on can be kept well maintained, and every effort is made to prioritise and not compromise road safety for all road users, including our school children. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and thanks to all members who have spoken. I now call on the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
And I'd like to thank all the members who have spoken today, and in particular the proposers of this motion on what is a very important issue. And I suppose to say it's something that just a number of weeks ago I had already publicly stated my intention in relation to this, as members have alluded that it was only today, but it actually was a number of weeks ago. But this has sadly been highlighted in the worst way imaginable following the death more recently of young Caitlin Rose McMullen, and I want to also pay tribute to Caitlin Rose's mum Stella, who I met this morning, along with all of those other families who have experienced such a significant loss in this way. And I've met with actually a number of families this morning who have been bereaved through road traffic collisions, and it is something that none of us want to come to our door. So just want to pay tribute to all of those families who use their own experience to drive this message forward in relation to road safety holistically, and the work that they continue to do. Members, as you will all be too familiar with, too many lives have been lost on our roads. Too many families, like those that we have mentioned today, have had their world shattered. Too many people have set out on what is a routine journey, but they have not arrived at their destination and will never return home to their loved ones. And as I've said, I've met with some of those families today. I've met with many of those families during my time in this role, and I've heard their heartbreaking and moving stories. And I pay tribute to them for their dignity and their bravery in sharing their experience, and how they use that to ensure that no one else goes through the emotional trauma and loss that they have had to and continue to endure every day. It's a sentiment we all share, and it's why road safety is such a priority for me. I'm committed to, where possible, implementing initiatives that will prevent lives being lost or forever changed by serious injury. And I want to say this not just as a minister, not just as an elected representative, but as a mother of two small children, who I think about this every single day, no matter what journey we take. So I think for us all, on a very human level, this is something that we all can collectively agree is something that we need to address, and I'm committed to doing that in the best way possible in the time ahead. As you'll all be aware, in the wake of the recent tragedy of Caitlin Rose's death, I had already asked my officials to look at all available options to us to improve bus safety for school children. In doing so, and in order to have a fuller picture of how this is being tackled in other countries, I've looked closely at the legal provisions and measures in place to address this issue in a range of other jurisdictions. Some members have alluded to these in their remarks, and these include the USA, Australia, New Zealand, the South, England, Scotland, Wales, and indeed Canada. And today, as I have said earlier, this is my intention to introduce legislation which will prohibit the overtaking of school buses which have stopped to drop off or pick up school children. But this legislation will not work in isolation, but will be part of a package of measures, some already in place and others which will be in place in the coming weeks and months. And I want to thank Caitlin Rose's mum, because some of the suggestions that she has brought to my attention show me that this is not something that will work in isolation. We have to be looking holistically at everything we can do. For example, I have also mentioned that I'm putting measures in place to reinforce existing policy around the proper use of signs and lights on buses carrying children to and from school. These warning lights are an important tool to help improve bus safety for school children, and under new measures, fixed penalty notices will be issued if this is not done correctly or they're not working. I expect to have this in place by the beginning of the new school term in September later this year. Work to finalise the safety initiatives I have announced was already underway before today, but nevertheless the motion is a welcome opportunity to highlight what can and is being done to address the safety issue for children travelling on school buses. I recently commissioned a new outdoor road safety campaign regarding the safety of children around buses. The campaign highlights a key risk. Children are more at risk around a bus than on it. The call to action for motorists is to watch out for children crossing from either the front or the back of the bus. The campaign utilises point of danger messaging in the form of bus rears and on-street advertising. The campaign went live on the 19th of May this year and is now part of my department's advertising portfolio and will run at regular intervals. Buses display the road safety message across the north of Ireland in both rural and urban areas. The on-street advertising also appears across the north in both rural and urban towns, and officials have developed further information on safety around buses, which is frequently issued through my department's Share the Road to Zero initiative, which is associated with its Facebook and X accounts. My department, as others have mentioned, has implemented part-time 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at 233 schools, and a review of the scheme has recommended the provision of further tranches at targeted schools, particularly in rural areas, which we are currently preparing and finalising for this financial year. Education is also an important preventative measure. There are a number of road safety resources already available to schools, but I think that following my conversation with Caitlin Rose's mummy this morning, I think it would be beneficial that we look at increased and more targeted learning around bus safety, and I hope to engage with the Education Minister in relation to that, as I think there is definitely something that we can do to improve that education, and not only put the onus on motorists but also how we can all play our part in developing that. My department also produces a road safety teaching aid calendar which is available electronically, and the calendar covers a wide range of road safety messages which teachers can also use in the school environment. Our highway code also emphasises that drivers need to take special care around buses and give priority to people getting off a bus and crossing the road. But I do recognise that we do need to do more in relation to that. And I think it's important to point out that in countries such as in the US, where legislation regarding the overtaking of school buses already exists, the package of measures also includes education, enforcement and the use of schools to address school bus safety. The package of measures that I'm introducing builds on the foundations that have been set out in the Road Safety Strategy and accompanying action plan. The strategy is founded on the internationally recognised safe system principles. There is a deliberate focus on safe road use, safe roads and roadsides, safe vehicles, safe speeds and safe people. This strategy gives us a renewed focus to make our roads safer to use for all, particularly those who are more vulnerable, including pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists and horse riders, with the long-term goal of eliminating death and serious injury on our roads by 2050. In addition to what I've already set out here today, I'm also keen to explore how we can work better together with our Blue Lights road safety partners and other departments, including health and education, on joint targeted campaigns and safety improving measures through the Road Safety Strategic Forum and its subgroups. At official level, cross-departmental discussions have already been taking place at pace to make this happen. School bus safety is also a key area of focus for TransLink, and they have led on a number of initiatives over the years to help promote school bus safety and ensure safety measures are communicated effectively. They have also enhanced internal driver training to support this messaging. In summary, I believe that the extensive package of measures that I am introducing have outlined here today will make a difference in safeguarding our children on their journey to and from school in the future. Legislation is not a quick or immediate fix. However, I believe that strengthening the legislation is the right thing to do, and as I've said, I've instructed officials to progress this as a priority, and I hope to do that in the most efficient and effective way. As I recognise we have a short mandate, I think it's important that where we can find an opportunity to do this so we can deliver it in the time frame that we have available to us, that we do so. Members, some of the measures I've outlined require investment while others require legislation, but there's something that we can all do right here, right now, that will help us reach that goal. We can all take more care on the roads. We can all slow down and ignore our mobile phone. We can all have conversations about our shared responsibility as road users with our family and friends. We can all share road safety messaging to ensure it reaches as wide an audience as possible. No budget is required for any of that. No need to wait for legislation. The impact is immediate, and although we may never know it, we could be saving lives. So I hope that I can give assurances to the families here today, to the medics, to all those people that play a key role in the ripple effect that a tragedy such as the death of young Caitlin Rose McMullen can have on many, many people's lives, not least her families, and that we can all use that to deliver something much better that will help to save lives, and particularly the lives of our school children. So I thank the members for the debate today, and I look forward to working with you all to deliver in the time ahead.
Minister, thank you. And I call Linda Dillon to wind on Amendment 2, and you have up to 3 minutes.
And I want to thank everybody who took part in today's debate, and I want to thank those who brought the motion and the amendments that come before the House today. We can't overestimate the significance of this very important issue, which is most vividly expressed by the attendance with us here today in the gallery of families who have been impacted by serious road traffic collisions resulting in the death and serious and life-changing injuries to their children. As others have already outlined, our thoughts are with you and your families, and I am sure that this debate, whilst very welcome, is extremely difficult for you all. I am glad to hear a resounding support from all benches for improved safety for children and young people on our roads, and in that vein I welcome the Minister's campaign launched a few weeks ago in relation to the overtaking of stationary school buses. It's clear that we need to see a change in safety awareness and a cultural shift in relation to it. We must all be aware of the potential danger that we could be to ourselves and others by our behaviour on the roads. As members, we have also outlined that this will require an educational response. And so we need to ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose, robust, compulsory road safety programme as part of the curriculum. And I'm glad to hear the Minister's comments about the engagement with the Education Minister on what more we can do. And I would ask that there's a specific piece of work done by the Education Department with the Education Authority Transport Division to look at the safety of bus pick-up and drop-off points, because we've talked much today about the speeds around schools, but children are getting off our buses on rural roads. It is not around the school that most of these incidents are happening. We all have a responsibility to ensure that we do everything we can as individuals, as leaders in our communities and as legislators to ensure the safety of all road users. And if the Minister's announcement today in relation to her intention to introduce legislation can help to ensure that no family has to suffer the loss and trauma that has been endured by the families with us here today, then that is one positive step forward. Last week, as a member of the Policing Board, I attended the Road Safety Division of PSNI, and I have to say it was a real eye-opener to understand the full extent of the work carried out by this division. And in meeting with the families earlier today, they actually highlighted that they do important work with that division in terms of giving them advice on how their processes work for families and victims. The most important thing to all of us as parents is the safety of our children. And when they go to school every day, we think they will come home. And I can't begin to imagine what it's like for those families who did not have that experience, or who the child that came back to them was not the child that left that morning. So I can't begin to put myself in your shoes. And I know that both what the Minister, Liz Kimmins, has done in recent weeks in launching the awareness campaign and her announcement today, I hope that you will know that we have listened, we have acted, and we will continue to listen, because this is not a silver bullet solution. We need to work with everyone, including families, advocate groups, school and youth groups, young people themselves, and the PSNI and DFI, and want to thank again all of the families who've come here today.
Thank you. And I call Colin Crawford to whine on Amendment 1, and you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members opposite for bringing this very important motion to the floor of the House this afternoon, and indeed all members who have constructively added to this afternoon's debate. Members, the safety of our children travelling to and from school is something that quite rightly unites us in this House. The SDLP's motion raises a valid concern: the absence of a legal requirement for vehicles to stop when a school bus is picking up or dropping off pupils. That gap in our legislation is deeply concerning, and we fully understand the motivation behind the original proposal. However, we believe that improving pupil safety demands a broader and more robust response, and that's why we've tabled our amendment, not to weaken the call for action, but to strengthen it. Our amendment recognises that legislation alone will not solve this problem. Yes, the law must be reviewed, and where gaps exist, they should be addressed. But we must also tackle the root causes of risk through better infrastructure, awareness, and cross-departmental cooperation. In rural areas, especially poor road layouts, inadequate lighting, and inconsistent signage contribute to danger, not just when children board buses, but as they walk to stops or cross our roads. Simply requiring vehicles to stop without addressing these underlying factors risks creating a false sense of security. That is why our amendment calls for a strategy, not just a law. It demands collaboration between infrastructure, education, the PSNI and transport providers to deliver practical measures, safer bus stops, improved warning systems, and targeted public awareness campaigns to change driver behaviour. This is not about dismissing legislation. It is about ensuring any changes are part of a broader evidence-based approach that actually keeps our children safe. Other jurisdictions may have strict stopping laws, but they also invest in enforcement, education and engineering solutions, and we must do the same. I urge members to support our amendment. Let us move beyond a piecemeal response and deliver a plan that protects pupils at every stage of their journey to school. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Patsy McGlone to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, and you have up to 5 minutes.
And I want to begin by thanking all members from different parties who have contributed to this important debate today. The contributions have reflected a shared understanding right across this floor that the safety of children at school bus stops cannot be left to chance. I want to especially acknowledge the families and indeed the doctors who are with us today in the public gallery, families that have experienced in the most devastating way the consequences of a system that doesn't go far enough to protect our children. Their presence today is a powerful reminder that this is not just a policy issue. It's not just about legislation or infrastructure. It is about people. It's about families. It's about children who leave their homes in the morning and deserve to come back safely and well in the afternoon. To those families, I want to say this: thank you for your courage in being here today. Your loss has touched hearts right across this chamber and across the community. Nothing said here today can undo the pain you have suffered, but I do hope that you take some comfort in knowing that your determination and your advocacy are already making a difference. This debate is happening because people listened and because you spoke out. Alaska Corlia, the motion before us notes that at present there is no legal requirement for vehicles to stop when a school bus is picking up or dropping off pupils. That absence of legal clarity leaves children exposed to completely avoidable danger, especially, as has been mentioned multiple times through the chamber, in rural areas where visibility is limited, road layouts are often poor, and vehicle speeds can be dangerously high. We've heard today about near misses and close calls, but we've also heard about real tragedies, including the one marked by those marked by the families sitting with us here today. These unfortunately aren't rare, isolated incidents. They are the direct result of legal and policy gaps that must be closed. As we've heard, many jurisdictions around the world have already introduced clear and enforceable laws requiring vehicles to stop when school buses are collecting or dropping off children. In parts of the US, Canada and elsewhere, drivers know the law. When the lights flash, you stop. Not slow down, not hope for the best. You stop and it saves lives. The children of Northern Ireland deserve no less. This motion calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to bring forward legislation that will bring us into line with international best practice. That legislation must be robust, must be enforceable, and it must be developed in consultation with all the relevant agencies, including Translink, PSNI and education bodies. And I heard the Minister when she said she intends speaking to the Minister for Education about it. But above all, it must be developed with urgency, hopefully within this mandate, because every day we delay is another day that children stand at the roadside hoping that the driver coming towards them is paying attention. That isn't a sustainable position. It's not acceptable. Alaska Corlia, I recognise that legislative change can take time, but I'm glad the focus of today's debate has acted as somewhat of a catalyst. We can't wait until another family experiences the heartbreak that has already befallen those in our gallery today. If we truly believe in protecting children, then we must act as though their lives depend on it, because they do. This motion isn't a call just for law, but for a culture change, for a road safety culture that places children first, for a public awareness campaign that leaves no ambiguity, for a clear, enforceable message. When a school bus stops, so do you. So let's honour the memory of those who have been lost. Let us support those who continue to grieve. And let us work together across parties, across communities, to ensure that no other family has to sit in that gallery because of something that could have been prevented.
Okay, members, before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Doug Beattie, John Stewart, Diana Armstrong and Colin Crawford, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a moment before we move to the next item. Members, order, members. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on a European future for Northern Ireland. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly welcomes the positive step forward represented by the UK-EU deal of 19th May 2025, affirms that any arrangement which reduces friction for businesses is welcomed, supports further alignment between the UK and EU, including via a comprehensive veterinary agreement, notes that Northern Ireland retains a competitive advantage as a result of its guaranteed dual market access, and urges efforts to capitalise on this potential and increase Northern Ireland's voice in EU institutions, believes that the UK's vote to leave the European Union continues to be an act of historic, diplomatic and economic self-harm, further affirms that Northern Ireland's best long-term future will be achieved by rejoining the European Union, an outcome which the people of Northern Ireland can only decisively effect via a vote for a new Ireland under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement, and calls for positive progress on a European future for Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Time flies, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This month, it is 9 years since the UK voted to leave the European Union. Of course, Northern Ireland voted to remain in the European Union. That act, and specifically the way it was enacted in the hardest, most destructive way possible, remains, as our motion says, an historic act of economic and political self-harm. Now, I want this debate to be about the future, not the past. But the events of the past decade are a fundamental part of us understanding how we got here and where we go next, including our detailed options. It's also critical to understanding why we need to choose a different future. In June 2016, as I said, we did choose a different future. Voters in Northern Ireland did. We chose to remain in the EU, but that choice was negated, overruled by a choice made by voters in England. Members opposite are already intervening. I'm happy to take interventions. I'll be generous in giving interventions all the way through from members across this House. But that was a decision made in England, and if the UP members opposite wish to challenge or correct that, I'm more than happy to hear them. I will come back to that point because it's also relevant to our response to the amendment that sits on the order paper. The UK has lost literally hundreds of billions of pounds of economic output as a result of a decision to pursue the hardest Brexit possible. That's no longer a subject for academic debate. It's not a legitimate or a seriously contested point among economists. No serious economist doubts that hard Brexit has cost the UK hundreds of billions of pounds of lost economic output. It's not just a statistical or academic point. That is lost tax revenue that has led to less spending on public services and the constrained spending, the constrained fiscal position that every single party in this House, Unionist, Nationalist and neither, laments on a weekly basis. And of course, it has contributed to the political instability that has plagued not just the UK, but compounded the persistent instability in these institutions. The backstop, the protocol, the Windsor framework. Now, I argued for many of those in the context of it being a protection from the worst consequences of a hard Brexit on this island, but they are all things that every single unionist deeply objects to. Not one of them would exist were it not for Brexit. They literally could not possibly have come into existence were the UK not to have left the EU and left it in the hardest possible way. I again will pause and take any interventions from any member who wants to correct that or challenge the point I've just made. I will, of course.
Accept that those interventions were required as they were because parties like his own sought to thwart the democratic process and democracy, as has been expressed through probably the largest democratic exercise that the United Kingdom had ever undertaken.
I acknowledge his point and he's entitled to make it. I gave way for the purposes of him doing so. I would repeat the point. People in Northern Ireland did not vote for that democratic outcome, and I am coming on, and the purpose of this motion, respectfully, is to deal with people in Northern Ireland making a different democratic choice. But I respect that he chose to leave the EU. But that has consequences for other people in this society, and he and his party, with respect, are going to have to understand that that has consequences. The UK state has changed, Mr Deputy Speaker, changed deeply, changed structurally. There's a difference, economists talk about the difference between a cyclical change and a structural change. Something that's cyclical is something that cycles through the system. Something structural is deeper. It's a change that doesn't get washed through or unwound. The UK state has structurally lost economic output as a result of Brexit, and it has changed structurally as a result of Brexit. It's poorer. It's less influential in the world. You only need to see the sucking up to Trump, the desperation to win that man's approval. You only need to see the progress made by Reform. Nigel Farage's party could well be in government after the next election. You only need to see statements made by Farage and his fellow travellers, including some of the objectionable statements he's made in relation to Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, in the last 24 hours. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, our own party's commitment to the European project has never just been about diplomatic influence or trade. It's been about peace and respect for diversity. It's been about a profound belief that the European context is one that can help solve and make progress in the historic divisions on the island of Ireland, celebrating that diversity. But the EU is also the place where we can deal with the challenges of the 21st century, challenges that go far beyond identity or even some of the challenges of our history. I'm talking about things like tech, human beings' relationship with technology, which at times feels like it can overwhelm us. The European Union is one of the few entities that is large enough to properly regulate and confront the, at times, uncontrollable power of big tech, climate change, and a whole range of other areas. The biggest challenges of the 21st century are going to require cooperation across national boundaries, exactly the kind of cooperation that the EU represents. It is imperfect but hugely important. Now, as I said, our motion welcomes the EU-UK reset. We want it to go further. We think a full-blown veterinary agreement would be a good thing. We've also been a champion the whole way through for our specific arrangements under what's now called the Windsor Framework and our ability to access dual market access. We've championed it proudly and unabashedly when others wouldn't and didn't. We want to go further in the here and now. We want a voice in the European Parliament. We want an EU Commission office in Belfast. I don't have a huge amount of time, but I'm happy to give way since I promised I would.
I know the member is passionate about the EU, and him and I will always have a strong disagreement about that. But would the member agree with me that as a member of a legislative assembly, wanting an EU office in Belfast, in order to petition the EU to do something that he should be doing in this assembly, that is making laws for Northern Ireland, is bordering on the ridiculous?
As a former MEP, I'm happy to take the members' views on board in relation to the European legislative programme. Of course, I am pro-European, and I'm not just making an argument about Northern Ireland here now. I'm making an argument about rejoining in a new Ireland. I recognise and respect the fact that the member will never agree to that, and I would be insulting her if I pretended that she was going to be persuaded. But I am, and lots of people out there are, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that's what I'm just about to come on to. A lot of the time, whenever we debate in this chamber about unionist and nationalist and identity and history, we act as if it's all a binary and that people aren't entitled to make decisions about the future on other grounds. I think lots of people in Northern Ireland do want a European future, not necessarily because they're nationalist. Many of them are from unionist backgrounds, or indeed they aren't unionist or nationalist. They may not even be interested in the constitutional question or identity all that much, but they sense something wrong about the way our politics is currently constituted, and they want to hear about the possibility of a European future. The only way, I don't have time, I'm happy to take interventions later on, the only way they can positively make that choice, and this is why our amendment says so today, is via a new Ireland back in Europe. My own background, my professional background is well known. I was in Downing Street on the 23rd of June. I spent the night there the day the vote happened, so no one can tell me that the UK's politics has not structurally changed. The amendment before us today is a card trick. It pretends to the public that this is a choice between tea and coffee, on the one hand, on the other. It's a bit like saying, well, there's two ways you could get to Derry from here. You could go up, most people go up the A6, but you could also go via Limavady, you could do whatever. It is not the case. It is not the case that this is an equal and opposite choice between two equally plausible outcomes. UK politics has changed. Not one major party in Britain is calling for the UK to rejoin. Not one. I think there's at best a 5% chance of the UK rejoining. But even if the politics of the UK were moving in that direction, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have no ability to shape it. We could vote. There could be a theoretical rejoining of a vote for the UK to rejoin. We could vote 90% in favour of rejoin and still be beaten by English voters. We could vote 90% and still be beaten by English voters. But it's also the case that we have no ability to shape whether the UK rejoins or not. None. It's marginal, it's tiny. And I hear members in the Alliance Party chuntering because they're clearly uncomfortable with the point I'm making, because they have spent an age now making out that this is a question of narrow or even sectarian division. It isn't. This is about a European future, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is only one way the people of Northern Ireland can make that choice, and it's a choice that I and my party am proud to represent. The only way they can make that choice is via a vote for a new Ireland under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement.
Take your remarks to a close. I now call David Honeyford to move the amendment. Thank you. You have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Mr Honeyford, please open the debate on the amendment.
Cheers. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Alliance is a proud European party who want to see Northern Ireland rejoin the EU and have full membership at the first opportunity. We have been consistent on that, but we work to unite people and don't base policy on exclusion. Leaving the EU has been the biggest act of diplomatic and economic self-harm, and practically every stat has shown that the UK economy has struggled since. Thankfully, Northern Ireland's economy has been sheltered from that and benefit from staying within the EU for products. And I want to be really clear that Alliance believes that the best long-term future for this region is within the EU. An amendment? Go quickly.
I want to thank the member for taking it. Would he accept the figures that I have here that shows that the UK since 2010 to 2025 has grown more than Germany in net GDP? German GDP growth was $1,250 billion, and the UK is growing at $1,400 million.
And listen, you want to go back that long because there was a collapse in Germany, and then so let's look at the period. There was a collapse in the UK that you caused and you helped cause. So I would, and we'll get on to that in a wee second. Restoring the 3 freedoms that we have lost is fundamental to us, and we welcome that the UK has finally aligned to closer with the EU. When it came to Brexit, Alliance has led the campaign against Brexit. Brexit was sold as every dream under the sun. It was never defined, and there was never a plan. The campaign to leave ranged from across a spectrum of fantasies that we could stay in the Union, that we're going to, we would bought their BMWs, and we could always have part of that, to parade in the bus about saving $350 million for NHS, to have an all-out at all costs, and who cares what damage it does. And then we forget, and let's not forget, that it was the DUP that were the deal makers within that Tory government, and they chose that option, the hardest of Brexits, destroying our economy, lowering our living standards, and brought trade barriers for our businesses. And they put, and let's face facts, they put a border and trade barriers between our businesses and GB, which then had to be sorted out. Even last week, in the debate around funding North-South bodies, the DUP chose their failed ideology. They chose we were offered greater funding and better resources to grow our economy, to increase tourism, and they chose themselves rather than what's best for people here. They literally spoke and voted to keep people down rather than seizing opportunities to give people living here to create jobs and to grow tourism, exposing again and voting again to reinforce that they have absolutely no intention of making Northern Ireland work. In fact, they vote against everything that would bring any change here. But for the SDLP to lower this debate to the old style, and we've seen the media stuff today, of not farage. In other words, you're using the same arguments as that, and I must win alternative of constitutional politics. It's really disappointing that the SDLP have focused on fear rather than sending out a positive message and a positive debate around the benefits of the EU, and continuing to build a coalition of support that existed from all sides to oppose leaving the EU, rather than being positive and outlining the benefits of EU membership and how it would... I heard a rant, but I don't know what it was saying. Go ahead, sorry, I don't know what it was, but I know when it was Norman speaking, I don't understand it either. So, but how would the EU membership and how it would make our lives the lives of the public better, how we would grow our economy, how we create jobs and prosperity, risking all to fall into the same trap as the very first Brexit debate, with no plan, the farage politics, where the option for change isn't defined and isn't outlined. And I worry that the SDLP set this debate up today to divide, to actually knowing exactly what would follow in this chamber. We're obsessed with Uniteds at this part of the world, whether it's a United Ireland or whether it's United Kingdom. But sitting here listening to both sides of this House, I haven't heard a vision for anything from either. That a vision for a future of what it would look like now or in any of the years to come, other than words that I'm supposed to understand what you're saying. Alliance are not interested in your battles over territory. We don't base our politics on that. Alliance is interested in people and making their lives better. Fundamental for us, fundamental for me, is uniting people. I am more interested in working now to make changes to deliver a better future in 2030, in 2035, in 2040, regardless of the Constitution, regardless of what change may come, may not come. I laid out really clearly, let me through and I'll let you in a second, but I laid out really clearly before what Alliance position and values are in a shared island. I've spoken in here 2 or 3 times now. We will work to unite, to create and to deliver the best health system, to grow our economy, our skills, our education system, to clean up our environment, to look for investment in our communities through arts and sports. Those are the areas that we should, as a House, be uniting around. And I've laid out before, and each of those require a shared island approach to enable the delivery of the best possible public services. The best is what all of our people deserve. And I'm not trying to win any constitutional argument in doing that. Any potential constitutional change or remaining in the UK will be decided by our people, not by the political parties in this House. We came through the trauma of the Troubles, and that ended with the Good Friday Agreement, where no side won, but everybody benefited. In the future of Northern Ireland, regardless of either united, we must provide better opportunities and greater prosperity for all of our people. We all must win, and everybody must benefit. And we are really clear that Alliance believes that is within the EU. Very, very quickly.
I hear the member talking about the Belfast Agreement, but yet his beloved EU set aside and shredded the Belfast Agreement when it agreed to a majority vote in the maintaining of the Windsor Framework Protocol arrangements. How is that supporting the Belfast Agreement?
That's completely not true. That's not a devolved issue that this House... Here, the fact that we had a vote was because of yourselves, so maybe try looking in the mirror before you start firing anything, shots across a chamber. Regardless of anybody's opinion on a new Ireland, it's simply not factual and it's not true to state that it is the only way back into the EU. And that is what has been paraded out today. The mindset of having to win is actually the root of the cause of division, causing further division rather than less. The spirit and values of the Good Friday Agreement of peace and reconciliation brings our community together. It doesn't divide them. It values, and those are the values that the EU was built on. I hear a rant, but I don't know what's been said over here, but yeah. You've got 10 seconds.
I find it quite hilarious for the Alliance Party to stand here today and to claim to be the party of unity when we are the party who led the peace to bring the unity to this place.
Members, resume your seats. Two people can't be on their feet at once. I'll return to the issue once Mr. Honeyford is finished.
Very simply, the SDLP's heads in 1998, it's remained in 1998, and you're not relevant to anybody in today's world, which is why you've 8 members. So the reason this debate is to try and become relevant.
Order, members.
But actually, the pro-European campaign, and this is vital to state, but the pro-European campaign united people across a range of parties. But to suggest that re-entry is only a binary constitutional position potentially alienates a group of people who would want to rejoin the EU, yet currently vote for either unionist parties or don't have a view on the Constitution at all, who remain unconvinced by words towards a united Ireland when there is no plan and nothing in front of them to judge that on. And who could blame them? Because the SDLP have never given us an idea of what that would look like. But using fear isn't the best way to gain support or build our future. The reason for our amendment is to factually state that there are actually 2 entry routes back into the EU, not 1. And the wider coalition against leaving the EU was from a wide base from every background. Building re-entry must keep everybody on board, and every option must be open to us as we build and unite our people. Thank you, Principal Speaker.
Members, before I call the next speaker, I want to tell everyone as clearly as I can that interruptions with sedentary position and chuntering and heckling from any side or centre bench of this House will not be tolerated. I wouldn't hesitate at all, really, to call out anyone who persisted, or members who should know that we're asking to intervene, and when the member isn't facilitating, they should desist from doing that. So from the next speaker on, can all of those participating in such behaviour and all of those who appear to find it humorous or entertaining desist also, so that progress in the debate can be made? I call Declan Kearney.
Ramai Garalias Hion Corlia. Current Sinn Féin Sinn Féin welcomes our participation in the EU with regard to developing new relationships. We will be waiting to see what will be agreed in the months ahead and what that will mean for the 6 counties. Any solution must take into account the difficulties that Brexit has visited on this island.
Sinn Féin has been consistent in our opposition to Brexit. All of the negative consequences which we predicted have materialised. Brexit has been an economic, political and constitutional game changer for all of Ireland. And that reality was affirmed by the European Commission when it said in April 2017 that in the event of Irish unity, Ireland as a unitary state will be fully reintegrated within the European Union. As a result of constructive engagement by the European Union with the post-Brexit landscape, cross-border trade has been protected and it now stands at record levels. The Windsor Framework has indeed sought to insulate local businesses, workers and families from the devastation of Brexit. However, the reality is that full membership of the European Union is better for our island and for everyone who lives and works here. An Irish unity referendum under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement provides the pathway to bring that about. In the meantime, Sinn Féin MEPs Lynn Boylan and Kathleen Function continue to advance Irish national interests within the European Parliament, including representing citizens here in the north. They
are part of very important committees, international trade, regional development,
the European Parliament,
among others.
Palestine, our MEP Lynn Boylan has given expression to the popular demand for the EU to act unambiguously to end the genocide in Gaza, secure a permanent ceasefire and allow unhindered entry of humanitarian aid to the starving people of Gaza. Now, even though the Windsor Framework gives the North a unique designated special status, it also creates a democratic deficit. While we adhere to European rules and regulations, the North no longer has elected representatives in European institutions. And that is why I and others have used every public and private platform to advocate for observer status for political representatives from here at the European Parliament. We too have called for direct engagement between the European Commission with our political institutions here and our officials. And to that end, Sinn Féin has also called for a European Commission office to be opened in the north. And this would help us navigate the issues arising from the Windsor Framework much more cohesively and to institutionalise political connectivity between our power-sharing executive, the Assembly and the European Commission. The best future for all of our people is to undo the economic and political harm caused by Brexit and its supporters through continued and improved relations with the European Union. And of course, the key to fully restoring our membership within the European Union will be delivered through Irish unity and a new constitutional settlement for our island.
Call David Briggs.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I regret to see that the rigorous implementers seem to have fallen out. Here we are, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the constructive opposition who in recent weeks and months have taken to rather disingenuous social media jibes around selective and selective jibes around the finishing times of this place, regular whinges about what is debated on the floor of this House, and they are using one of their own picks on this opposition day on a motion that seeks to rehearse our party positions on the lesser-known issues of Brexit and a border poll. Certainly.
That it was actually one of your own colleagues that made a point of order about the day, an opposition day finishing early, rather than actually being any of us that have raised that point of order.
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was referring more to my following of your leader's TikTok account, but I'll leave it at that. In the current TikTok, indeed. In the current global context, it's also always struck me as curious that we have two nationalist and separatist parties in this place that have the primary objective of achieving full Irish sovereignty over the whole of this island, in order to enthusiastically see it subsumed immediately, in any case, into the ever closer union with Brussels. The pan-European solidarity, however, is not all it seems. They've watched the Republic, who, before Brexit, unlike the UK, had long been a net beneficiary rather than a contributor to the EU, and seen how their infrastructure has been modernised by EU funds. They like the ability to travel and work across the continent freely. Perhaps most of all, Mr. Speaker, the SDLP, in common with the Irish state to which they aspire to join, would say they like those common European values: freedom, democracy, equality. Oh yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are virtues that they hold dear. Though, don't ask them to provide defence for those European values or their allies. The first duty of any credible nation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to provide for the security of its citizens. It's where the Irish state is found wanting and Irish nationalism has a disinterest. The shameful policy of neutrality is an article of faith in the South and on the opposite side of this chamber. They will require this European future to be without threat, because if it is not, don't ask them to pick a side when those values or their supposed allies are challenged by tyrants. They did not when Europe faced its greatest threat historically, and they do not today. There is money for everything, it seems, except for the defence of themselves, their borders and their friends. Irish nationalism is keen to have a European future, but content that His Majesty's Armed Forces and their European and NATO allies continue to pay for and provide its defence. Mind you, this is an SDLP motion, and what could be more socialist than a reliance on other people's money? Moving on then to issues around Brexit and the UK's vote to leave. And it's welcome that the opposition on this occasion do uncharacteristically recognise that this was a UK-wide vote, even if the Social Democratic and Labour Party have shown themselves throughout the Brexit process to not be particularly committed to democracy in terms of honouring the outcome of that vote, which they claim here to be self-harming. I would argue that it was attempts of the undemocratic elements in this place, in London, in Dublin, and indeed in Brussels, that have wrought harm upon Northern Ireland and has meant that Northern Ireland has not been treated fairly or equitably in line with the outcome of the referendum. Yes?
Just interested about the referendum. I'm old enough to remember it. Perhaps the member could explain to us something that has mystified me for quite some time. Who paid for that wraparound in the popular morning newspaper that, seriously, pundits will tell you, influenced UK voters to leave the EU rather than to remain? Where did that money come from, and who funded that?
Well, it's an admirable attempt at deflection, but I would not have those answers for him in any case. But moving on, the SDLP and the rest of the rigorous implementers, including their Friends Alliance, were not prioritising the economy of this place. Certainly they were not prioritising our links to, by far, our largest market for goods, the UK internal market. Instead, they sought to aid Brussels in using Northern Ireland as a punishment, as a price to be paid for the UK for daring to leave. Northern Ireland should have left the EU on the same basis as the rest of the United Kingdom. That it did not was plainly down to the undemocratic Remainers and the weakness of the Conservative government and successive Prime Ministers in standing up to Brussels. No, I'm going to make some progress. Perhaps if I make some progress, although I'm nearly over. Another minute, okay. The best of both worlds remains elusive. Much talked about but never evidenced. The much talked about but never evidenced unicorn of the protocol. I suspect largely because international investors are not mugs. There are many positive reasons to invest in Northern Ireland, but facing friction in trade within one's own country, while also not being a full member of the European Union, has proven to add complications. Lack of clarity, and as those of us on the Democratic Scrutiny Committee can attest, a continuous lack of necessary information from the government. Not the best of both worlds, but instead the greyest of grey areas. That is why the Chief Executive of Invest NI was unable to evidence any significant foreign investment, noting our supposedly dual position as a key incentive. The detail does not line up with the sales pitch. Moves by the current government to reduce friction and minimise divergence is not enough, but in the context of the current arrangements may be an improvement. It does not, nevertheless... Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry for cutting you short, but we'll have to stick to time here. Okay, Robbie Butler is our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. On reading the motion in particular and then the amendment, but mostly speaking to the motion, I found there was 4 sort of obvious tenets to the motion. One was the inarguable realism as it started out. Then there was the arguable perspective on some of the fallout of Brexit and the protocol. Then there were the inarguable contradictions, and then there was the inarguable reframing of the constitutional debate. And for those reasons, we will not be supporting the motion. We will not be supporting the amendment, even if the Alliance were to portray that as being helpful, because it would be tantamount to treating national referendums as hokey cookies. In reality, this motion is riddled with contradictions, half-truths, and a selective reading of both our recent history and our current political realities. And at first glance, the motion appears to be balanced. The first 3.5 lines, 4 lines. It welcomes reduced trade friction. It heralds the dual market access, which has been the mantra for both the Alliance and the SDLP for some time. It talks about pragmatic cooperation with the EU. But then when you scratch the surface, it quickly becomes clear that this isn't about practical governance, it's about political positioning, and more worryingly, an attempt to reframe every recent development as a stepping stone towards a predetermined destination, EU re-entry through Irish unity. But let us begin with the core contradiction at the heart of the motion. It praises dual market access as a competitive advantage for Northern Ireland, something the SDLP and the Alliance have spent years highlighting. Some would argue, rightly so, but then with the same breath, it claims that our best long-term future can only be secured by leaving the UK altogether and fully joining the EU. So which is it? Is it dual market access under the current arrangements, an opportunity to be maximised? Or is it a stopgap en route to something else? We really need to be waking up and smelling the coffee here. You cannot credibly claim to want to capitalise on Northern Ireland's unique trading position while simultaneously arguing that the only real solution is to scrap it and start again. It's a political bait and switch, using the economic argument to smuggle in a constitutional one. The motion also claims to support reducing trade friction, yet champions an outcome rejoining the EU that would almost certainly increase friction with our largest market, Great Britain. That is not friction reduction, it is friction redirection. Then there's the issue of the consent that's at the centre of the Belfast Agreement. The agreement was designed to ensure that both communities had a say in their future and that no change to Northern Ireland's status could come without majority consent. But this motion doesn't read like an invitation to dialogue. It reads like a declaration of intent. A future in Europe, and by implication outside of the United Kingdom, is framed not as one of many options, but an inevitability. And that does not reflect the spirit of partnership or balance promised in 1998 by a co-author, might I say, along with ourselves. So it's quite strange, but not actually that surprising these days. Mr. Speaker, this Assembly should be focused on stability. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, not Mr. Speaker. We should be focused on stability, prosperity, and a pragmatic sense of cooperation. Instead, this motion attempts to retroactively define Brexit as a national error, whilst glossing over the contradictions in its own argument. Members, you cannot celebrate dual access and simultaneously advocate for its elimination. You cannot claim to respect the Belfast Agreement while using it to advance a single unilateral constitutional vision, and you cannot reduce democratic complexity to a binary narrative of historic self-harm versus salvation through Brussels. Yes, I will.
We're giving way, and there's lots of thoughtful stuff in his remarks, but can I say, he says reducing the Good Friday Agreement, the agreement to constitutional outcomes, but isn't the Good Friday Agreement all about respecting constitutional aspiration, including his own?
So the member will know that I have absolutely no issue and totally respect the fact that we have differing constitutional priorities and visions. However, the Belfast Agreement is absolutely clear in that it is about respect and it is not about a single unilateral direction. But this motion is what we're speaking about today, and the last 2 sentences of this motion literally take any other avenue off the table, off the discussion, and fundamentally say there is only one route to achieving the desires of the party. I'm just going to bring my comments to a conclusion and would urge the House to reject both the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Declan McAleer.
The recent reset of EU-UK relations is a positive step forward in rebuilding the bridges that were damaged by Brexit. In a time of global economic uncertainty, it's reassuring to see the removal of barriers between ourselves and our largest trading partner, the EU. This deal promises fewer checks and red tape for our agri-food sector, which is essential for our farmers and rural communities. Keir Starmer has said that the boost to the UK economy would be in the region of £9 billion. However, analysts have pointed out this would only recover a small fraction of the overall cost of Brexit, which in itself confirms it to be an act of historic diplomatic and economic self-harm. As I said previously, here in the north we voted resolutely against Brexit, and its impact has been felt very keenly, especially in our agricultural heartlands. Indeed, as the agriculture spokesperson for Sinn Féin, I just took a look over some of the statistics in terms of the impact. So whilst whenever we left the EU, we were promised that any lost EU funding would be replaced pound for pound. However, whenever we've seen the Shared Prosperity Fund come out, there was no mention of the CAP money being replaced at all. So we were grossly underfunded compared to before. And whilst the British government, the Tory government, did ring-fence the single farm payment budget of £330 million for a number of years, eventually that ring-fence has been taken off, and we're told to find it ourselves. So whilst we thankfully here, our ministers and our parties have agreed to ring-fence that budget within our own under pressure block grant, whilst that's happening down south, our counterparts, they have received £9.8 billion in the period 23 to 27 in terms of the Common Agricultural Policy. Their budget is £2.1 billion this year for the single farm payment. And on top of that, there down south, for example, they've got the sheep scheme, which we don't have here. They've got a beef scheme. They've got a £16 million agri-climate rural environment scheme. They've £320 million capital investment programme for farms. And down south, they have a 0.5 billion rural development programme. We don't actually have a rural development programme here as a consequence of leaving the EU, and that's also in the context of a much more favourable agricultural tax environment. They've got agricultural relief down south, which we haven't got here as a consequence of us being manacled to Westminster. So on top of that as well, and we've heard it week after week at the committee meeting, most recently from the mushroom sector, British Home Office immigration rules is crippling the industry here. The mushroom industry is crippled because they can't get seasonal workers in here. So it's dubious, absolutely dubious, that the British government will ever rerun a Brexit vote. That simply isn't going to happen. So I think it's important that we should have our say. We should let the people here have the choice to either stay in a sinking UK or rejoin the EU as part of a new Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to start off just addressing some points made so far. Just when I was chatting with He's Just Disappeared, the Leader of the Opposition, about the figures around GDP in Germany, I believe the economy spokesman for Alliance, whenever I pointed out the figures, that they were from 2010, I think he was suggesting that they were skewed in some way by the financial crisis in 2008. And he said that we were responsible for it. Now, I wasn't sure if I was responsible for it, the 2008 crash, or perhaps my party's responsible for it. We're responsible for quite a few things, but maybe he meant the United Kingdom was responsible for the financial crash. But I would have to tell him that actually the crash started in the US by a financial firm called Lehman Brothers, and it certainly didn't start in the UK, so that's one we can't be responsible for. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also really feel sorry for the opposition in bringing this motion. I'm not really sure that the Leader of the Opposition warranted the attacks from the Alliance Economy spokesperson in this debate. But that notwithstanding, maybe I'd like to pick up and I'll certainly take an intervention, pick up the Leader of the Opposition in this motion. There's two bits, and I think they're counterintuitive. In part of the motion, it says that Northern Ireland retains a competitive advantage as a result of its guaranteed dual access market. But then later on, effectively, as I read the motion, it kind of
calls for us to rejoin the EU. And I kind of thought it's unusual for a motion to be praising something that then, if you follow through on the motion, you will lose at the end. But if he wants to pick me up on that, I'll certainly take an intervention. Yeah, sure.
I think he'll find that come on, and I appreciate him taking the intervention to good-spirited and debate. My argument is, and I think lots of people agree with this, that in the context of a New Ireland back inside the European Union, there will be a whole range of other benefits, including economic benefits, which will be unlocked. That sounds like a grand promise, but I won't detain him in the middle of his speech to talk about them. Yes, there certainly are dual market access benefits that I'm championing here now, and I'd love to see them continue in the New Ireland. I assume he's now on board with dual market access, given his interest in it.
Well, I'm not sure if the Liberal opposition has a hotline to Mystic Meg in terms of what a New Ireland will actually look like, but I think that's all probably speculation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to reflect my fondness for Europe and the diversity of cultures and language that are present there. I've visited Europe on many occasions. I actually honeymooned there, and I always find that Europeans were very kind and gracious towards you as long as you had to go at speaking the language, which I always did, although that sometimes drew wry smiles. However, that does not mean that I want my country to be in a political and economic union with Europe. I am incredibly proud to be British. Other values are available, and I am proud of that politically, culturally and socially. And our country, my country, was instrumental in the abolition of the slave trade. We stood against, as my colleague mentioned, dictators in the last century who were hell-bent on destroying Europe. And also, during the last century, we had the establishment of the NHS through Prime Minister Clement Attlee, and I believe someone that members opposite may have a passing respect for. And so I do not think it desires, therefore, to be part of a united Ireland, and I will continue to make the case for a union with the 6th largest economy in the world. I thought one example would be useful, because we have talked in very high-level terms in this debate about the machinations of the motion, but at least one impact of what closer EU membership would mean. And this example presented itself at DSC very recently, and it was around something called antimicrobials. These are essentially antibacterial, antiviral and antifungal medicines. These are things that you would treat athlete's foot, thrush or dandruff for. And actually what we found out 2 weeks ago was that there is an EU proposal to make these script only, prescription only. Think about that for 1 second and think about the impact that would have if adopted in Northern Ireland. The impact for pharmacies, the impact for patients whenever you went to get one of these medicines that now you could only get from your GP through a prescription. The impact on our pharmacists and the general workload for the NHS, which, as we all know, is already under pressure. Madam Deputy Speaker, I give that as one example because we do need to understand, from my perspective, what closer alignment to the EU would actually mean. The members opposite clearly are very in favour of it, but I think it is worth reflecting for real-world people out there who may be listening to this that actually these things can have impact. In fact, this is not a problem that the Department of Health have in any way caused, and actually they've been very, very useful. And they have said in that one example, that's one small example that will have an impact on every single person in Northern Ireland, that it's completely counterintuitive to what the Department of Health are trying to do, which is self-care in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that whilst perhaps well-meaning in terms of, and certainly in line with the SDLP's political objectives, that I do not believe, to quote the motion, that Northern Ireland's best long-term future will be achieved by rejoining the European Union, and I would urge members to vote against the motion. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and in the surreal world of Stormont, I rise to speak after a speech that included Mystic Meg's thrush and dandruff, so I will try my best to continue on with some words. Look, I don't have long to speak, so I will get straight to the point, and I believe that our place is in Europe. And the motion from the opposition today is an important one because it offers a moment to consider not just where we are, but who we want to be, who the majority want to be. And if we truly want to be back in the European Union and the many benefits that will bring to us in terms of trade, movement of people, developing communities, then I think we need to be honest with ourselves, and that road now runs through a new Ireland. And to be quite direct, anyone that believes that we will re-enter the EU as part of the UK, doing so is either naive, fooling themselves, or just willfully blind to the reality of where we find ourselves. It will not happen as part of a United Kingdom. That's the hard truth. And if the proposers of the amendment were entirely honest with themselves, they would accept that the UK is not moving back towards Europe. It is drifting further away, and it's doing so with disturbing speed. When far-right voices like reform are gaining ground, when schools are used as political weapons, and when the rich are given bigger breaks and those who struggle are left to fend for themselves, we can no longer pretend that re-entry to the EU is coming from that direction. The British state has made its choice, but we must be allowed to make ours. And I don't say that in anger or in bitterness, but rather it's with a sense of hope for the future. Because that truth gives me the strength every day, is that Northern Ireland has shown the world what peace building looks like. We showed that history does not have to define us, but rather our choices do. Now we have a new challenge and a new opportunity to set a new course as one nation, a new Ireland that will take us back into Europe, back into that single market of over 440 million customers, the stability that there would be for businesses, back into free movement for our young people, enshrining the rights of all and the rule of law, and rejoining a larger family of nations. And I believe in that future, and I believe in it because I've seen firsthand in our communities. I've seen what people in Downpatrick, in Newcastle, in Warrenpoint and further working hard for their communities and looking out for their neighbours. That, to me, is what the EU is about. And that's not something that any of us have to fear. We have lived through a century which we have seen our world become smaller. We are now living in a global neighbourhood, and people like Trump, people like Farage, people like Putin, imperial isolationists will struggle and ultimately fail. Our neighbourhood, our future can be more welcoming, more inclusive and more prosperous. I urge members to think of the future. Think of children, think of grandchildren, think of their future. And if the UK won't take us back into Europe, then we must ask, what or who is that taking us towards? The United Kingdom is no longer united, and nor will it act in our best interests. So let's choose a future that will look after us. I'm on my last two words of thank you, but if you want, I'll let you go in, but if not much.
The UK has just announced today that it's going to invest significantly in defending that neighbourhood. Would he agree that the Irish state would need to step up and do the same for its neighbours?
An arms struggle, just what our world needs at this exact minute in time. Maybe it's that mentality that we need to try and challenge, and I hope that we can challenge that as being part of Europe and not being part of the disunited United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speakers. Well, the rigorous implementers have well and truly fallen out with themselves. Barnier's Brady bunch, who all went down to Dublin together to try and impose the current sanctions here in Northern Ireland, have now fallen out because, unfortunately, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Alliance Party, either through their willful ignorance or intentional neglect, have found out really what the imposition of the protocol was all about. And in fairness to the Leader of the Opposition and to Sinn Féin, they made it clear the entirety of the way through that they seen the implementation of these measures as the constitutional attack on Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. But the Alliance Party, so blinded by their loyalty to their EU masters, went along with it. But unfortunately now, this motion has meant that they're fence-sitting has to come to an end. And I think, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that's why we've seen the benches opposite become so irate with the opposition for bringing this forward, because they have called their political bluff. Instead of spending the entirety of their contributions aiming at the Democratic Unionist Party, insulting those 17.2 million people across the United Kingdom who willfully expressed their democratic consent to leave the European Union, they may wish to look at how they behaved over the past 9 years. It was clear that it was always going to end like this, and when you get caught out, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, you lash out at those closest to you, and I think we've seen the Leader of the Opposition was subjected to that abuse because, unfortunately, he has politically outmanoeuvred them here today. I think the remarks also made, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, expressed why the people of the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, because they see their political leaders speak down to them as if they are intellectually or morally inferior to them because they dare choose to leave the European project. We thought that we would learn the lessons of doing that, but instead we had remarks from members saying that 17.2 million people decided to leave the European Union because of a newspaper advert in the Metro newspaper. I'll just remind the member for both East Antrim and Lagan Valley, who have spent their time attacking the democratic decision, that their constituents, not mine, voted to leave the European Union. Mr McGrath then, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, did a much better job of attacking his sister party, the Labour government, and their terrible policy decisions that they've taken than I ever could. I just hope that when at the next Westminster election, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, when we hear party political broadcasts telling us to vote for the SDLP because they have a great end to Labour and that they can influence their decisions, that Mr McGrath will be a bit more honest with the public, that they have no influence or no say over the issues that the Labour government will decide. Finally, I just want to pick up on some of the points made that we have to be a member of the European Union to preserve peace here in Northern Ireland or to be kind to your neighbour. Let me be very clear once again. The European Union did not deliver peace here in Northern Ireland. It was the general public at large who rejected terrorism from wherever it came from all sides, rejected paramilitarism and stood up to those terrorist thugs that delivered peace here in Northern Ireland. And we don't need to be part of a European project to know what is right from wrong. Looking after our neighbour is a core value of those people here in Northern Ireland, be that you're unionist, nationalist, neither. And we don't need to be a part of a European Union to continue our generosity. I see Mr Honeyford getting quite active in his seat, so I'm happy to give way to him.
I'm just interested, I don't know where that part of his speech came from, but it's interesting that they've caught up now. In 1998, you weren't actually agreeing with any of what you just said. You didn't vote for it. You campaigned against peace. You didn't want to see an agreement. It's good to see you've caught up.
Didn't have too much say at the time of the Belfast Agreement, but this party has never campaigned against peace. This party, unlike your party, campaigned against the release of terrorists who continue to inflict damage on society today. So your party should be the one that's ashamed of themselves, not members of these benches. But Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the people of Northern Ireland want us to be focusing on the issues that matter most to them, fixing our NHS, growing our economy, focusing on the issue of childcare, and that is where the focus of this party will continue to be. It's clear, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that the non-binding motion from the SDLP is not going to pass today. The Alliance Amendment is not going to pass today, but we've managed to spend 2 hours of precious time rehashing the arguments of 9 years ago. But finally, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we have exposed the Alliance Party for what they really were, blindly following a pan-nationalist front that wants to deliver Irish unity.
Call Cara Hunter.
Speaker, and it's been a very interesting debate today, and I welcome the opportunity to respond after what has been an exciting debate. I wholeheartedly push back on the notion that discussing the constitutional question is inherently negative. It is being perceived today as something that by nature is problematic or controversial, and I couldn't disagree more. I'm born and raised on this island. I'm a passionate Irish nationalist, and as a nationalist, I like to talk about our constitutional future, on this island, as is my right, and I respect my right of my unionist colleagues and their ability and their right and their position to argue against me. Because by nature, whatever way you cut it, we all in this place call this place home and are allowed to take pride in our political and our cultural identity and our constitutional belief that is not controversial, that is not divisive. It is actually our historical birthright being born here. While it may be politically beneficial for some to strike down anyone who speaks on a brighter future in a new Ireland, while they, on the fence, are perceived as the good guys who care about the here and now, but I see it differently. Those who condemn this being discussed today, I see that they are enablers for no change. They are the maintainers of status quo, arguably the very deniers of true tangible change on this island. And another good point, the Good Friday Agreement is the backbone of this building. It allows us to live in peace. It allows us the freedom to identify as Irish, as British, as both. It provides, not at this time, no, it provides the right to self-determination led by the SDLP in 1998. And if you feel that makes us irrelevant, feel free to thank ourselves and the UUP on the way out for the peace that we helped secure. The argument against talking about a new Ireland in Europe is fundamentally flawed. To state that any discussion of our political future is divisive is not only foolish, it's entirely incorrect and a disservice to the very essence of the Good Friday Agreement. Painting anyone who wishes to engage in political discussions on these matters as troublemakers, as problematic or stuck in the past, is politically shrewd, but is painfully transparent. Everyone else is the big bad wolf talking about the constitutional question, while a certain party claims to be focused on the everyday issues. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm here to say, thankfully, we in the SDLP can walk and chew gum. We can do both and have done since 1998, and we had a backbone while doing it. Northern Ireland is struggling to work. That is self-evident. Waiting lists, unacceptable lack of support for those in need, and so much more. There is another way to provide a better life for our people here, and we in the SDLP believe firmly that that is in a new Ireland within Europe, and we won't feel awkward and shamed or painted as divisive for believing so. In 1973, both Ireland and the United Kingdom took a bold and visionary step by joining the European community. This move was more than economic, it was symbolic. It represented a conscious choice by both states to move forward on a shared path of peace, prosperity and partnership. Membership of the EU helped the UK secure billions in foreign direct investment, opened its doors to many of the best and brightest minds across Europe, calling here home. Moreover, European integration was the context in which peace was delivered. It helped soften borders, reduce tensions and foster cross-border institutions and solutions. The EU was not a bystander to peace, it was in many ways a guarantor of it. We feel strongly there is an alternative. There is only one real alternative in which Northern Ireland and its people can decisively affect change, and that is within a European future, which the majority of our people want here. It is vital that all of us recognise that our interests are better served as part of a new Ireland back in Europe. How long will our children in the north look to the south, look at a thriving economy, a stable government with endless opportunities, while we in the north can offer our young people so little, which is reflected in the brain drain? Our future belongs in a united new Ireland, and I firmly believe we will see it in our lifetime, and there is still time for those on the fence to recognise the benefits that it can cause all of us across all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Timothy Garson.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The only aspect of the motion that I welcome this afternoon is the public fallout that we have seen between the SDLP and the Nationalist and Republican Alliance of who can beat their chest the most to say they're the biggest Europhiles that exist in Stormont. But by all means, the comedy's good, the crack's good, and I hope they continue it in the weeks and months ahead. Principal Deputy Speaker, the very fact that the SPS deal is between the EU and Great Britain is confirmation that Northern Ireland has already been captured by the EU. The SDLP may try to spin this as a positive step forward, but the facts remain. Northern Ireland is still wholly subject to the EU's customs code. There is no reduction in the customs border or its expensive bureaucracy. EU Regulation 2017-625, which treats Northern Ireland as EU territory and GB as a third country, remains untouched. EU tariffs and checks still apply. Why is the UK government still spending £190 million on Irish sea border infrastructure? The Parcels border still remains. Non-food goods all face the same red tape. And there has been no removal of the Irish sea border, only more PR and deception on offer. On Wednesday at the Executive Office Committee, we were briefed by Executive Office officials who said regulatory divergence from GB isn't an issue anymore. Are the DUP happy that this nonsense is coming from civil servants under the direction of the department led up by the Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pengelly? One official even claimed there is no real issue to EU tariffs on GB goods entering Northern Ireland because businesses can claim the money back. Really? Tell that to Richard Snape, owner of the Wooden Floor Company in Belfast. Speaking on the Nolan Show last month, he outlined how a 49% anti-dumping tariff on wooden flooring from outside the EU has hammered his business. He runs shops in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, but he can no longer move goods freely from GB to Northern Ireland. Yes, he can reclaim the tariff through the duty reimbursement scheme, but what does he have to say about that? It's a huge amount of work. You'd nearly have to bring in an extra member of staff just to do all the paperwork. That's a burden on a small business. And when you're looking at expanding, you should be paying someone to grow your company, not to navigate government bureaucracy. Members, that's the real-world impact of the protocol. That's the reality of the non-existence divergence claimed by the Executive Office officials. Let's be clear, this motion is not pro-business. It has a pro-Brussels, pro-border, pro-break-up of the United Kingdom agenda. This motion and its amendment should be rejected in its entirety. It speaks for Europhiles and border builders. It doesn't speak for the businesses impacted by the very thing it claims to champion.
Thank you, Mr Gosling. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When I became an MLA, like every MLA in this House, I was required under the Northern Ireland Act 1998 to designate as a unionist, nationalist or other. And I have no difficulty in being honest about a view that I have every right to hold, as provided for in the Good Friday Agreement. In fact, I believe I have a responsibility to take a position, not least because of our past and what we shouldn't go back to, but because of our future, in that choice one day might be put to a referendum. And I appreciate that for many people, constitutional identity isn't a daily concern. But as an elected representative, I know that it shapes how we fund, deliver and improve public services. And that would look very different in a United Ireland compared with in a United Kingdom. I'm a unionist because I believe the union gives us a most stable and fair foundation in which to deliver for everyone in Northern Ireland through properly resourced public services and a model that redistributes according to need. That doesn't make me sectarian, doesn't make me orange as opposed to green. Indeed, I think I'm both and every colour in between. But it makes me focused on how we best meet the needs of the people we were elected to represent. Principal Deputy Speaker, I must say I'm quite disappointed by this motion. Those who have proposed it will have known that unionists cannot support it, and in doing so, they've moved away from the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement, which recognises that Northern Ireland's future is a matter for its people, not for motions that promote one outcome over another in this chamber. The motion goes beyond economic cooperation. It uses trade language to advance a constitutional project pointing towards Irish unity and EU re-entry. And of course, as a unionist, I cannot support that. So what was the end outcome of this debate? To divide this House? That's disappointing. Look, I fully respect those who hold a different view to me. Nationalism is a legitimate aspiration just as unionism is. The agreement didn't ask us to abandon those identities. It asked us to express them peacefully and with respect. Of course, we have serious challenges in public services in this context. Health services under severe pressure, the housing system is stretched beyond breaking point, and our education sector is having to choose between cost and developing our children the way we should be. And these challenges are not unique to us, but they are perhaps in a more critical state because of years of political instability and dysfunction. Yet despite all that, the Union still gives us the means, if properly governed, to protect and improve public services in a way that is fair and equitable. Too often, those who call Northern Ireland a failure are the same people who have held power here for a decade or more. If it's failing, maybe they need to take responsibility for that. It's not a failure of the constitutional framework, it's a failure of delivery of government parties. The point is, tools are here. We do benefit from block grant funding, diplomatic standing and market access as one of the world's largest economy. But those advantages only matter if we have the leadership in this chamber to turn them into outcomes. And that's why I've always taken a pragmatic view of big constitutional shifts, and that includes Brexit. I voted Remain, not because I feel especially European, but because I understand how deeply rooted our systems have become intertwined and how disrupted it would be. And we have seen that since, with an open land border, and everything has shown that it has been really difficult to navigate. Some say Brexit has brought us closer to United Ireland. I would argue the opposite. It has shown how disastrous constitutional upheaval can be. And in Northern Ireland, with our layered identity, law and infrastructure, the consequences would be even more destabilising and far-reaching. What concerns me now is how these conversations are increasingly framed as if they're heading in one direction. A united Ireland is not inevitable. In fact, opinion polls consistently show we are nowhere near a majority in support of constitutional change. But what we're hearing is more momentum than reality, often ignoring the fact that many who would vote to stay in the Union feel politically unrepresented. And unionism is often misrepresented as narrow or outdated, and I understand why. It's why I'm independent. Many of the largest parties do represent conservative views, but that's not the whole story. You can believe in the Union and be progressive. You can support LGBT rights. You can call out injustice in Gaza or advocate for women's equality and still support remaining in the UK. And I believe many of those who would support to stay in the Union do take a centrist or centre-left view, but they feel politically homeless. And that's why the drop in Unionist Party suggests there's a drop in support for the Union. But that's not the case. It's a shallow argument, and it's one that we need to look at. So I won't support this motion, not because I don't value cooperation with the EU, but because I don't accept the framing that our future is already decided. It's far from it. Thank you.
Time's up, Claire. Thank you. So our next speaker is Owen Tennyson to wind on the amendment, and to advise you, Owen, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And the 5 years since the UK left the EU and almost a decade since the referendum, there's still no sign of a single solitary benefit of Brexit. We're still waiting on even a glimpse of the sunlit uplands promised by the grifters who promoted it in the first place. Brexit has not only changed our place in Europe, but the wider world, and with it our ability to respond to global challenges like climate change, peace and security, poverty and migration. And it has damaged the UK economy too. And contrary to what a number of DUP members said, they only have to take a cursory glance at the economic growth Northern Ireland has enjoyed relative to GB, or indeed to our export growth under the Windsor framework, compared to the alternative, to see the protections that are now in place and the dividends that is reaping for our economy. But of course, the borders and barriers created by Brexit have been most acutely felt here in Northern Ireland and have threatened the delicate balance of relationships upon which we rely as an interdependent and shared society. And we have always been clear in Alliance that the key to resolving those tensions was closer alignment with the EU. The people of Northern Ireland know this too. That's why people from across our community voted to remain in 2016 and have voted in increasing numbers since for parties that recognise the need for pragmatic solutions. Meanwhile, those who cheerlead Brexit, as we heard today, are in complete denial about how we got here and where we go next. The DUP continue to engage in the same fantasy politics that walked us to this position in the first place, calling for the removal of the Windsor framework in the absence of any credible or workable alternative. The recent UK-EU summit was undoubtedly a step in the right direction, finally embracing the veterinary agreement which Alliance was the first party to call for. And it has been remarkable to see the longest U-turn in history be conducted by members from the DUP, who now seem to embrace that solution too. But in an increasingly uncertain and unstable world, with war in Europe, with tech oligarchy threatening to interfere with democracy, and an unpredictable occupant in the White House, the reset between the UK and the EU is more important than ever. But from our perspective, we want to see it go further. to build a closer and more dynamic relationship with Europe, making progress in issues like veterinary medicines, forming a customs union, and ultimately reversing Brexit as the only way to deal with the tensions, contradictions and frictions it has posed for Northern Ireland in particular. However, in coming to this debate, we did feel an amendment was necessary for a number of reasons, and I want to walk through them in turn. The first is that there are two routes back to the EU, either via the UK as a whole reconsidering its position, or via constitutional change under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement. Now, we can quarrel in this chamber as to which one of those is more likely, but that is a factual statement, and I think our amendment actually recognises with parity of esteem the opposing aspirations of some members in this chamber without diminishing the original motion. But more fundamentally, from my perspective, irrespective of whether Northern Ireland is in the UK or part of United Ireland, I don't want to see borders or barriers anywhere on these islands. And so that is why it is in our interest as an interdependent society for both the UK and Ireland to be full EU members to avoid those tensions and those frictions, irrespective of our constitutional position. And finally, the coalition for Remain in Northern Ireland drew support from right across our community. People who are nationalist, people who are unionists, and people who don't fit comfortably into either of those boxes. And I think our amendment recognises that diversity within that coalition, which I think has been the strength of the pro-European Union movement in Northern Ireland over many years. And just to reflect on some of what was said in the debate, I agreed with what Cara Hunter said when she talked about respect for different constitutional perspectives and constitutional change not being something inherently negative or divisive and people having an entitlement to express their view. I agree with that. But it just so happened that she then proceeded to deride, insult, and dismiss those of us who are non-aligned as fence-sitters. Now, that is an interesting strategy to persuade people to come round to your side of the argument. But crucially, and I expect the SDLP to know this, it's not that the motion is inherently divisive. It's that if it was simply a question of having a non-binding vote in this Assembly to determine our constitutional future, then we would have sorted this 100 years ago or beyond. The only outcome of this motion will be that people will discover that the DUP and UUP are unionists, that the Alliance Party is non-aligned, and that Sinn Féin and the SDLP are nationalist. You could have asked a school student that and got the same answer. So we would implore all members in this Assembly to support the amendment as an inclusive way forward on this issue, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Owen. I now call on Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion. And advise you, Matthew, of 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you to everybody who participated in a lively and important debate. And it is an important debate. Just to turn to what was just said by Mr. Tennyson about the fact that we could have had this debate over 100 years, I think he said, or that we were just revealing that one group of people were unionists, another group of people were nationalists, and another group of people were unaligned. Well, that wasn't the purpose of this debate. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm going to have to, I think my patience might be tried. I'm trying to be emollient and calm in this debate and not rise to provocation. Okay, let me just say this. If we could have this debate, and before we all had to sign in, and after we became MLAs, because of the terms of our the Good Friday Agreement and the Northern Ireland Act, we all had to designate as unionist, nationalist or other. I designate as nationalist and social democrat. I'm also proudly pro-European. My life, my family, everything about the way I live my life, approach politics, have approached my life. I'm very proud to be Irish, and I believe there shouldn't be a border on this island, but my life has been cross-border, cross-community. I've lived most of my adult life on the island of Britain, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, rather than the island of Ireland. I do not belong in a narrow binary box. I sometimes feel that the party that constantly is obsessed with binary categories in this chamber more than any other is the party that doesn't designate, and that can be frustrating. I don't want to have a debate purely based on the categories of unionist or nationalist. I'm hearing hectoring already from a sedentary position. I don't want to have a debate on that basis. I want to have a debate about Northern Ireland being back in the EU. Okay? I respect everyone's political perspective, whether they take a position on the Constitution, whether they, like Claire Sugden, have a a position on the Constitution that is decided and clear, but entirely different to other people who have that designation, and very well articulated it was by Claire Sugden. The point was made that there are two routes for Northern Ireland back into the EU. In a theoretical, literal sense, that is true. In fact, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, one could have added to this motion other potential routes for Northern Ireland to rejoin the EU. There used to be a marginal theory within parts of loyalism going way back that Northern Ireland should unilaterally declare independence. Northern Ireland could theoretically declare independence and then seek to accede the EU. We could try and join with France or Belgium or Poland. The reason I say that is not to be facetious, it's to talk in reality, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The UK, I'm afraid to say, is extremely unlikely to rejoin the EU. The politics of Britain at the minute, I will give way in one, the politics of Britain at the minute, I would say, are probably no more than a 5% chance that within the decade or two to come will move towards a vote to rejoin. It is the stated position of no major party represented in Parliament, but I will give way to Mr Tennyson.
I thank the member for giving way. I mean, I know the member likes to see himself as some sort of modern-day Nostradamus, but I think most of the rest of us in this chamber are self-aware enough to know that none of us can predict the future. The member may be right in his analysis that Farage will sweep the board and become Prime Minister, but it is equally possible that pro-European parties could end up in coalition. So can we not debate where we are as we stand rather than trying to debate what's going to happen in 10, 15, 30 years' time down the road when none of us know the answer to that question?
Okay. I've offered the member an intervention for the purposes of the debate, and I'm glad he said that, because let me be clear, those at the minute do not seem like equal propositions. You have said that it appears within British politics it is equally likely that there could be a government involving Nigel Farage and a government involving a pro-European coalition that would push for a second referendum. I don't think those are equal propositions at the minute, it has to be said, and I don't think there's any serious observer in British politics that thinks they're equal propositions. But even if they were, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and here's the important point, and this is what our motion is all about, we have no say over that. No one in this chamber and none of our voters have really very much say over that at all. I think it's really important, others disagree, that we send MPs to Westminster to articulate the interests of our constituents, even though I aspire, I'll give away in 1 second, even though I aspire to a different constitutional position. But the votes of people here will not fundamentally shift the tenor of UK politics. We can't shift that. We are about 1.5 million voters out of 60 million. It is, no, I won't give way, I've already given way. He won't debate me, by the way. His party has refused to debate me tonight on UTV. If he wishes to make an intervention, he can join me on television in a couple of hours' time. I'm told they've pulled out. I will return to the subject of the debate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. But if the Alliance want more interventions, they can see me at New TV in an hour's time. Apparently they weren't so keen on doing it, but we're here in the Assembly Chamber, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The point about the options for European Union membership are there is no serious route back in. I'd love the UK to rejoin the European Union. Genuinely, if there was a referendum in the next 5 years, I would be canvassing for the UK to rejoin. I work very hard to keep the UK in as a civil servant, so I have very direct knowledge of this. I don't think it's likely. The campaign, the argument for a new Ireland back inside the European Union is the only viable, realistic route for Northern Ireland to rejoin the EU. I genuinely don't think that is a controversial point. It's also the case that it is the only option over which we and our voters, the people who elect us, have a clear ability to affect that outcome. And that's true. Even if UK politics was moving towards Remain, and it definitely isn't, we don't have the ability to move it. And if there were a referendum, we could be easily outvoted by voters in England. For all of those reasons, there is one clear, decisive option to get back into the European Union. But I just want to come on to some of the points that members made. This has been a really interesting debate. Some of the comments have been relatively testy, but others have been, I think, good-natured. It is important to have these debates in the Northern Ireland Assembly. There's nothing illegitimate about debating the constitutional future, and they don't have to fall along binary categories. As I say, lots of the people that I represent are people from unionist backgrounds who are interested in this debate. I hear from them all the time. I know them. These are people I don't just represent, they're my friends. There's nothing about the politics of exclusion, as Mr Huntleyford said in our motion. Those are words that are put in my mouth by the Alliance Party. He also called the SDLP irrelevant. I don't really think that's an appropriate way to engage in debate here. We have the same number of MLAs as his party had before the last election, so let's just park all that stuff, please. But can I also say, in terms of the future for this place, I very much want the best possible future for all of the people of Northern Ireland. I want a future which leads to proper investment in our public services. I want a future that ends the division that has held our people back for far too long. I genuinely believe that the European context, and my party has always believed that the European context is a really hopeful and positive way for us not just to manage that diversity, but to celebrate that diversity. And by the way, that would also mean an enhanced and a very close relationship with the UK state after we re-entered the European Union. Lots of the comments were very interesting. Declan Kearney correctly said that there is a democratic deficit at the minute. I acknowledge that. Those of us who support the protocol do acknowledge that. That's where we want to see improvements. David Brooks, very interesting and robust remarks, and I'm glad to have him participating in the debate. Robbie Butler said there was a predetermined outcome in our motion. Well, we have a predetermined view, but it's our job to persuade people in the same way he has a predetermined view for the status quo, and it's an entirely legitimate one that he's very more than able to deploy. Peter Martin talked about being proud to be British, and I think it's really important that I, as someone who is advocating for a Northern Ireland, for a European future for Northern Ireland, not just acknowledge his Britishness, I celebrate his Britishness and all of those who vote for him. There is no vision of the future that I have that does not involve Britishness in this part of the island being treasured and celebrated and special. That's why I think, by the way, the European context is so important in terms of our future. Philip Brett, who I think isn't here now, said a number of things, but he said the protocol was always a target, or was always a kind of part of pursuing a constitutional endpoint. It genuinely wasn't and isn't, and ultimately people in Northern Ireland and the Republic will get the say over the constitutional future. It won't be the EU or UK. But it is true to say, to go back to the point about why Northern Ireland rejoining the EU is really only viable via a new Ireland, it is true to say that both the UK and the EU, and it is true to say that Sinn Féin MEPs have worked on this, but the very first commitment to this from a UK government minister was from our own former party leader, Mark Durkan, who secured a commitment from the UK government back in 2017 that Northern Ireland would automatically rejoin the EU upon a vote for a new Ireland. No such equivalent commitment exists. There's not even a formal accession process underway, or theoretically underway, for the UK at any point in the future. Timothy Gaston made his points robustly as always. I think it's probably unlikely that Timothy is going to vote for either the motion or the amendment, but he said it his views. Claire Sugden. I understand why Claire is not going to vote for the motion. I would gently say to Claire, she said that she was disappointed in the motion because it effectively set out a particular aspiration, or a constitutional aspiration. She then went on to very eloquently explain why she's a unionist. I don't think there's anything wrong with her explaining why she's a unionist, just as there's nothing wrong with me explaining why a new Ireland back inside Europe is the best possible future for Northern Ireland. That is a case that we will continue to make positively and constructively in this chamber and elsewhere. I commend the motion to the Assembly. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Matthew. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Owen Tennyson and David Honeyford be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes? No. Do we have tellers? Question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, can you resume your seats? Okay, members, so the amendment standing in the name of Owen Tennyson and David Honeyford be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes? Okay, tellers, okay, shh. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Stuart Dixon and Kelly Armstrong. Tellers for the noes are Mark Durkin and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order, members. Can you resume your seats, please? Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
48 members voted, 13 members voted aye, 35 members voted no. The amendment falls.
Okay, so the amendment falls. Before I introduce a question to the motion itself, I want to advise, as the Business Committee on the order paper, or the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 this evening. In accordance with Standing Order 10(3), I'm going to allow business to continue until 7. Oh yes, and until after the business is completed or earlier. Okay, so the question is, hold on. Where's the question? Okay. So the motion hasn't been, or the amendment has been made. So the question is that the motion standing order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. Okay, order. Well, we've been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27 brackets 1A brackets B, there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Order. Tellers for the ayes are Cara Hunter and Patsy McGlone, and tellers for the noes are Peter Morton and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. secure the doors. Order, members. Order, members, will you resume your seats, please? Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
50 members voted, 23 members voted aye, 27 members voted no, 13 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is negatived.
So the motion has failed to pass. Okay, so before I move on to the next item of business, I've received another notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10 and brackets 3A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 2nd of June 2025 be extended to no later than 8:30 p.m.
Call Colin McGrath and move the motion.
I propose.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So that means that the Assembly may sit until after 8:30, even if necessary. So the next item of business is a motion from the opposition. Order, members. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the cost of doing business. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the growing challenges facing businesses in Northern Ireland as detailed in the Cost of Doing Business Impact Report by Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre, expresses concern that the only action being taken forward by the Minister of Finance in response to this is to send this report to the UK Treasury, calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to recall the High Street Task Force, and further calls on the Minister of Finance to establish a Cost of Doing Business Advisory Forum by 1st of September 2025.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Sinead. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. I also have been notified that Junior Minister Riley is responding today on behalf of the Minister of Finance, who is on departmental business in London. So, Sinead, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Local businesses across our region are suffering. They are struggling to pay their bills. They are facing relentless pressure from online competition and falling footfall on our high streets. And now they are being hit again, this time by a steep rise in employer national insurance contributions. But let's be clear, this is not a new issue. It is a crisis that has been building for years. Businesses across the region are still reeling from the impacts of the pandemic and the cost of living crisis that actually followed. These are not abstract forces. They are real pressures felt every day by traders in our town centres, local employers and the workers and families that they support. The Cost of Doing Business Impact Report by Ulster University lays bare the scale of the challenge. And let me tell you, Speaker, it makes a grim reading. The report warns that the combined effect of Northern Ireland national insurance contribution increases and changes to the national living wage will fall hardest on Northern Ireland for 3 key reasons. Because our average earnings are lower than anywhere else in the UK, because we have more people employed in low-paid work, and because our public and community service providers have very limited scope to absorb further cost increases. This is not just a statistical anomaly. It is the result of years of political failure of governments either absent or unwilling to act. While other administrations across the UK have introduced targeted support or fiscal interventions to shield their businesses, the government here in Northern Ireland has let time pass. It has allowed pressure to mount and compounded the crisis through inaction. Speaker, the result is devastating. We have the highest share of workers on the minimum wage in the UK, 1 in 10 workers. That means a part-time worker on minimum wage now costs an employer 14% more to employ. For small businesses already battling to stay open, that's an enormous burden. And this crisis doesn't just hit retail. It's hammering the voluntary and community organisation, our GP practices and dental surgeries, our hospitality and tourism employers, and our creative and cultural industries. These are the people and organisations who care for us when we are sick, support our most vulnerable, feed our families, and keep the lights on in our towns and villages. Failing to support them is failing to support the very fabric of our society. Because when local businesses close, it is not just the close of a shop, it's the loss of jobs, local services, pride in our place, and the confidence in our economy. It's another blow to towns like mine in Derry. In my constituency of Foyle, we are seeing businesses closures every single week. Not because those businesses are mismanaged, but because the conditions they are expected to survive in have become impossibly hostile. Derry should be thriving. Our high streets should all be full of life, of shoppers, tourists and local entrepreneurs. But instead, they are filled with vacancy signs. The national insurance hike is only part of the problem, and I have seen firsthand how these challenges are compounding. Our energy prices are among the highest in Europe due to underinvestment in our grid and delays in delivering the North-South interconnector. Our business rate system is outdated, antiquated and unfair, punishing regeneration instead of rewarding it. And our broken wastewater infrastructure is blocking new homes, stalling commercial investment and deterring business expansion. These are not theoretical issues, they are barriers to growth, plain and simple. The Federation of Small Businesses has warned that the UK budget will leave businesses carrying the weight of an astronomical £250 billion in new taxes. And while the increase in the employment allowance is welcome, the FSB has said that the budget contains little to inspire growth or entrepreneurship. Retail NI has also raised the alarm, setting out a 5-point recovery plan, including the reconvening of the High Street Task Force, the creation of a cost of doing business advisory forum, planning reform to support town centre revitalisation. This message is clear. Governments at all levels must act to address this perfect storm. Yet despite these urgent calls, little progress has been made. I understand these are difficult problems, but they are solvable if there is a political will to solve them. The Executive must stop sitting on their hands. We can take real practical steps, investing in energy infrastructure and delivering the North-South interconnector to reduce costs, reforming business rates so that they reward investment and support our town centres, fixing our wastewater infrastructure so that we can unlock development, and crucially reconvening the High Street Task Force to create a joined-up cross-departmental strategy to back local businesses. That's why today's motion matters. It asks for the bare minimum in response to a crisis that is already well underway. It asks should not be controversial, they should be common sense. Our businesses don't need more warm words, they need action, they need reform. They need government to finally be on their side. Northern Ireland can be a great place to do business. We have the talent, we have the creativity and we have the determination. But that potential will continue to be wasted if we remain on this path of delay and denial. We must act now before more businesses are lost, more workers are laid off and more communities hollowed out. The Executive needs to take action today, to stand up for our local businesses, to stand up for jobs and to do what it takes to turn this crisis around. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call on Diane Forsyth to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you, Diane. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 1 and 5 minutes to wind. So please open a debate on amendment number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And we have been long aware of the pressures on our local businesses across many sectors, including childcare, which underpins all sectors. The Labour Government's announcement in October to increase both employers' national insurance contributions and the rate of minimum wage together at short notice, without warning, was a huge blow to businesses, especially here in Northern Ireland, where our economy is high in small businesses. We in the Finance Committee had a joint committee event with the Economy Committee on all of these issues and then issued a report outlining them, which we brought to this chamber. The previous Finance Minister also commissioned the review of the cost of doing business from Ulster University, which was welcome in sentiment as it recognised a need of the sector, but on its completion it outlined nothing new. All the same issues we have been lobbied for at length and have worked through were laid down again in more detail. However, it was a report commissioned by our Northern Ireland Finance Minister, and the hope was that on its completion the Finance Minister would use it as a basis to take firm action to support our local businesses under pressure here in Northern Ireland. But this does not appear to be the case, and I agree with the point made in the motion that the Minister needs to do more than just forward the report to the Treasury. This morning I heard the Finance Minister on the radio saying he was going to London today to meet the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and the two key points he said he would be making were on the increased level of funding need for Northern Ireland and funding for Casement Park. Now, the campaign for the increased level of funding need for Northern Ireland has been well made, led by the DUP and Gavin Robinson, MP, for some years, and we welcome the Finance Minister taking this up. But it was disappointing that his other priority was not to make the case for businesses here in Northern Ireland who are struggling. It is Casement Park. When the Deputy First Minister recently met with the Prime Minister, she took the opportunity to raise directly the pressures on Northern Ireland businesses from the increased national insurance contributions, the increased minimum wage, and the pressures placed upon family farms. And it was disappointing that the Finance Minister did not take the opportunity to highlight these, but I hope that he will going forward. The cost of doing business research provides clear evidence of the challenges faced by businesses and how they vary across sectors. One would have thought that this evidence would provide the Minister with the ability to see what targeted support was required, yet it appears that the solution was to go and write to the Government, and the Minister cannot shirk responsibility and must use the levers at his disposal. Our amendment seeks to enhance the original motion and include further powers which are at the Minister's disposal. High street retailers have been complaining for years about the soaring cost of business rates, which we know is a property-based tax. They tend to pay far higher rates than online rivals who do not have stores to run. There's a long-standing need for the reform of business rates, reflecting commercial realities and business trends. Additional pressures placed upon businesses as a result of the increase in their national insurance contributions, and the risk that online corporates can undercut retailers with a presence in our towns and high streets, and the reality is laid bare in the cost of doing business report. The rates review, which the Minister of Finance and the Executive have agreed to undertake, is an important step in making sure that we continue to target and support businesses. However, this work must be expedited. The Minister must progress this work at pace. April has been and gone, with businesses facing numerous challenges due to the changes of national insurance and living wage. Every member across this chamber has been lobbied by businesses operating across retail, hospitality, childcare and healthcare who are lumbered with this additional burden. Bespoke rates relief has been provided for retail, hospitality and leisure in England at a rate of 75% in recent years, and in Wales the relief is lower at 40%. However, it is still a crucial means of support for industries who have weathered the storm of the pandemic, only to find themselves cast into a cost of living crisis where energy costs, other inputs and overheads are soaring. Work on non-domestic vacant rating is crucial. The current discount is helping to sustain the dereliction of our high streets and towns across Northern Ireland. We in this party have been champions for our manufacturing sector for many years, and the delivery of the industrial derating policy ensures that manufacturers across Northern Ireland benefit from the rate relief that they deserve. Our amendment seeks to enhance the original motion. It calls for action, not just the regathering of groups and formation of new ones. We want to see real action here. Action from the Finance Minister in response to the cost of doing business report, action in reporting on previous recommendations of the High Street Task Force report, action on rates reform sooner rather than later. Businesses in Northern Ireland need to see action. We need to see delivery to support our local businesses, to grow our Northern Ireland economy and deliver on our commitment in making Northern Ireland work. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I call on David Honeyford to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, David. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. David, you'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. So please open the debate on amendment number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. We've debated the issue of high streets several times in this chamber, and I want to concentrate and look at that and the wider business around. I suppose the frustration and the reason for commissioning reports is to gather evidence, to look at best practice, to enable, but to actually to deliver change, to bring change through that will help and enable our high streets to flourish once again. Between the cost of doing business impact report by the University of Ulster, the Economic Policy Centre there, and the previous High Street Task Force, it clearly, both when you put together, they clearly lays out the concerns that need to be addressed. And often in this House we see a photo opportunity for the launch of a report, and we see another in receiving the report, and we see another when there's a statement in here. And there's a perception that that seems to be the job done, rather than the work only beginning, and the lack of acting and implementing reports and taking those difficult decisions and delivery is where the frustration with the Assembly comes from within our business community, and it actually undermines the credibility of this Assembly as a whole. Businesses in our community don't have time to waste. Businesses don't work to the same timelines as government process and need quick, fast action. Our Alliance amendment simply calls on the Minister of Economy to work to publish proposals and set out how those recommendations can actually be implemented, bringing it to the Department of Economy simply just to give focus there and under that remit rather than exclusively with the First and Deputy First Minister's office, that the issues can be addressed. And when you look at the issues that have been addressed in the reports, rate relief hasn't been passed on. The money coming from Treasury has been used for something else. And when I look at my own town in Lisburn, on our Bow Street in Lisburn, I've engaged with businesses there and property owners with shopping centres to look at what could be achieved, what could be brought, what could be made different, and if there was a blank page, what would you do? I've brought property owners there together and business owners together to discuss the ambition between each other, brought architects to put that down on paper and space shape a vision for the future and look forward to moving with that quickly and in the near future. But fundamentally, what are we aiming to try and fix, and what should our future look like? And for me, we need to enable a reshape and a repurposing of our town centres to create vibrant, regenerative, sustainable places that are thriving and inclusive, where retail plays a huge role, but the burden to drive footfall isn't placed just on one sector, but it is opened up. And the High Street report detailed a lot of this.
Let me give away.
Yeah.
Thank you. I recently asked a question of the Executive Office with regards to the High Street report, and the reality is that their rather weak answer was that they had sent questions to each government department to ask them what action they were taking, but clearly there was no leadership coming, as the member has said. The comment is all about the launch, the photo opportunity, the report itself, and then nothing happens.
Thank you for intervention. I suppose there is a feeling there's a blockage there when stuff is going into that department or into that office, and that we need to start moving to delivery. We need to start delivering for businesses and delivering for the wider economy. We need to look at rate relief. We need but wider than that, we need a restructure and a restructuring of our rating system that encourages that rework and that Sinead has talked about there, the rethinking of our town centres that encourages investment, that brings our town centres and our place to look at mixed use that actually tips the advantage towards redevelopment and developing places where we would shop and live and go out and enjoy the hospitality, to enjoy the arts and be entertained in our streets, where it's a place where it's a home and people live, but people can also work, and we need to tip the tax advantage towards the town centres to encourage growth, and also, and has been referenced for large manufacturing companies and other business. We need in Northern Ireland. We need to base a system that's best for us, that delivers for what are our goals and what we're trying to achieve over the next while. And how can it be right that we give rate relief to an empty building in our town centre that's fallen down and left to rot, yet we don't give any support to those struggling businesses who are the heartbeat of our town centre, who commit to the town centre, who provide employment in the town centre and create spaces that the whole community needs and enjoys. And when you look at the recommendations that's come through, be that on planning, be that in rates reviews, be that in town centre first policy or in parking, we need to start acting and working towards solutions. None of those are being held up by financial constraints. The work towards that needs to happen now, and it's simply because, in my view, a lack of ambition or the speed of delivery has been held in this place. But our businesses need focus, and they need the help and support that we can deliver, and it needs to happen as soon as possible. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Gemma Dolan.
Our local economy is highly dependent on the contribution of small and medium-sized businesses. Therefore, it's deeply concerning when decisions are made by politicians in Britain which do not take into account the circumstances and context which businesses here are operating in. This is exactly what happened last year through decisions taken by the British Chancellor in her autumn statement, which, as the Cost of Doing Business Impact Report by the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre has highlighted, have had more of a detrimental impact on various sectors in the north, such as agriculture, hospitality, retail, arts and entertainment, as well as voluntary and community organisations than their counterparts in Britain. The commissioning of the report was a proactive approach taken by the then Finance Minister, Kiva Archibald, as a response to the concerns of local businesses following the autumn statement, and while it mentions various factors which have contributed to the challenges being faced by local businesses, the raising of employers' national insurance contributions has been recognised as having a significant impact which affects the north more due to our lower earnings. The current Finance Minister, John O'Dowd, has continued the work of his predecessor by pressing the British Government on various fiscal matters, including ensuring we are funded at the correct level of need, as well as sending this report to the British Treasury to highlight the operating context of our businesses and to push for greater consideration of our circumstances as we move forward. As we all should be aware, the Executive does not have the financial powers or capabilities to mitigate against negative taxation and spending decisions by the British Government, and therefore it's appropriate that we continue to challenge them and provide the best support and evidence we can do to do just that. I thought the SDLP were aware of the limits of our financial powers through previous motions they have brought on opposition days, including one specifically on greater fiscal devolution. However, today's motion seems to contradict that assumption, as it fails to recognise where the main financial levers of power lie, and indeed where major decisions which have been detrimentally impacted our local businesses have been taken. I do want to take this opportunity to recognise positive interventions that have been taken by the Finance Minister to support businesses in recent months, including some of which were recommendations from the High Street Task Force report, such as the extension of small business rates relief, which provides reductions of between 20% to 50% to around 30,000 businesses, and the Back in Business scheme, which encourages growth in our high streets. The Rural ATM scheme is another measure which has an important role to play in helping retain access to cash in our rural communities. The review of small business rates relief, which forms part of the strategic roadmap for rates announced in December, has also been prioritised by the Minister to help stimulate the economy and support the growth of the tax base. As the only major tax the Executive has control over, the regional rate is a vital source of income that supports the delivery of our public services. Therefore, any consideration of further rate relief, in addition to the £250 million currently provided for as suggested in one of the amendments, needs to take into account the wider impact it could have. The report also underscored the cost of petition, again by highlighting the negative impact that the different VAT rates in both jurisdictions have on our economy, particularly on the hospitality sector in border areas such as in my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The upcoming spending review by the British Government is an opportunity for them to change course from previous decisions which have significantly contributed to making the cost of doing business more difficult here. The report by Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre has reiterated the harm that can be done when decisions are made by elected representatives in Westminster which do not prioritise the interests of our citizens, and shows why there is growing desire to see Irish unity which will enable economic and political decisions to be taken by those elected by the people here.
Thank you. Gemma, I call Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, I don't believe any of us in this House can fully grasp the financial challenges that many local businesses are currently facing. They are navigating a constant state of uncertainty in costs, in global markets and in government policy. But one thing they can be certain of is this: spiralling costs that continue to rise. As a former business owner who once took the gamble without thinking twice about costs, I now look at the challenges entrepreneurs face today and ask myself, would I take that same gamble in today's climate, where we are effectively taxing businesses out of existence? Probably not. That is why I welcome the Cost of Doing Business report. It presents a stark and sobering picture of reality. It brings to the forefront the serious challenges facing the business and manufacturing sectors in Northern Ireland, and the very real danger that many businesses may not survive, potentially plunging our economy into recession. We now have the facts. We now have a roadmap. What we need now is action. The Minister for the Economy must outline the support measures she intends to pursue to sustain the Northern Ireland economy, particularly for the small businesses in regions such as Fermanagh and South Tyrone, that I represent. However, it is not enough to present this solely as a UK Treasury issue. Yes, Westminster policies such as the increase in the employer's national insurance and the disparities in VAT rates are hurting our businesses. But to simply shrug our shoulders and say it's someone else's problem is a disservice to our local business community. Sectors like hospitality, agri-food, high street services, haulage, retail and childcare and healthcare providers, all made up of largely small businesses, are facing higher operating and employment costs, an outdated business rate system, the looming threat of additional regulation from the Good Jobs Bill proposals, and constraints on growth due to underinvestment in infrastructure and an inadequate planning system. A local business owner recently shared a telling example of our rates system. They opened a premises in one of Dublin's most prestigious streets, where the rates were just €9,000. A comparable premises in Belfast, €36,000. That disparity is totally unacceptable. This is a critical issue. The groundwork has been laid, now the Minister must act. That's why I will be supporting the motion as amended, with Ms Forsyth's more comprehensive understanding of the issue. This is not just about the High Street Task Force, it's about much more than that. If I could make one further request of the Minister for the Economy, it would be this: expedite the review of small business rates relief and the non-domestic vacant rating exclusion. These reforms are essential to unlocking opportunity and growth in our town centres. To conclude, we must support our industries, manufacturers, Indigenous retailers, service providers, farmers, hauliers, and all those who work tirelessly every day to keep our economy moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Our next speaker will be Junior Minister Riley, who will be responding to the debate on behalf of the Minister for Finance. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes to respond.
And I welcome the opportunity to respond on behalf of my colleague, Minister O'Dowd. And let me begin by saying that it is so important for our local businesses to thrive and create good quality jobs. This is central to our programme for government priority to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy that works for everyone. And it was therefore disappointed when the Chancellor announced changes to employers' national insurance contributions last autumn. Then, in response, and just a few weeks later, the then Minister of Finance, Dr Keith Archibald, proactively commissioned the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre to carry out a sectoral study into the cost of doing business here. I'm sure you all by now have had an opportunity to read that independent piece of research published by the Department of Finance on the 6th of May. It included an extensive consultation exercise with over 25 sectoral groups and drew on comparisons with Britain from a wide range of available data. It considered a number of factors, including the impact of labour, energy, property and transport costs. However, a key concern for the North is around the national insurance contributions changes, where the report identifies that this will likely impact more significantly here than in Britain due to our lower earnings. It was therefore right for the Minister of Finance to send this report to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury as an independent evidence base ahead of the forthcoming spending review. The research showed that some sectors will be hit hardest by the national insurance changes, including hospitality, agriculture, retail, arts and entertainment, as well as the voluntary and community sector. And these are all really important and vital sectors to our economy. In addition, the research highlighted the disparity of VAT across the all-island economy and the negative implications for business, especially for hospitality businesses operating near the border. And like many in this chamber, I too share the concerns about the impact of changes to the national insurance contributions, which add further pressure on employers here alongside other increasing cost pressures. And I want to acknowledge the proactive and consistent efforts my colleague Minister O'Dowd has made in making the case to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. He has impressed on him both in writing and when they met last month the need for support or mitigations to be put in place to ease the impacts of these national insurance contributions changes. These changes are placing additional strain on already stretched budgets across the public, private and third sectors. And it's unacceptable that this additional pressure has been put on employers, and with very little advance notice to allow for sufficient budget planning. Businesses, public bodies and voluntary and community organisations alike have had little time to prepare, and the consequences are being felt right across the board. This was a decision taken in Westminster on a taxation measure, and the Executive does not have the ability to mitigate against that. The spending review is now an opportunity to remedy that for those employers most impacted right across sectors, rather than a continued pattern of austerity, leaving those most in need without the support that they deserve. Minister O'Dowd, through his engagements with business representative bodies, has asked that they use the report to lobby Westminster to take account of the implications of their decisions and the impact they have for their individual sectors. And I would ask members here to do the same, to take every opportunity available to you to highlight our case to Westminster. The Finance Minister has also shared a copy of the research with his executive colleagues so that they can consider the implications of this work for their departments and the areas that they are responsible for. And while the Executive does not have the financial capability to mitigate against decisions taken in Westminster, it is committed to supporting businesses and our economy. And this is evident from the 25-26 budget, which provides investment in skills, in childcare, agriculture and capital funding to stimulate economic growth. The constraints that many employers are facing is understood, and this independent research is an important evidence base to set that out. However, the Executive is also facing budget constraints, while demand for public services is also growing. It is becoming increasingly difficult, if not impossible, for the Executive to mitigate against the decisions that are being made at Westminster. However, Minister O'Dowd has vowed that he will continue to make the case for better funding and to work together with Executive colleagues to support our employers, our workers and our communities. In terms of what local support the Executive or individual departments can provide to ease cost pressures for businesses, it is important to understand that any new funding measures will require decisions to cut funding elsewhere or increase revenue. And it's easy for members of the opposition to call for more support. However, suggestions where cuts can be made to pay for that increased support are less forthcoming from those benches. And ministers don't have the luxury of ducking those hard questions and those stark choices. The Department of Finance, through LPS, already offers a wide range of rate support schemes to support business ratepayers, providing some $250 million of rate support. The Department recently extended the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, supporting almost 30,000 businesses, and restored the Back in Business and Rural ATM schemes to support businesses. In addition, policy reviews into the Small Business Rate Relief and non-domestic vacant rating as part of the Department of Finance's Strategic Rates Review are underway. These are areas that the business community wanted to be prioritised. The terms of reference for these reviews have now been published, and the process will utilise the cost of doing business research within its suite of evidence. This motion calls for the Minister of Finance to establish a cost of doing business advisory forum, and I understand Retail NI's 5-point plan that its purpose would be to ensure small businesses are fully consulted before any new legislation, rating policy or levies are introduced. The Minister of Finance and his officials already engage extensively with the business community on matters of mutual interest, most recently hosting a business roundtable just last month. And indeed, the rates review has already been determined by what the business community wanted prioritised. Without giving it a name, this is essentially already happening as part of Minister O'Dowd's day-to-day business for those areas within his remit. In relation to the amendment calling for retail, hospitality and leisure rate relief to be introduced, that measure is actually being phased out in England, reduced last year from 75% to 40%, with proposals to adjust the business rates system under the British Government's Transforming Business Rates paper. That paper and the important context of the local tax base are the key aspects of the strategic review of small business rate relief now underway. And I would add that the cost will also be a key factor. And any new rate relief means either foregoing revenue or charging other ratepayers more. While every pound raised through the rating system stays here as a resource to help pay for hospitals, schools and other essential public services. There are calls under this motion to recall the High Street Task Force and for the Minister for the Economy to work with the Minister of Finance to publish proposals on how the recommendations contained in the High Street Task Force report will be implemented. However, the High Street Task Force recommendations cut across many department remits. For example, the Department for Communities with its work on urban regeneration and improving places. Other departments like the Department of Justice with their role in safer communities will also play a role. And 1 or 2 departments alone cannot tackle these issues. The Department of Finance was responsible for the rating elements within the report and has already undertaken a number of actions in response to the recommendations. This includes extending the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme for 24-25 and the reinstatement of the Back in Business Scheme to incentivise the use of long-term vacant retail space by helping new ventures across our councils in their vital first years in business. In addition, the Fair Work on our High Streets recommendation aligns with the Minister for the Economy's priority on good jobs, and where Minister Archibald has proactively taken forward a number of measures to support that. In closing, Minister O'Dowd has taken a number of actions to address the issues highlighted in the Cost of Doing Business report. He has called on Treasury to take action on the taxation matters identified in the report and is actively engaging with business bodies on the outcomes of the report. That work will complement the work already underway as part of his department's strategic rates review, where policy reviews are already underway. Devolved government should not be left to pick up the pieces from decisions made on taxation matters. What we need is action from Westminster. I literally just want to get through this, if that's okay, and then I'll bring you at the end. Devolved government should not be left to pick up the pieces from decisions made on taxation matters. What we need is action from Westminster. The spending review is an opportunity to do the right thing, to support workers, families and businesses. We will know the outworkings of that next week. I'll bring the member in if he wants to come in.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister says that ministers don't have the luxury of ducking questions and decisions. We contend that that doesn't always stop them from doing so. Does the Minister recognise that, as well as the cost of rates, businesses are liable to pay water rates as well? These bills have been increasing by about 5% a year. Does the Minister accept that that is almost a hidden but not insignificant burden on businesses?
And I thank the member for that. And of course, ministers do have difficult decisions to take, and they don't duck away from those difficult decisions. And sometimes it's from opposite benches, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. But in terms of supporting business, we're absolutely committed to doing that through the programme for government. And I know this Minister of Finance, the previous Minister for Finance, is committed to doing that.
So our next speaker is Stuart Dixon to wind on amendment number 2, and the adviser Stuart, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Alliance Party recognises the extreme cost of doing business in the current economic climate, and that many are in financial strains that have been further compounded by recent decisions of the UK Government, as have been made reference to around the Chamber this evening, particularly that to increase employers' national insurance in this financial year on top of inflation, rising energy costs and the effects of Brexit, to mention a few, which have created a perfect storm of crisis in a matter of a few years. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, as we've raised many times in this chamber before, the UK Government took a decision to increase employers' national insurance without any meaningful consultation with the devolved nations, or more importantly, with businesses, the people who have to pay the money and in turn employ staff or employ less staff. Unlike the public sector, which has been given some contribution towards those increased costs, businesses are once again left on their own to chart their way forward through a very difficult economic tide. The UK Government is making business funds a black hole in which it could be best distressed by pursuing progressive taxation and easing pressure on businesses and workers. So, without appropriate support and the ability of business to function, it remains under threat. Simply forwarding a report of the issues, which we already knew existed, to the Treasury isn't the tangible outcome for us to take as a devolved administration. There is indeed much more targeted measures that could be taken and would ensure local businesses here feel the government is supporting them. The most obvious one is the one that we've been discussing this evening, and that's rates relief. My party, the Alliance Party, has consistently called for an independent, holistic root and branch review into the rating system in Northern Ireland to ensure it's fair, fit for purpose and supports, importantly, economic growth. The various rate relief schemes that are offered in Scotland and England, for example, provide much more direct support to the sectors that need it most and which ultimately sustain their economies. What we have from the Minister of Finance is a step-by-step review of each rates relief individually, which by time one review is now, the likelihood impact of that relief changing in 5 years' time, for example, is high given the volatile economic climate that we live in. One of the clear outcomes from the High Street Task Force, which I made reference to in my intervention report, was for immediate rates relief. Schemes like the Small Business Rates Relief and the Back in Business schemes have enabled businesses to operate effectively in Northern Ireland and have brought vibrancy, footfall and investment back to our high streets, while providing businesses with a boost at the start of their business journey, helping them to support jobs and bringing long-term vacant units back into use. So I do welcome the Finance Minister's plans to review the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme by October of this year. I'd encourage the Minister to consider expanding the Small Business Relief Scheme to enable more businesses to avail of it so that our economy can grow. But there are other factors which would help relieve business in many sectors in Northern Ireland, or the financial pressures that they currently face. We support an increase to the VAT registration threshold for small businesses to reduce their financial burdens. Additionally, we propose a lower VAT rate for hospitality, tourism, beauty and hair sectors, which are crucial to our local economies and job creation. As an executive, we should look to lobby the UK Government on these issues at every opportunity. And I trust that these are items on the Finance Minister's agenda today. The High Street Task Force brought forth a wealth of ideas from various stakeholders, the very people who know what they need to drive our high streets forward. But sadly, there's been a lack of action from the Executive Office responsible for the implementation of that report, not least because of the lack of an assembly over the last number of years. My party, the Alliance Party, has long since had the belief that the Department of the Economy should be taking forward the recommendations with the report, as be the department that is in the lead. That's why our amendment seeks to put the onus on the Economy Minister to work with the task force, the Finance Minister to put forward realistic and pragmatic proposals, to implement the recommendations and to drive forward the economic growth that we all long seek. Ultimately, our businesses cannot afford any further dither or delay. We know that the issues, we know the solutions. Now is the time to start action. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank all of the members who have spoken in this debate this evening. They've all made valuable contributions, and the reality is we are really all talking about the same issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Much appreciated. I call Brian Kingston to wind on amendment number 1 and advise you, Brian, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The opposition party motion refers to the recent Cost of Doing Business report, but also to the earlier High Street Task Force, which presented its report delivering a 21st century High Street in 2022. That report made 14 recommendations spanning a range of departments and district councils. Last year, the Executive Office wrote 2 relevant ministers on the 10th of October 2024, asking them to consider those recommendations and what progress had been made. In our view, ministers have their tasks, and as stated in our amendment, they should get on with these. The motion calls for TEO to reconstitute the High Street Task Force, despite TEO having no direct responsibilities in the relevant areas. The recommendations are clearly stated in the Task Force report for the various ministers to carry out. We want to see that work expedited and a joined-up approach adopted towards meaningful delivery. There needs to be a cross-cutting approach across departments, particularly finance, economy, communities and infrastructure. Our town centres and high streets need a planning system that is fit for purpose so that businesses can thrive and diversify without lengthy delays. It is well rehearsed that our planning system is not working effectively. How can businesses grow when this is the situation? How often do businesses come to us and say that they want to expand and invest, only for them to be told that they cannot get planning permission in a timely manner? The Minister for Infrastructure must also look at the role of her department when considering the cost of doing business. The DUP recognises the importance of the local hospitality sector for realising Northern Ireland's tourism potential and boosting the economy. Importantly, hospitality is our 4th largest private sector employer, and the industry provides economic opportunity throughout our province. My party colleague Diane Forsyth referred earlier to the long-standing need for reform of business rates. In particular, given that high street businesses are paying business rates on their premises are at a financial disadvantage to businesses which operate primarily online. So our amendment calls on the Minister for Finance to seek to extend rates relief for retail, leisure and hospitality, while expediting the current reviews of small business rate relief and non-domestic vacant rating exclusion. And we commend our amendment to the House.
Thank you, Brian. I'm now calling Daniel McCrossan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and advise you, Daniel, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank all members who have contributed today to this important debate. What we have heard today is a reflection of the concerns being raised to each of us collectively from businesses right across Northern Ireland that are being pushed to the edge by rising costs, and that action to support them, particularly at executive level, has been far too slow and in some cases non-existent. In a recent survey by Retail NI, 96%, I think, of businesses reported that they felt the executive were doing nothing to support them. That is a damning indictment of how the executive is feeling when it comes to supporting our local businesses across this place. We have been listening in the SDLP what businesses have been telling us in every town and village across the north. They are warning of reduced hours, job losses, service cutbacks, in some cases, all too often closure. The Ulster University Economic Policy Centre Cost of Doing Business Impact Report, which has been referenced by many members during the course of this debate, which was commissioned by the Department for Finance, spells that out very clearly. Northern Ireland faces some of the highest cost pressures in the UK, particularly in sectors such as hospitality, care, retail and the voluntary sector. A typical hospitality business could face significant increases of up to £73,000 in terms of labour costs, which is enough to put any of them out of business. That's not just a figure in a report, that's people's livelihoods and the viability of local services hanging in the balance. I also note that the Finance Minister isn't here today in person, but we appreciate the presence of the Junior Minister, who has updated the Assembly in terms of the work of the Department. But I do think it is important that we ask the Finance Minister what action is intended by the Finance Minister in terms of what response they're going to take to this report. It is very, very important, and it seems from a recent response that I've received in a question to the Minister that the only action that has been taken to date is simply sharing this report with the Treasury, and that they met with the Chief Secretary in April to press for action. The Finance Minister also circulated the report to executive colleagues and encouraged business groups to lobby Westminster themselves. That's all noted, but let me be blunt. That is not a plan. It's a bit of ducking and diving. Forwarding a report and telling others to make the case is not the same as taking decisive local action. It's delegation, not leadership. And again, today in this Assembly, we have heard from members of the Minister's party in Sinn Féin who are quick to blame the government at Westminster for the many faults that exist here. But for the first time, the said party, the Finance Minister's party, have their hands on the most significant economic levers in terms of departments in the executive. They have the First Minister, they have the Finance Ministry, they have the Economy Ministry, they have the Infrastructure Ministry. So when it comes to excuses, they're not going to wash any longer. You wanted power, you've got power, you can't stand in the same spot and point your finger at Westminster, particularly given that you've spent the last 20 years telling the people of the North that what happens at Westminster doesn't matter here, that you don't need to take your seats to press for change. But today all I've heard from Sinn Féin members is, we need to make the case to Westminster. We need to go over and get the business community to make their case to Westminster. Why aren't you in Westminster with your MPs, who have a very healthy mandate, making that case on a daily basis, as the SDLP do, as the DUP do, as the Alliance do, collectively putting the interests of this place first and not ducking and diving. It is so important that we listen to our business community and not just simply pass on a report expecting someone to come in like a great white knight and save the day. The Minister for Finance has a responsibility to businesses. The Minister for the Economy has a responsibility to businesses. Pushing a report and saying business as usual is not going to wash. We've also heard reference to the current rate support schemes through the Land and Property Services, and yes, these provide a baseline of assistance around £250 million a year. But these are long-standing schemes. They are not tailored responses to the specific escalating pressures detailed in the Department's own commissioned report. So again, I say, what's new? What has actually changed in response to these findings? John O'Dowd jumping on a plane to Westminster is not going to solve anything. We need to see a very clear plan of action from Sinn Féin, and we need to see what their vision is for this place. The motion sets out 3 practical, achievable actions the Minister and the Executive could take quickly. First, recall the High Street Task Force, which has been referenced by many members. We already have the structures in place to bring together government departments, councils, business leaders and communities. The task force could provide coordination, drive recovery efforts and give much-needed focus to regeneration. It has been dormant for too long, dormant almost as long as the Executive has been since it returned when it comes to the interests of serving our businesses. Second, we need a cost of doing business advisory forum in place by the 1st of September. This is not just a talking shop, it's about giving businesses a formal voice and shaping local responses. So let's stop assuming from Stormont what businesses need and instead ask them directly, which again, according to the recent survey by Retail NI, has not been happening. And thirdly, and most urgently, in the long term, we need to get serious about rates reform. This has been promised time and time again. It's entirely within our devolved powers here. It's within our devolved powers here. It is unacceptable that we keep citing Westminster delays, blame the Brits while ignoring one of the few economic levers we can actually control. Businesses don't care which department it sits on. They don't care if it's taken from here or anywhere else. They just want it to happen, and we have a responsibility to ensure that it does. So, Madam Speaker, no one is suggesting that every problem can be fixed, but the Executive can and must do more than simply pass the buck. Because while we debate real businesses having to make real decisions, whether to reduce their hours, let staff go, or shut their doors altogether. So let me say this clearly. We cannot continue to blame Westminster for every pressure if we are not even prepared to use the powers we already hold. That excuse has worn thin. People want solutions, not excuses. We have a duty to act, and if the Finance Minister is serious about protecting employers, workers and communities, then I urge him and his Executive colleagues to back the proposals in this motion and implement them without any further delay. Just to be clear, this is a huge point of frustration for many people out there. And it's also about ensuring that small businesses in West Tyrone, in Derry, in Armagh, in South Belfast and in every corner of the North are not left to struggle alone while the government hesitates. It is unacceptable that every time a problem arises here, where we could sit down, work out a solution, respond to the report that is there and put in place measures to bring about real change that could actually help and assist businesses today, we simply forward the report, don't produce a plan and hope everything's going to work out. This situation is getting worse. If our small businesses are struggling, people lose jobs and they lose their livelihoods. And what is a very serious problem today becomes an even bigger problem tomorrow. So for the Executive parties that were tripping over each other to get the First Minister's post, this is about real people. This is about real lives. This is about using the power that you so badly wanted. This is about using the office that you hold, the privileged position you have, to bring about change and not simply stand in front of a camera, smiling, holding a glossy report, but not implementing any of the very powerful recommendations that are within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I just want to remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Diane Forsyth and Brian Kingston, be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.